Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Buckeye Huddle Recruiting Signing Day Spectacular. Here, I'm Tony Gerdeman, Mark Givler, Kevin Noon over there. Tom Orr will join us whenever he gets out of bed and decides to roll into the office. So look forward to seeing him there. So here we are, signing day. Thank you guys for joining us, waiting patiently for us to get started here. And there's already a bunch going on. We've already got, 10, 13 Buckeyes have already sent in their letters of intent, still waiting on Carnell Tate, Jason Moore, Calvin Simpson-Hunt, Arvell Reese, Kaden Lee, Jaden Bonsu, and Cedric Hawkins. And, of course, 3 defensive ends who are not yet committed. We're still waiting to hear from would be Joshua Mickens, Mateo Uyunglele, and Damon Wilson. So of all of that, what else are we waiting on today, Mark, of the guys that we're still waiting on? Where will the drama be?
Yeah, I think the real drama is going to be around Mateo Uyunglele. I don't think it's much secret right now that Ohio State's in very good position to land Joshua Mickens out of Indianapolis. I expect that to happen at 12 o'clock. And, it's never over until it's over, but it doesn't look good for Damon Wilson. Looks like that one's going to go Georgia's way at about the same time. Mateo's all over the place. Some of the latest buzz is Oregon. USC was getting talked about last night. Ohio State's been mentioned throughout the week as a leader. So I don't think anyone truly knows what's going to happen there yet.
And that's also a 12 p.m. thing because his school is doing something at like 9 a.m. So it's going to be boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
And originally Ryan Day's press conference was supposed to be at 12. That has been pushed back to 12:30. So I guess he can figure out
who he's got.
Who he's getting. While we're on Mateo, I want to ask you because I've now tried to find highlights of him doing something at defensive end. They're impossible to find. It's only tight end stuff. Like I've never seen him do something special at defensive end.
Yeah, he's played a lot of tight end at Bosco. It's not a program that generally plays a lot of guys 2 ways consistently, but he has played some defensive line for them. But yeah, it's been a tight end thing for him this year. Those were kind of his biggest plays, but he did come out and work at Ohio State's camp as a defensive lineman. He's supremely talented, and it's just gonna be a guy who I think once he focuses on one, he's been a jumbo athlete his whole life. So I think once he focuses on just being a defensive lineman, I think the sky's the limit.
So this is all just it's all projection, but like for him, it's more projection than others because he's not really done it.
Right? Yeah, he has not been able to put his entire focus on defensive end. And so that's going to be, all these kids have 1 or 2 things you're going to look at and be like, okay, why would this not work? And that's going to be his thing, obviously, his experience and reps at his position is what's going to be his primary position. A guy like Damon Wilson has been doing his thing all through high school. He knows exactly what he is. And so, there's a little less intrigue there in terms of position, but at the same time, Damon Wilson's also 6'3", 235. He's not 6'5", 260. So he's got his own things. Is he long enough? Is he big enough to hold up against the run? Those are really the questions you asked about Damon. I think the answer to all that is yes. But so all these guys have little, one little question here or there of like, okay, if something's going to go wrong, this will probably be it.
What was Chase Young's question?
Did he?
How soon can you get here?
Right. Did he love football? Because I did DeMatha basketball dreams growing up. Like, did he love the game of football? Maybe I don't know. Yeah, it was Chase Young was a tough one to find a negative on. There's a couple guys even in this class like that. I think it's hard to find. If someone like a Carnell Tate or something like that, it's he does so many things well. It's kind of hard to really pick him apart. But most of the guys do have one little wrinkle that question to be answered.
And we'll run through the order in which Ohio State has tweeted out who is in so far. So we'll start with the first one was safety Malik Hooker, then offensive lineman Austin Sierra.
Who?
Malik Hartford.
And then go slow because I built graphics for all of them. So you gotta let me follow along.
All right, so I'll do this very slowly. Safety Malik Hartford, and then offensive lineman Austin Sierraveld, and offensive lineman Luke Montgomery. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald, offensive lineman Joshua Padilla, receiver Brandon Inniss, receiver Noah Rogers, defensive tackle Will Smith Jr., wide receiver Bryson Rogers, offensive lineman Miles Walker, tight end Jelani Thurman, cornerback Jermaine Matthews, and quarterback Lincoln Kienholz. I was, and that's been the latest so far from Ohio State. As I hit refresh to find out, yes, he's still the latest. I was a little surprised that Lincoln Kienholz got in so early, being a South Dakota guy. Sometimes these Western guys take a little bit longer.
West Coast of where?
West Coast of the plateaus of Mount Rushmore. But I think obviously that's shows some eagerness there. So we could start with Lincoln Kienholz if you like, because he is a very talented athlete, a 3-sport athlete, would probably play more sports if they had them in South Dakota. I don't know if they have like a lacrosse or something like that, but he'd probably do pretty well at that. He also will play defensive back when need be, which reminds me of when Joe Burrow used to do that.
Yes.
Like, Joe, we need you to go in, play deep safety or go get an interception. Okay, I got you. Like he does that sort of thing.
I've been trying to stay away from the Joe Burrow comparisons, but they're right there in front of you. They're about the same size coming out of high school. They play a similar type of game. They are pass first guys, but they are competitors. They like to run when it's there. They'll run for design runs. They'll run when plays break down. They're not going to generally break 60, 70 yarders against a Big Ten caliber defense like a Justin Fields might, but they will hurt you on 3rd and 12. If you forget about them, they will get 14 and break your heart. So there are a lot of comparisons there. Joe Burrow played basketball. Lincoln's, again, a 3-sport all-state guy in South Dakota. So there are a lot of parallels there. And am I predicting him to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft? No.
but did you with Joe Burrow?
But no, exactly. I mean, you wouldn't have thought that with Joe Burrow up until his 4th or 5th season in college. I mean, that's his 2nd season at LSU. So that's the skill set. Ohio State thinks they found a gem here, and we'll see if that is correct. We'll know in probably about 2 years if that's correct or not. But they think they found a guy here. They obviously they liked him enough to kind of move away from Brock Glenn, and Brock Glenn they were able to kind of work that out in a way that Brock could decommit and go to Florida State, and everyone kind of found a good spot. As Kevin and I joked on our recruiting capsule that everyone seemed to win in that situation except poor Washington got left in the cold on Kienholz decommitting. But look, his film has him throwing it vertically, so you'd like to see that. The competition is going to be a question. It is South Dakota football. It's not even the biggest division in South Dakota. But Corey Dennis went and watched him throw. He's seen him throw in person. I think this is an easier evaluation than if Lincoln was an offensive lineman. Because at that point, you're like, oh gosh, what's going to happen when he stops blocking 5'10", 185-pound defensive ends and has to block, a Zach Harrison, a JT Tuimoloau in practice. This you're at least able to gauge arm strength, decision making, accurate. Like there are things you can gauge here. So I think the eval's a little bit easier than like an offensive lineman, and we'll see.
And we'll get back to him, and we'll talk about him later. We're going to be here for a while. So the latest guy in, Jason Moore out of DeMatha, listed as a defensive lineman because some people don't want to call him an edge at this point. Some people think he's going to be grow into a 3-tech. Yep. But I mean, he's like 6'6", listed at like 6'6", 260, something like that. He plays on the edge.
Yep.
And he is from the same high school as Chase Young.
Yep.
Virtually the same build right now as Chase Young as a high schooler.
Yes.
And Chase Young became much more filled out as a Buckeye. But do you see him moving inside?
I do. I think it would have been a no-brainer maybe before Jim Knowles. Now they're using kind of more of a strong side end, weak side end tandem. So I think it's possible he could play on the edge in certain situations. But right now they're looking at him as probably a 3-tech. He's an unbelievable interior pass rushing prospect. We're running the video here. So I actually got to see him in person this fall. they'd line him up over a guard, they'd line him up over a tackle, they'd put him like a wide 9 and put him outside, they'd stand him up outside. He comes at you from so many different angles. He's such a versatile pass rusher. I think he's one of the steals of this class for them, and it's going to be interesting to see. He reminds me of Draymond Jones a little bit, but he's bigger than
my notes. Draymond Jones comp.
Yeah. And Kevin and I kind of talked about it on the recruiting capsules that are up on the YouTube channel right now. Those will be going up throughout the day. We're doing about 10 to 12 minutes on each guy, but Draymond Jones is my comp. But the thing with Draymond is Draymond's 6'3", 6'3" and a half. Jason is every bit of 6'5", maybe even 6'6". So he's taller. He's a little bit longer. I think he's a little more maybe scheme versatile. I think, if you're a 3-4, if you're an NFL team, looking ahead 3 or 4 years, if you're a 3-4 team, he can absolutely play end for you.
And isn't that where Draymond Jones is playing now for Denver?
Yes. And so he's even more prototypical than Draymond is kind of, where I'm going with that. So he's a great talent. His brother's a great athlete. His brother's a big time guard for Villanova basketball. Actually tore his Achilles, unfortunately, last year's NCAA tournament. He's still trying to come back from that. So great athletic family. And DeMatha's, got its name as a basketball program, but has been just an unbelievable football program the last 10, 15 years. And this is one of the gems of the class.
Kevin, are you?
Let me turn my mic on. Hey, what's up, guys?
Just wondering what you're looking for today.
I think, and I'm going through some of the comments, people are asking about, are there any big surprises today? Is something that Parker Seymour asked. Somebody else, Drowsy Dragon, was asking, did we sign the Ohio running back? I am assuming talking about Lamar Sperling.
Lamar's signing today, but I'm told it's going to be Buffalo. I was told last night he did not get the green light, so I'm expecting him to end up at Buffalo, which would kind of end this. Unless there's a last-minute LOI sent to him from Ohio State, he's not going to wait until February.
That's an interesting situation to me because he could wait for February, but is Buffalo or other schools telling him, we may not have a spot for you, which is true, but just the idea of maybe I can wait around like a DeJuan Jones. I'm going to wait, and everybody's going to come to me, and I'm going to be like the last person standing, the last chair in the musical chairs. And everybody's going to want to sit on him in this metaphor. But, for these guys, for a Sperling to just be like, what, I'm just going to go with Buffalo now. And I was watching his highlights last night. Same school as Tyrell Sutton, a little Tyrell Sutton-y, like none of the measurables,
right?
But just yards.
Exactly. That's my comp for him as well as Tyrell Sutton. It's kind of close.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. We're on the same wavelength today.
Scary.
Yeah. It's not big.
He's
5'8", 5'9". Solid build. There's about 195 pounds, very strong, but not going to run. Not a 4-3, not a 4 guy probably. Just very slippery. Tough to bring down. Great vision. Does hit his top speed quickly. Watch him in the state championship game. He set a Ohio Division II state championship game record. Had like 365 yards rushing. Looked like he was going to hit 400 there for a while. And just unbelievable player, almost 4,000 yards rushing this season. But I'm hearing just probably going to sign with Buffalo. To your point, I would advise most kids to sign in this situation. I think Sperling was one who maybe could have waited. I think if you're Buffalo, you have to wait for him. I think for Buffalo, this is like getting a 5-star prospect for Buffalo. This is a huge steal for them. I think they would be forced to wait until February. And for Lamar Sperling, maybe you sneak in, you see who misses on what here today, and maybe you have an opportunity, even if it's Thursday or Friday, and it's not even necessarily February, you may come up with an opportunity in the Big Ten or Cincinnati or something like that as the coaches move around and get familiar with people. So, I'm told he told me last night he was signing today. So,
doesn't the portal though make it a little bit more risky as you don't know what the movement is and. There could be 6 or 7 programs that really need, it's going to be more than 6 or 7, but 6 or 7 programs that really need to add a back, and they go and they get somebody who's 2 years more developed who comes out of the portal. And, it's got to be a little bit more difficult to sit back and kind of wait and not, to use Tony's musical chairs reference, not know if there's going to be a chair when the music stops.
But Sperling can also go to Buffalo for 2 years, and if he's rushed for 2,000 yards in those 2 years, I'm going to go to Ohio State now.
Yep.
Go play somewhere, and then.
But what happens if Buffalo goes into the portal and just gets
Yeah, no,
gets
that's
a
what I'm
bag? I mean,
saying.
yeah,
It's just smart to just go get the team right
Right.
now,
Yeah.
jump on it right now, and then later on, if you really want to be a Buckeye, earn it at Buffalo. It's like
It's
Yeah.
trying out at another program.
Exactly.
What a world we're in right now.
it is amazing. We might end up talking about that at some point as well. I want to talk about Malik Hartford because I believe he had the hit of the year in high school football this year. He destroyed a kid from St. X,
Yes.
and immediately flags flew. Malik Hartford's helmet goes flying, and he's just like, "That was awesome!" And I know I'm getting ejected. It was everybody understood, and it was a clean hit. I think it was just like right
shoulder
to chest. And I'm watching him, and he looks like he's listed at 6'2", 6'3". I think that's legit.
Yes.
And he can move, he can cover ground. He will also light you up, and he's not out of control as a tackler either.
He's my top prospect in Ohio, and I know that's probably an outlier. I think everyone's kind of got him in the top 3 or 4, but I don't know that anyone actually has him number 1. I do. Kevin and I were going through this the other day when we were breaking his game down for our capsules, and I was trying to remember the last Ohio State safety that they signed that I liked as much as Malik Hartford, and we finally made it all the way back to Von Bell. But he's the best safety they've signed in a while. 6'2", 6'3". The way he blows up play, look at the blow up that tunnel screen. He's a vicious tackler, but he can run, he can cover, he's instinctive. And we talked about this, going back about a year now. As soon as Ohio State hired Perry Eliano, this became Perry Eliano's guy. This was Cincinnati's top overall recruiting target for Luke Fickell and Perry Eliano. This was the guy. If they could have signed anyone in this class at any position, it would have been Malik Hartford. That was their guy. And so when Eliano moved over to Ohio State, that was a very easy transition for Ohio State, allowed them to get the offer to him and immediately get in there. And it's like, you wonder why on earth had they not offered him already? And I guess Eliano saves the day here, because I don't know. Who knows what could have happened if they would have waited a couple more months and hired someone other than Perry Eliano and let Eliano stay at Cincinnati and continue to just build that relationship. So this was Perry Eliano special, but I just love the way this kid plays the game. He's just, everything is 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's like,
but it's under control as well.
Yeah.
And he triggers, he closes. I don't know. Do you see him as the free safety adjuster or the strong safety bandit in Ohio State's defense?
can play either one.
Yeah.
I think probably, given kind of what they've signed in this class, I think he's more of the free safety than the other guys they've signed in this class. So I think that's probably where he can get a start, but there's nothing he can't do in that secondary. I have not been this impressed by an Ohio safety in forever. So,
wow. Yeah. Like who? I mean,
Malik's such a better toolsy guy than this kid, but I loved Christian Bryant coming out of Glenville. I mean, that's 2010 or
12?
2009 maybe.
The years run together.
Actually, it might have been 09. Him and
But Christian
TJ
wasn't.
Barnett.
Yeah, Christian wasn't this level of
Well, and also
athlete. I mean,
Christian Barnett started out as a corner for about a day at Ohio State.
Yeah.
And so did CJ Barnett. He was a corner for a little while as
Yeah.
well.
It's
Kurt
it's been a
Coleman, also a corner.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think Von Bell's the easy one for me. Is just to go back and when's the last time they signed? And I know Malik Hooker is in between there. Nobody thought Malik Hooker was going to be as good as he was.
Right.
Malik was a 3-star. I never got to watch him live in high school. He's a basketball kid. They set him on the bench for a couple of years, and I was like, Greg Schiano comes in and goes, what? This kid didn't play last year.
They had Tyvis Powell.
You couldn't get any snaps for him last year, and
there was always
a great season.
He was always being talked about in practice about the interceptions and
can't get over the top of him. Can't get over the top of Malik Hooker in practice. Well, I'll just see if they can do that in the game then.
No, too dangerous.
He's special. Malik Hartford, I think, is a special talent, and I think could play early. I mean, God, they're losing safeties left and right here. We'll see what Lathan Ransom does. But.
Yeah, and people talking about missing out on Caleb Downs, who could be a plug-and-play guy day one. I think Malik Hartford, just keep an eye on him for the Ohio State fans out there, because he looks very legit.
Eric Biddle asking, did we land Josh Padilla?
Yes, Josh Padilla in the fold. No signing day drama from the non-talkative Josh Padilla, who committed, was his first commit in the class, and no drama from Josh Padilla.
Wingman Ted, I know it's a year off, but thoughts on getting Micah Hudson in 2024? I haven't heard much about his recruitment lately.
So they've made a real push there maybe the last 3 months. Hartline generally is relatively methodical in how he evaluates his receivers. He'll jump in there early if he really likes a guy, but a lot of times he kind of waits, and then you get to their junior years or so, like right about now, and he's like, okay, who are my 6 or 7 guys, to make sure I get at least 3 of them? Yes, exactly. And they've kind of made that move with Micah Hudson. They're recruiting him hard. I think they've got a shot. I think it's probably too early. I think that's going to go a while. But they're in this. I wouldn't say it's like a Carnell Tate situation where they're going to be kind of like the team to beat the whole way. But I think they're very much in it. They're probably in the top 2 or 3 right now, and just kind of get them on campus in the spring. I think will be the big thing.
Is every Texas wide receiver like 6 foot, 185 pounds? Like this guy, like Caleb Burton, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson. That's
and to be honest, I like Micah almost as much as those guys. I mean, he's a special guy. I think if they can get him on campus here in the spring, I think that'll be a big thing.
I was just going to say, go ahead, Kevin.
I was just going to jump in with Mega Slow's question. I'd be interested to hear about Jelani Thurman and Kyan Lee. I mean, Jelani Thurman his paperwork is already in, but we can certainly talk about him. And then, of course, the big question, and somebody else jumped in as well, Scott Gray, of when is Lee going to make his announcement?
Yeah, that could be any time. We don't have a time on that at this point. That will be, no one's going to take a deep breath on Kyan Lee until that fax is in, or electronic signature is in, however they do it now. I've got Ohio State hanging on here, but boy, am I not going to be surprised if I'm wrong. Auburn has made this very fascinating. Jelani Thurman is in. So everyone, if you haven't seen that yet, you guys can relax on Jelani Thurman. He's in. That's huge. This was going to be maybe a 2 tight end class. It was going to be a 0 tight end class if they didn't pull off Jelani Thurman. So he is in. We can talk about Jelani Thurman for a minute. He is
athletic,
very athletic. He's got a lot of Jeremy Ruckert, 6'5", 6'6", big-bodied guy, plays a lot on the edge, plays a lot outside. He's going to have to get some weight on him. Going to have to learn how to block, move him inside, get him in line. They're going to need to use him there. But physically, just a freak of nature. I think probably a little bit undervalued. I think he's kind of like a borderline top 250 guy. If you thought Jeremy Ruckert was a top 50 guy, I think Jelani Thurman's his equal athletically. And so, for me, it's a matter of how quickly put on 20 pounds and how quickly and willing is he to kind of get in the trenches and be a blocker, because you have to be able to do both at Ohio State.
Yeah, and at Ohio State, it's rare for a guy who plays as a true freshman. Jeremy Ruckert did it, but didn't play a lot. So that redshirt year of getting bigger and getting younger. He is from Georgia, and anytime Ohio State gets somebody from Georgia, I always ask, did he have a Georgia offer? I don't believe he did, but Georgia has their tight end situation is different than anybody else's. So if they're not going to offer somebody a state and it's tight end, it's like, well, that doesn't say anything about the tight. It doesn't say anything about Thurman. It says more about what they have.
Like Ohio State's wide receiver,
right?
It's like there's a lot of good wide receivers out there that don't have an Ohio State offer. It's just the way it is, and that's the way Georgia's going right now at tight end. Looks like we'll have Tom Moore here in a minute. So if you're wanting to leave, now might be the time.
I was just over bad mouthing him just before the show, just to give him a little confidence before we put him on camera.
Thurman's a very underrated. There's a few guys in this class, maybe 5 or 6, that I think it's probably the same every year. 5 or 6 guys are kind of undervalued. under talked about, either underranked or maybe they're quiet. A lot of interviews, not on Twitter a lot, and so people just don't hear with them as much. And
haven't done enough camps.
Yeah,
stuff like
exactly.
That.
So I think Jelani is one of those guys. So I think an undervalued member of this class. But yeah, that's good news. That's big news today because Auburn was pushing hard there, and you get down to this time of year, and coaches are talking crazy, promising starting positions. NIL money is being promised that maybe doesn't even exist, and it's the time of year where really almost everyone is playing defense at this point.
Like Colorado signing a coach that they can't afford and then having to promise recruits money that isn't there. But money is coming in now though. But anyway, so the latest guy in Arvell Reese, linebacker, Glenville, 6'3". He looks a little. If you tell me he's 6'4", I'm gonna be like, I believe you.
Yeah,
because he looks like it when you're standing next to him, when you're watching him on the field. Given Ohio State plays basically two inside linebackers, can he be an inside linebacker or is he going to be an edge guy?
Yes.
Okay. That's
no. I was less convinced. Here's a state championship game tape. We shot this. Stripping CJ Hester there, big fumble. He forced 2 key turnovers in that game for Glenville winning the state championship. So this game really kind of sold me because we'll watch the way he moves here and the way he kind of tracks sideline to sideline is super impressive. Here, he's going to watch the quarterback's eyes the whole way here. He's going to find a spot to sit down in, and there it is. Got gifted one there, but that's just good awareness, knowing where you're supposed to be and watching the quarterback. So I think if he's gonna play it. I don't know how you're gonna keep him under like 240 pounds.
Yeah,
because he's like 220 now, and so if he can keep his speed, he is a prototype like new age Mike linebacker of like, okay, we don't have to take him off the field in passing situations, but I do wonder, is there any way to keep him under 255? I mean, that's and at that point, don't you just turn him loose? So I started from a position of, and here he is, watch him run this play down. I started from a position of he's definitely going to be an edge, and I've gradually moved over to let's give him a year at Mike. Let's just see how his body reacts to the strength and conditioning program, and let's just see where his speed is at in a year from now with another 10 or 15 pounds, and then we'll make that decision. And that's kind of where I'm at now. But I think in a way he's kind of a safe pick because I don't think either of those scenarios are bad. I don't think he's a tweener. I think he will naturally either be a prototypical Mike or be a prototypical Jack. It just depends on where his body goes. I don't think he's going to like fall in between somewhere.
I want to welcome in Tom Orr. Tom, answer me this. Didn't that just sound like Bill Davis talking about Baron Browning?
It did sound a little like Bill Davis. Well, how many weddings have you been in? I want to make sure we're really framing this conversation correctly. But no, it did. It seems a lot like that type of player where you could fit him in, slide him in a couple different spots. And it's sometimes you do get those guys who are like, well, we'll just see where his body takes him, where his Mickey Marotti will talk about looking at a guy and going, okay, yeah, we can put good weight on this guy. And you could probably put, 20 pounds on this guy and he can maintain his quickness. But sometimes, that's not an exact science either. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it's just, you came in as this and then you ended up as that. And that's, that is far from the first time that has happened in college football.
I'll be interested if we do get to talk to Mickey Marotti. Sometimes we do in like February, ask him, so how much can you put on him? What should you put on him? That sort of thing. And he might have an answer for us at that point. So that is the only linebacker in the class. Are we assuming Jaden Bonsu? He's definitely a safety.
I think Bonsu could potentially grow into a Steel Chambers type of linebacker. But yeah, I mean, for what they're recruiting these guys for today, what they're looking at them now, it's only Arvell at this point. And I would argue that Sonny Styles is still going to end up there. But
we can talk about that as well because he is a long, tall athlete.
Yep.
To be able to fill out to play a linebacker, like, is he like 6'5", 235, something like that? And just can he play inside? Do you think?
he is about the meanest human being I've ever covered. So yes, I think he can.
Okay.
I think he could play nose. I think
Good luck with that, Mick.
Yeah, he's about the meanest, toughest kid I think I've ever covered. So yeah, I don't worry about him moving into the box or anything like that. I think his future is almost going to be as an outside pass rusher. He is such a weapon as a blitzer. He has just got such a knack for getting after the ball carrier, getting after the quarterback. I think every time you drop Sonny Styles in the coverage, it's almost a disservice to what he does well.
And the one time I got to see him as a junior, he's basically just standing back
Free
at safety,
safety.
doing nothing, and not doing nothing, but not involving himself, not able to involve himself in a play. And then like a week later, I go watch CJ Hicks or a year earlier or whatever, and he's just like, the role of CJ Hicks, just go get the football.
Yep.
He's like, I'll do that.
Yep.
And boom, he would. And it was just a different usage of players. Same with Gabe Powers. When I saw him as a junior, they're like, go cover this tight end that's going to Wisconsin. And so he did that. Like, that feels like a waste of time for a guy that should be getting to the football.
Yep.
So let's just go ahead and run through all of the guys who are in so far. In case you've joined us, we're going to run through to catch everybody up
Slowly.
Kevin over here. Boom, boom, boom. So Malik Hartford, safety.
I'm just trying to hold the internet together with hopes and prayers.
Offensive lineman Austin Sierreveld. Offensive lineman Luke Montgomery. Defensive tackle.
Who's after Sierreveld? I gotta drop the banner because there's just too much happening.
All right. I'll start with Malik Hartford.
Okay, we got him.
Austin Sierreveld.
Okay.
And then Luke Montgomery, offensive lineman.
Okay.
Defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Okay.
Offensive lineman Joshua Padilla.
Okay.
Wide receiver Brandon Inniss. Wide receiver Noah Rogers. Defensive tackle Will Smith Jr. Wide receiver Bryson Rogers. Offensive lineman Miles Walker. Tight end Jelani Thurman. Cornerback Jermaine Matthews. Quarterback Lincoln Kienholz. Defensive lineman Jason Moore. And linebacker Arvell Reese out of Glenville. And I am refreshing, and nobody knew just yet.
So the names that we have not heard so far are Cedric Hawkins, safety.
Mhm.
Kayan Lee, cornerback.
He's not running through it, so you can speak faster.
Calvin Simpson-Hunt, cornerback.
Because all the graphics say sign, so I mean I can't edit them on the fly.
Wide receiver Carnell Tate.
Calvin Simpson-Hunt, did you say that one?
I did, yes. So yes, it looks like that's all they're waiting on. So
And then, of course, the defensive ends,
yes,
Joshua Mickens, Mateo Uiagalelei, and Damon Wilson, all happening around 12 p.m.
Mhm.
So maybe fun times.
And yes, we do need NIL for the internet, apparently. And another question that came in before that: what's for lunch? Whatever Mark is buying.
What do you? I don't know. I think it's dollar menu for you guys today. I mean, I don't know. You can get everyone can get 3 items off the dollar menu. I think so.
Separate
say I never-
places, though.
Don't say don't say I've never.
Does
done
Jeff
anything for
Ruby
you.
have a dollar menu?
Poison pizza? I'm not making two trips. I did see somebody asking about does the Dylan Raiola decommitment affect Jeremiah Smith? Mark, go ahead and tell them no.
No, I think. Look, if I'm Jeremiah, I think it's a little kind of like, what the heck? I just committed. You didn't tell me you were leaving the class before I committed, and it was kind of awkward there for a day or two. And there's nothing from you on Twitter or anything about my commitment. But Jeremiah Smith is a Buckeye primarily because of his relationship with Brian Hartline and the development that Ohio State's had at the wide receiver position, what they're doing right now, even with Marvin Harrison Jr. And so that's not going to change. As long as Brian Hartline's in Columbus, I don't have any concerns about Jeremiah Smith and him ending up signing here.
Got a super chat?
Super chat from the Oracle. Please stop recruiting slow in paren 4.8 and 40 linebackers who can't hit the A gap in a timely manner. Alabama, Georgia, and Clemson recruit linebackers who run 4.3 to 4.5 in the 40.
Well, aren't we talking
Nobody
about
recruits linebackers that run 4.3. Let me say that for a minute. Those don't exist outside of like one or two.
I thought
on planet Earth.
Isaiah Simmons ran like a 3.8.
It's like, there's like maybe 3 people on planet Earth who fit that profile.
hand timed, Mark, hand timed?
But let me tell you about Garrett Stover in the 2024 recruiting class, a converted safety who absolutely decidedly is fast. So they get it. Steel Chambers can run. Garrett Stover can run.
CJ Hicks, very slow.
CJ Hicks can run. CJ Hicks was a corner early in his high school career. And I still anticipate Sonny Styles is going to factor into a linebacker role at some point. So I think Ohio State's doing just fine right now on the type of athlete. I think they could maybe recruit a couple more of them. I think they would have liked to have another one in this class, but I'm not worried about the speed of the linebackers they're recruiting.
When you look at the tweener guys, linebacker is, the tweener is they're going to be this, or if they grow a little bit more, they're going to be a faster version of the next position, kind of up the scale. So you've got Jaden Bonsu, who's a safety, but maybe he's a linebacker. You've got Arvell Reese, who's a linebacker, but maybe he's an edge. They're not trying to turn edge guys into linebackers
Jason
and play.
Moore.
Yeah, play like Reggie Ragland or something like that. That's not the game plan anymore. And Ohio State has recognized the reality of that situation.
This has also always been a fallacy to me because you go back to the NFL Combine and you'll see plenty of LSU and Georgia and Alabama linebackers running 4.8s. Like it's not a real thing. It's more defensive line stuff that sets everybody else apart. Like sets these teams, Alabama,
Yes.
Georgia, and Clemson apart than their linebackers. Who was a linebacker for Clemson, the middle linebacker that kept poking dudes?
Skorsky. No, not Skorsky.
You're talking about James Skalski.
Skalski.
Yeah, the guy that nearly took out the kidneys of Justin Fields.
Yes.
Yeah. Like,
Justin Fields woke up in a bathtub full of ice
Yes.
after that hit. Yes.
and Skalski wrote him a message on a mirror saying, "Get to a hospital now." But thank you for the super chat. I don't subscribe to this personally. And again, there's plenty of speed at linebacker for Ohio State. And if your concern is that Tommy Eichenberg is slow, he seems to be doing okay for Ohio State.
I think there's just some tough Borland, PTSD out there about still watching him trying to get to the end zone in the Alabama game in the national championship game in Miami.
Well, and people still are angry at Pete Werner. And it's like, that dude is one of the best linebackers Ohio State has had in years.
Pete's having
Yeah.
a heck of a career.
Playing well in the NFL.
Yeah, tough Borland trying to chase Devontae Smith is not a speed issue. That's a scheme issue.
Yeah.
And find me a linebacker who can cover Devontae Smith. That's I think my challenge there.
A lot of NFL corners are having a hard
Yeah.
time running with Devontae Smith right now. Yes.
If I say Malik Harrison comp as an Arvell Reese, bigger guys
Yeah.
who can like 6'4", 240, 6'3", 240,
Yep.
who can handle that, didn't come in as that guy. Like he was
Right.
220, something like that,
Yep.
and an athlete, and then grew into a pretty good sized, now an good sized NFL linebacker.
Yeah, Malik was just a touch more athletic. He was an unbelievable basketball player. Like he was an above the rim type of high school basketball player. You can watch, there's
Yeah.
YouTube videos of him dunking. It's really impressive. So Malik's a little bit more explosive, but Arvell's not, a slouch himself in that vein. And physically they're going to play at about the same size, I think. So again, let's see. Let's let Arvell get to 235, 240, and let's see what that looks like for him. And if it's got to be a situation where he moves to Jack, I think that's fine. He is one of the most aggressive, physical kids I think has come out of Ohio the last couple of years. I think he'd be perfect for that.
Question from DW about 5-star offensive tackle Kenyatta Goodwin, 6'8", 340, transferring from Kentucky. Emphasis here. Are we going after him?
No, that one went sideways on Ohio State during the high school recruiting process, and I don't think that's going to be revisited. I think, there are times when kids tell schools that they're probably coming, and then they don't, and sometimes that rubs coaches the wrong way. And so I think, whether right or wrong here, I mean, should they revisit that? Maybe they should. Maybe they should kind of put the feelings aside, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's a relationship that I think ended badly. So I don't think it's going to be revisited.
Well, couples get back together all the time after terrible arguments. What was he? How good was he at Kentucky?
He didn't do much this year. I think he just played. I think he played sparingly. So that makes you wonder too. It's like if Keontae Goodwin had went to Kentucky and had a great freshman year and said, I want to compete for a national championship. Let me hit the portal. I think you're more likely to want to get back into that and maybe swallow your ego a little bit and reach out. But he didn't do that. So if he couldn't make an impact at Kentucky this year, what makes you think he's going to make an impact at Ohio State? And I think these are the questions. I'm not trying to belittle anyone for asking the question. I'm just saying these are the questions Ohio State's asking themselves is, well, okay, we liked him as a high school prospect and he was a 5-star or he was a top 100 guy or this, that, or the other, but he went where he went and made little to no impact. Why are we bringing him in?
And it wasn't like Kentucky was a murderer's row of an offense. It's not like they were Georgia.
No,
they were
the line wasn't very good this year.
They were 124th in the country in sacks allowed. We have watched
bad.
We watched Georgia play. Tony and I have watched Georgia play, I think 5-6 games at this point, and the Kentucky game was one of them. And Kentucky just there was nothing for Kentucky for virtually the whole game. They scored a total of 6 points, could not run the ball at all, could not really protect at all. It was a lot of kind of like broken plays and quarterback runs and, downfield heaves. And there was no semblance of an offense because the line was not very good.
But Will Levis, I mean, he's supposed to be like the number 1 quarterback off the board. Will Levis.
Well,
Will Levis.
Is Will Levis the Zach Wilson of Will Levis's? I call him.
Zach Wilson actually had good stats. So I was like, is Will Levis like a homeless man's Zach Wilson?
Was the question. Who was the Minnesota quarterback? Was it Brian Cupido? There was some Minnesota quarterback who Todd McShay was like first off the board, and it was like, in what league? CFL exactly. Scout now?
And
it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of scanning through, and I'm like,
I mean,
it sounded.
Like I was going to say, I would have said Tanner Morgan just because there was a marching and chowder society for Tanner Morgan
Mitch
for a while.
Leidner.
Mitch Leidner, yes.
Wow, that's a blast.
His senior year, he went for this was a fantastic season. 2,169 yards, 8 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, completing 56.4% of his passes. Now, the year before, that's what pushed him into the limelight when he was went 14 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. So
what does they say about the sun shining on a dog's butt?
Yeah. Speaking of, there's super chat here, Kevin.
Whoa, what the hell is that all about? That's a hell of a transition. It's our guy, Omar Austin, also known as Hunglo. How you doing, Omar? Tony, I can't tell whose sidekick. I'm assuming you are when you sit in the middle like that.
Yeah, when you sit in the middle, you're no longer a sidekick, you're a front kick. And so it's just a bad place to be.
I'll give you a front kick.
Super kick.
But thank you for that super chat. When you're surrounded by everybody, it just rotates, and we're all sidekicks at this point.
Tony is the sun in this. We're all just orbiting around him.
Kevin is the moon.
Tony is the big flaming ball of gas. Yes.
All right.
Wow.
Anybody? I'm just going to check the timpani. Anybody new in for Ohio State? No, not yet. So we've talked about, and I've got so many screens here. Let's talk about the receivers now. And let's start with Brandon Inniss out of American Heritage, a school that has sent several players to Ohio State over the year. 5-star guy, 6 foot 190. People say maybe he's not the fastest guy, but he is dynamic in the screen game. Mm-hmm. He can do outside, inside. Mm-hmm. Where do you see him at Ohio State?
Yeah, I think he will settle in a slot. I think he's really quick. Mm-hmm. He's a good route. He's tough. He's physical. So he's the type of guy who can go over the middle and just make those KJ Hill catches and take a shot and get back up and do it again the next play, and plays with a lot of emotion. I really like Brandon. It's one of those. It's hard to evaluate these receivers against each other. I think you could ask probably 3 or 4 different people, and you get 3 or 4 different answers on who the best receiver is in this Ohio State receiver class. I don't think it's clear cut, but I think Brandon is the safest. I think he has the lowest I think all these guys have kind of pretty low bust potential, but I think Brandon's bust potential is almost non-existent. It's hard to imagine him not being a good player at Ohio State. I don't know that he has the athletic upside of Noah Rogers or Carnell Tate, but he just is so solid. He's so steady. He's such a great leader. It's hard for me to envision him not being a productive player at Ohio State. I think he's somewhere. He'll be somewhere between kind of KJ Hill and Jackson Smith. And
Okay.
I think he won't be the dynamic player Jackson was, to the extent that he gets talked about as going to be like a top 10 NFL draft pick. I'm not sure that's going to be there, but I think he'll be even a better prospect than KJ Hill, who is like on a lot of Ohio. People like that is not a knock.
He's the all-time receptions leader at Ohio State.
His name is splattered across the Ohio State receiving leaderboards, but I think he'll be a higher upside version of that. But yeah, I just there's so much to like there. And he's just a phenomenal worker and a phenomenal leader. I think he'll be a captain at Ohio State as well.
He's very smooth. One of my notes here is he's like one of these magnetic trains that just there's no jerky motion or whatever. He's just smooth and gets to where he's going and gets there in a hurry. And he's also a talented returner. But Tom, does that even matter anymore?
Not the way Ohio State treats the return game. I mean, Ohio State has for years just sort of treated the return game as just hang on to the football and don't. KJ Hill. Yeah, right. KJ Hill was back there when
Jackson
they had
Smith and
lots
Jigba.
of more explosive players back there. So yeah, he might be the guy who they send back there to just fair catch punts because, sure, if you're reliable and you can catch the ball, and that works great for, 11 games out of the year where you can just out talent people and put 40 points up and without blinking. So yeah, that has just sort of been the philosophy for, since KJ Hill was here. So I see no real reason why that would expect that to change. So
That's bad. And maybe you get to the point where, and you can't just do it. Well, we're going to do it against Georgia because we need yards. Like you can try, we'll see, but I don't know that it's going to work. Maybe we'll see Emeka Ibuka back there kickoff return for the first time all season long or since the start of the season. Kevin,
Super chat from Omar Austin. Gun to head, which is better, Five Guys or In-N-Out Burger?
does Kevin have that gun? Because I'm going to have to choose In-N-Out.
Yeah, guns to your head from me.
What are we talking? Are we talking specifically the burger, or are we talking the entire experience?
I think that it's got to be the burger at that point, because here's the reality. In-N-Out for a West Coast chain is very affordable. Five Guys, you need to sit there and sign over, a second on your house.
Yeah, no, I'm going with you on that one. If we had In-N-Out here, I would go there much more frequently than I would Five Guys because I can justify the cost.
Yeah, Omar's saying the burger and here's the thing, because if it were the fries, it's Five Guys like
Yeah.
110 times
stops.
out of 100, because the fries at Five Guys are good and the fries at In-N-Out are, I guess they're potatoes, but I mean, they're just not.
Potato-like.
Yes, but I think the burger for sure. And if there's any reason to root for Ohio State to get to SoFi and the national championship game, I'm promising you, we will take Hungry Huddle back to In-N-Out, and I will do a food challenge there.
What kind of food challenge, Kevin?
6x6.
I knocked out a 4x4 last time.
It wasn't even a challenge, though, so you might have to double it up.
Well, I don't know, an 8x8. I mean, oof, I don't know about that. I don't want to wake up the day of the game in the emergency room, because who would do that?
He's been placed in a medically induced coma due to meat sweats. That sounds.
In-N-Out induced coma.
You drive home with the windows open.
So that was Brandon Inniss.
I have a couple. It's really just kind of 1.5 quick updates here. Kienholz has not sent his letter of intent in anywhere yet. I don't think it was expected to be in by now anyway, so I don't think anyone's panicked yet, but the sentiment remains out there, even on the Ohio State end of things, that this is kind of a coin flip.
Coin flip with Auburn right now, right?
Yes. So I think everyone's kind of on pins and needles right now at both programs, and see what happens.
Well, and
So
him and he's interesting to me because I think he can play corner. I think he can also play the nickel for Ohio State and be very good at that because he's a physical guy. He's 5'11", 185 right now, but he's I like the physicality that he has, and he tackles well. He triggers really well, and he's physical. And I think he'd be perfect for that slot spot.
I agree, and that's Kevin and I talked about that in our capsules that are up on the YouTube channel. If that one ever sees the light of day, but,
we recorded a couple that may have just been for just our own practice.
But, yes, so yeah, I agree. The other two corners are expected to sign today, and Jermaine Matthews is in. I don't think Simpson-Hunt
Not yet.
is in yet. He's on Central Time. Those are more your typical 6-foot corner, outside corners. And so I think Lee's better path to the field will be kind of the nickel slot guy. And you're right. He is super physical, super aggressive. Love to kind of make those breaks on the ball. The kind of guy you kind of want there in that slot because you're going to have some run responsibilities there. You're going to have some tunnel screens flowing your way that you need to be there to make the play. And so I think, yes, I completely agree with kind of your assessment of him and kind of where he would fit.
I just pulled up his Twitter bio because, as we all know, that is that is the version of the white smoke or black smoke coming out of the chimney from the conclave. Still listed as an Ohio State football commit. Still has his Ohio State commitment pinned as his pinned tweet. So,
but also scroll down and see his last retweet.
Chad Simmons. Kienholz is committed to Ohio State, but he visited Auburn last weekend, decked out in Tiger gear today as he prepares for his third.
Yes. Well, while we're staying with all the positivity, go Bucks adds to it. Feels like the 2024 class will be a huge decider in the direction of the program. We've just slipped from competing exclusively against UGA Bama for the #1 class to competing against Miami, Texas, etc.
This is the time of year when Miami and Texas look good.
Yes.
So
we're back.
Yeah, I mean, this time last year, Texas A&M was about to revolutionize college football, and then what happened? I mean, and again, I think this is something where you can do it and look great in March. This will not be the first. How long has Texas looked good in March? Texas has looked good in March.
They own March.
They are. Yeah, Mac Brown was Mr. March at Texas. And and then what happened? And I think you are. I know everyone is convinced, absolutely convinced that this is forever. This is going to be how it goes, and teams are going to buy players, and Miami is the team of the future. And it's like, well, I'd kind of like to see some sort of indication of progress, actual on the field progress, before I am ready to run around with my head on fire. Because, boy, Texas A&M got 5 wins out of their 30. Quote, we'll do air fingers here, $30 million recruiting class. And, a bunch of those guys have left already. So I feel like at some point, rich people are going to get tired of just throwing money at players who haven't done anything and who are going to take that money and then leave in a year. And it feels like this is one of these invisible hand things where the market might just correct itself at some point.
I also think, but I think maybe the concern here is that it's one more party to keep Ohio State from getting that player. And we've seen that with Miami, with Mark Fletcher and other guys that they were looking at where Miami ends up with them. I still want to know who has Ohio State lost to Miami that has done anything at this point. It's been, I tweeted it out. Miami's had 2 skill position players drafted in the top 2 rounds since Greg Olson was a first rounder in 2007. So if you are a skill player and you're going to Miami, good luck. But as I've said for many years, and I went back to see how long I've been saying it, but if you go to Miami, that's just basically your way of saying goodbye to the rest of the college football world. Now, maybe they could change that, and they're trying, but we'll see.
You got to remember, Miami doesn't really sit in a place that produces a lot of offensive skill talent, so that's not really a fair thing to compare them to.
Mika, we'll get to your running back question in a minute, but super chat from Ryan Dawes. How much more would you guys like to see a home and home with Colorado now that Primetime is the coach?
Well, we had the home and the one game with Colorado in 2013.
We had the wrong end of the home and home there. And
that's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely. Now it would have to be a September game. Don't want a random non-conference game in November where it's 4 feet of snow out there.
It would also have to be a game scheduled in probably the 2023 or 2024 seasons in order to catch Coach Prime there. I don't think that's necessarily going to be one you schedule 8 years out and go, wow, what a great matchup of Ryan Day and Deion Sanders. Not sure how long Coach Prime. This may not be Coach Prime's final stop. Dallas Cowboys may be looking for a coach in a few years, and he may end up
a few years.
Calvin Simpson-Hunt,
Yes,
officially in cornerback out of the state of Texas.
Quietest kid maybe in the country this year.
Yeah, it just and was
So he does exist.
Yes, he does.
Proof.
well, we haven't seen him yet. We haven't seen him
someone
yet.
someone's forging his
Yes.
signature.
Well, I think we should go out to Waxahachie and go find out, and I can go stop by Meat Church.
There we go.
Waxahachie swap. He pulled the Waxahachie swap. He went from Texas Tech to Ohio State. Do you know what the Waxahachie swap
Is that like an Iroquois twist?
Not quite.
No.
No, that was Paul Richards, who was a baseball manager in the 1950s was from Waxahachie, Texas, and it's a move that old-timey baseball writers would use to describe, like, you've got your pitcher in, and then you throw him out in right field for one batter and bring in another pitcher, and then you bring him back in. That was called the Waxahachie swap.
So that's like what you do in chess, where when you switch like your
on font.
no, it's called
King me?
No, it's like it was like
Not checkers, sir.
a castle, or I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, yes, castling. Yes,
yeah,
There's
castling.
another. Yeah.
Let me get back to a question because I promised, and he is a longtime fan of the channel. Mika Hanna asking, do we take a running back in this class?
I don't think so at this point. It's looking more and more to me like it's going to be about keeping the room together, what they have, hopefully blocking any portal activity and seeing if Mayan Williams is going to come back for another season. And if you exit the January movement window and you need a back, you probably go portal in the spring and bring in a body to kind of help you this year or next year. But it doesn't look like that right now. Now we'll see. I mean, maybe someone big doesn't sign today,
Right.
and you try and if someone waits until February, you try and throw your hat in the ring. But I was told pretty late last night that Sperling was signing with Buffalo today, and they've not moved on Trey Cornist. I don't think they will.
He just committed to Tulane.
Yeah. So he wasn't, they didn't, they saw him 3 times on campus, I think this year, maybe even 4, and just wasn't happening. So unless something comes up here again, let's see who's unsigned at the end of the day. But I would venture to guess no at this point.
En passant was the chess move I was trying to think of. That's where the pawn can capture the guy who goes past it.
I don't know. I did watch the that series on Netflix, and that's about as much chess as I've paid attention to since.
I know as much chess as Russian from that show.
Duh.
So
Spasiba.
So I think the interesting thing with running backs is they're okay numbers wise for next year. Even if you have someone transfer and you have Mayan Williams go pro, you still have 3 guys who are proven college players there. And that's a spot where guys can get on the field relatively early. So you can get the running back who played his first year in the MAC or his first year in the Sun Belt, and everyone goes, oh, this guy's way better than we thought he was. And then that guy jumps in the portal, and you can get him either this summer or next offseason if you need him. That's not a spot like offensive line where you got to kind of wait a little while. That's a spot where you could just pop a guy in the portal if you need to.
Didn't they get Chip in the spring, summer?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
And granted, they wanted him to play linebacker, but that's an example of somebody that is available because he was a running back.
Trey Sermon.
Yeah. So there will be guys out there if they need to. Just a matter of getting that guy that is willing to be like, well, I might be 4th, but also I could also be 2nd.
Question or a comment from Ben Higgins. Mets spent another $325 million last night and still won't get a ring.
Well, only one of those things is certain right now. So I guess
The ring.
Oh, Tom.
Sorry, all your baseball teams are owned by broke boys. Couldn't be me.
Not this guy.
Not this guy either.
we got Dodgers and Phillies fans here. We can waste money with the best of them.
I'm just waiting to see where the Dodgers are going to put all their money outside of going and getting JD Martinez.
Anyway,
Tony's a Cubs fan. Womp womp.
I got my World Series every 100 years. That's all you need. So back to Calvin Simpson-Hunt. Was committed to Texas Tech and top 100 guy. Watching him, he excels in all different coverages. Like you can do many different things with him. I think he gets off blocks well. He tackles. What do you think about him?
Yeah, he reminds me of Gary and Conley. Similar size, good track guys. I think Simpson-Hunt's like a 10.6, 7, I think is his best 100 meters. He can fly. Really an again, one of these underappreciated guys because he didn't talk at all during the recruiting process. They had a bit of a struggle flipping him from Texas Tech. They thought they were going to do it, and then he kind of like waffled for a day or two, and then eventually did make the flip. So this was not you would think, oh, that's an easy flip. It was not. They really
he reaffirmed by proxy. Everybody's like he
Right.
reaffirmed, and then
yeah.
like within 36 hours he was decommitted, and then we know how the rest of that one
He
went.
got the vote of confidence from the
Yes.
GM.
Yes. So big get here. Pure outside guy, just one of those guys you put in man coverage and let him take away the other team's best receiver with his length and his speed. And so they've got, I think, 2 guys like that in this class. I think Jermaine Matthews is that type of guy as well. And these are guys who I think were really good evals. And even though Tim Walton's the corners coach, this was kind of a Perry Eliano deal on this one, and really Matthews as well from the Cincinnati days. But just guys who like started as 3 stars really, or low 4 star, and have just steadily throughout the summer and into their senior seasons rocketed up the rankings to being in the top 100. Maybe even I think some places have some of these guys like top 50-ish prospects in the country. So these are 2 guys that I think people should be excited about that weren't necessarily like big, like early 5 stars, or like talkative or on social, like, so they've kind of flown under the radar at corner.
They're not Cormani McLean,
Right. But in 4 years, we'll see who's better. I think Ohio State's banking on these guys being pretty good.
When I watch Jermaine Matthews, I see a guy who plays offense on defense, which is what Jim Knowles wants. He's an offensive corner. He will intercept the ball. He will force fumbles. He'll do something with it. And it reminded me of Marshawn Lattimore, who played a lot of offense at Glenville, but would also be able to do stuff with the ball.
I wish that Jermaine Matthews would be a little bit more confident in himself. He really lacks self-confidence. He really lacks a boisterousness of himself. I mean, once he finds that, I mean, maybe he's onto something, and that's sarcasm, folks.
But, like,
That's sort of inherent to corners, though. Typically very quiet, understated, not very.
I know, but
exuberant.
he has it in excess. He was, I mean, at that camp when he was out there demanding that offer. I mean, and he delivered. I want to jump in real quick, and then we can get back to Matthews. Yakov 22. This is way better than anything on ESPNU. Obviously.
Is that sarcasm too, or is that?
I just said that ESPN has better internet than I do right now.
Exciting
appreciate
news!
that.
Exciting news from the University of Central Arkansas. Signed a defensive back out of Oxford, Mississippi, named Dude Person.
No.
That's a non-playable character.
Is that like the Dude Perfect tour?
Yes.
No,
Let's fact check
so-
that, please.
Rowdy Beers is still number 1.
Mhm.
Dude Person is 1B, though. Dude Person, it's like your parents couldn't even get the energy to give you a name.
I'm gonna guess that this may be a Chip Tram situation where that may not be the name on his birth certificate.
Where's he from?
He is
His
from
name-
Oxford, Mississippi.
His name is Dutholomew.
Bartholomew.
He's from Mississippi, and you're still going to stick to that dude as the nickname.
Was Bumper Pool's first name actually Bumper?
I don't know, but again,
Because that feels like that's sort of because he was an Arkansas guy, right? I mean, he went to Arkansas, but
yeah. I can't wait till they're going to be like eventually college football players named Khaleesi.
He's Bumper Pools from Texas and went to Arkansas.
Okay. Well, that's a help narrow it down whether or not that's a real name, first name. Jermaine Matthews, definitely a first name, but
Jermaine Bumper Pool's legal name is in fact Bumper Pool. Yes, that is what is on his birth certificate.
well, I mean, the Ultimate Warrior changed his legal name to Warrior, so I don't know if this is like a legal thing or this is a birth certificate thing.
He legally changed it from James Pool to Bumper when he turned 16.
There you go. Also,
We all make great decisions at 16.
Ultimate Warrior was born Ultimate Warrior, just so you know, that's on his birth certificate.
Real quick, Michael Mason asking any update on Caleb Downs. He has signed with Alabama, so next shot at him might be the portal, but I'm not counting on it.
Well, I mean, you see the way people are leaving Alabama as well, so there may be some opportunities, and that's an interesting aspect to this entire recruiting thing now is something that Larry Johnson used to do and Tony Alford has done over the years, just maintain contact with guys. And now it's like everybody does it because you don't know who's going to be in the portal. So you're going to be, not only do you have to re-recruit your own team, you also have to be available to guys that left you.
Well, and Mark, when you were doing I think Southern Swingers at some point,
About this.
I was just
okay.
going to bring that up that we talked to an assistant coach and I guess a group. I was going to say group of 5 assistant coach who gave us some good insight on that.
Yeah, he was there looking at some other guys for his school, but he was also kind of looking at the same guys we were there for. And, kind of what he said was like, look, I have to basically take a sheet and I've got the top 100 guys in the country at my position. And I recruit 1 to 100 because 1 or 2, I'm not going to get them this year, but I might be able to get them in a year or 2 in the portal. And so you're seeing a group of 5 coaches recruiting, 5-10 years ago, they would not have recruited a 5-star play. If I'm a receivers coach, I would not have recruited any 5-star wide receivers. No point. Now they're still, recruiting these guys and they're trying to keep relationships with these guys because they think in 18 months they might get them. And you know what? They're kind of right.
It is, but it's also, you have to do it for everybody, because if you just do it for say I'm Arkansas State going to talk to a 5-star, the 5-star is going to be like, you think I'm going to end up with you? Like this is how little you think of me, that I'm going to end up at Arkansas State because I'm going to fail. And the coach has to be like, no. I talk to everybody. Just relax. I talk to everybody. So.
And you can kind of play it off like, hey, you never know, where I'm going to be.
Yeah, that's true.
You can kind of flip it
you
on.
Think I want to stay at Arkansas State?
You're right, exactly.
One of us.
Position coach at Alabama in 2 years, something like that. So, there's ways you can kind of massage that, but it's more and more you're seeing it, and which immediately leads me to think about these poor kids who are like, oh my God, I cut my list to 5. It's Ohio State, Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, and Texas. Why am I hearing from South Dakota State? And it's just like, these coaches used to not communicate. Players used to cut their lists just so they could basically get 20, 30 other coaches to stop talking to them is basically what they do the list cut for. And now you can't even really do that because coaches are going to keep at it with NIL, with the transfer portal, with everything else. There's nowhere to hide, basically.
Stephen Piper, we'll get to your super chat in just 1 second. Just on that, I've been watching all the bowl games because I have a sickness, and I just do that. And just in the telecast, Penny Boone from Maryland is now on Toledo, and of course Dallas Gant from Ohio State. I mean, it's just crazy to watch these games, and I remember that player. I certainly remember that player, and the announcers just have even more now on their call sheets because of just the movement that's out there. I mean, I'm sure Dallas Gant never thought that he was going to end up at Toledo. I'm sure that Penny Boone never thought he was going to end up at Toledo. It goes on and on and on.
Well, and watching Georgia and LSU the other day, surprised to see Noah Kane there. I'd forgotten that he left there. So everybody, you eventually have to take a step down at some point. You go from Penn State to LSU, and you wish somebody the best.
It does feel like one of these water finds its level kind of situations where sometimes the guy who was the otherworldly, MAC wide receiver. Okay, well now he goes and finds a good spot and in the Big Ten. Randy Moss, I don't think finishes his college career at Marshall if he's playing today.
Where does Randy Moss his junior year or whatever. It would have been a redshirt sophomore year because he was at Notre Dame, wasn't allowed to play as a freshman.
Yeah.
And got in trouble or something. But like USC, Alabama, Ohio State, like probably USC.
Is he going to play for Mark Bulger at West Virginia?
Well, I mean, remember Ohio's
Getting more on Randy Moss.
Ohio State went out and got Brent Moss, just thinking that maybe it was Eric Moss. That's it. Yes.
They could have used Brent Moss as well.
Yes.
Wow. Stephen Piper, thank you for the super chat. Shouldn't we be talking about our class's player average? It is every bit as important as overall school. Maybe the future's 20 strong recruits and round out the roster through the portal. Thoughts? And one thing I'll say, and I only know how the Rivals formula works. I don't know how the other ones do. They factor the top 20 players. If Ohio State signs 20 or 21 players, there's not a lot of room to be able to move, if you bring a specialist in the class. So getting classes up to 25, 26 helps you with the numbers. And that's why Alabama and a lot of these SEC schools have been so highly ranked through a lot of the years. I mean, I guess I'll take Alabama out of that because they could potentially have 7 5-stars this cycle. But if you bring in 28 guys, I mean, you're taking out all your
Tennessee used to be really good.
You're taking out all your threes.
Yeah, Tennessee used to find, even when they, when it was struggle for Tennessee, they would sign 28, 29 guys. And they're signing top 12 classes every year. Why? It was like, they're signing like 30 kids a year, and that's kind of helping them. But
they have 27 commits this year, and they're still ranked 2 spots behind Ohio State, who has 20 commits. Yeah.
So that's been a trend for them for a long time. But this is actually a really good point, and I think Stephen nails it. Undersigning is still not ideal. You don't want to undersign, but if you miss your number by 2 or 3 players today versus if you did it 7, 8 years ago, if you undersigned by 2 or 3 players 7 or 8 years ago, that was going to have real consequences, both immediately and long-term, with depth in your rooms. It's not that big of a deal now because you go to the portal. You say, oh, okay, well, for Ohio State, maybe we need another defensive lineman. Maybe we need a running back. Let's see what's out there after spring ball shakes out. And, you can plug holes much more quickly where it's not going to bite you for a year or two like it did before.
Yeah. Well, what's also interesting is that coaches really no longer have a concern about being over 85 because the power has been given to the players to leave. And so coaches can just encourage them because Ryan Day, you can't afford to be under, but if you are, you can go to the portal. But now it's like, well, we don't need to worry about being under because players are going to leave. And you can always still push guys out and empower them to go find a place to play. And so, you'll go get and you'll have 87, 88 guys before the spring thaw and everybody's either leaving or coming in. So the idea of 85, it's almost just, it's still a number. It's not as much of a concern as it used to be.
Well, we always used to kind of know that number off the top of our heads. Right now, I couldn't even begin to guess within 5 where Ohio State is for next year because, frankly, that number is going to change.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
4 more times between now and January 1st, and then it's going to change again before with NFL draft declarations, and then it's going to change again with the portal, and then it's going to change again with early. So it's like, talk to me 3 weeks after the spring game, and we'll even think about looking at.
Well, and then they put guys on scholarship, and they don't tell you for a year, like Xavier Johnson or whatever. For years, we used to have a scholarship chart on websites. Now I don't know I don't know how you do it at this point. I mean,
a full-time position for somebody just to monitor the scholarship.
That is the strangest thing to me. Why Ohio State doesn't make a big public thing of that? Because you look at like Purdue, their new head coach comes in and immediately walks in and puts, was it the kicker? I think the kicker puts the first thing he does, like first order.
The running back.
Was it the running back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Donovan Maccabee.
Okay. Walks in, first order of business, walks in and just goes, hey, stand up. You're on scholarship now. Yeah. And they put a video out. Like, this is good news. You could use some good news right now. Like, embrace the good news. And I find it baffling why they handle things.
Wasn't Ohio State going through like a social media changeover at one point with the staffing? So maybe that one particular thing occurred then. But I I still think you do.
How many times have they not put it out? Mitch Rossi, Xavier Johnson.
Well, but Mitch Rossi, he's been one for a while, I think. But I agree, like you've never seen that really from Ohio State, and you see it from just about everybody else.
Yeah,
and it's one of the best things on social media. One of the only good things on social media.
The only good thing.
Elon, if you're watching, I'm applying for the CEO job, by the way. Omar, I'll get to your question here in a second. Mika Hanna, do we offer Brian Robinson for next year? Great local defensive end.
Austintown, right?
Yeah, Austintown Fitch. What's holding things up there is he's not played a lot of football. There was not much there. Sophomore tape. Junior year just happened. He had some injuries. He missed some time. So there's not a ton of good game tape out there on Brian Robinson at this point. He's a tremendously gifted athlete. I don't know if Ohio State's going to pull the trigger pre-camp. They had him at camp this past year. They didn't pull the trigger. I think they wanted to see him put some stuff on film this year, and he did a little bit, but I think that's a big thing right now. Is I think they're having a problem with the eval on that because he just hasn't been out there every Friday night.
And we saw him at camp last summer at least once or twice, but you want to see it on the. We have seen these shorts and shirts guys before, and so you want to see it on the field too. Yeah,
and that's kind of where things are at right now. And who knows? Maybe that'll change in the spring evaluation period or in June. But I think that's holding things back right now.
Super chat from Omar Austin. Over under on LJ coaching for 3 more years. Who replaces him?
Is anybody taking the over on that?
I will take the under and parlay it with Randall Joyner, the defensive line coach at Ole Miss, who wants to fade me.
I'm definitely taking the under.
Yeah, under, and Joyner certainly sounds like the name. I think there was a moment of where everybody thought that the former GA Kenny
Anunike.
Yes,
Anunike, who went to Fordham, and then
I think he's out of coach. I think he's out of. I mean, so that was exactly where I was going to go with it, because I've seen him mentioned on various free boards. I'm like, I don't think he's in football at the moment. So, and I don't think you're going to bring somebody back into football and say, here you go. Here's the Ohio State defensive line coaching job right here. And you're following Larry Johnson.
And I would say, I think you're probably going to say, let's see if they expand the coaching numbers.
Yeah. And that would mean Larry Johnson kind of would move into a non-recruiting kind of show up to practice, run drills.
Tim Hinton.
Yeah. Yeah. So I could see that.
Really loud at camp.
But yeah, I could see that, but
would he do that? Like, he's so engaged. Like, would he take a step back?
Yeah, I think that I can see both sides to it, because on one hand, he has basically been given free license, even since Urban. Like, I don't think people realize how much Urban messed with the assistants. like micromanaged the assistants like crazy. All-time micromanager. Left LJ alone, pretty much, to run his room, which is almost unheard of for an Urban Meyer assistant. And he's kind of been given that with Day as well. So on one hand, it's like, okay, can he coexist and not be the CEO of the defensive line room? On the other hand, I just know how much he loves coaching.
Mm-hmm.
He is one of those rare people who, and this is why I just can't relate. I had coaches in my family. I could have, coming out of college, I could have just tried to like parlay that I could have been on a high school staff and just done coach. I don't have the demeanor for it. I can't relate to loving running a June prospect camp or even running a practice more than playing the games. I can't relate to that mindset. And that's how Larry Johnson is. I think he would rather spend like 10 hours just on field with instruction and teaching. And if they play games, that's great. But, I think he just wants to teach, and I just can't relate to that.
He's like the real life version of the guy who does the off-season stuff during the EA Sports NCAA football thing and like sims the games.
Yeah.
But you watch him during these summer camps, and every year I forget, and it's like, how can you possibly, after 30 years of doing this, still be this enthusiastic about every rep when maybe one of the 8 kids is even plausibly an Ohio State caliber player? And even that might be a reach. And you're in there and you're enthusiastic, you're clapping, you're yelling, you're in there for the entire morning. It is mind-boggling to me. And it's just every year we see 6, 7 camps, and every single camp he is on. Like that is his thing. That is what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Well, and he genuinely wants to, mentor these, these young men and help them and mold them. And I think that's why I could see a scenario to where if they expand the numbers, he still could work camps. He could still, certainly have his hands, all over the mentorship of these young men and everything else. So,
But he will just watch film of his guys, like for foot placement, and the angle that your toes are pointed, and how high is your heel off the ground, and he's just where are your hands, and just your angle of your back, and like he's just rewinding like hours on end of that stuff, and like that the minutia of it is what he loves as well.
Jordan Kapler, thank you for the super chat.
Yes, Jordan, thank you for
I am
chat.
just here to blame the decommits on Tom.
And I will say there were no decommits before Tom showed up. So let's put that in writing. That's in stone. And we'll see what happens now that Tom is here.
Something that has been asked by several people right now. Let me drop the Jordan Kapler super chat off here. Can we go through the list of who has signed? And again, slowly. Well, I have them in order of positions. So
why didn't you put them in order that they were going to commit today?
Because if I were able to see the future, I would have known that our internet was going to struggle today, and I would have done something about it.
All right. So you want me to go from quarterback to
corner? Sure. We don't necessarily have to go in the order they signed. They're in now, the ones that are in. So let's do that.
Lincoln Kienholz is in.
All right. Thanks, smartass.
Brandon Inniss is now in. He was one of the first. Noah Rogers, receiver, also in. And
Bryson Rod. Or did we do
Bryson Rogers is in as well.
Jelani Thurman.
Jelani Thurman is in. And then go to the offensive line with Austin Siereveld and Luke Montgomery and Josh Padilla and Miles Walker.
Okay.
They are all in. Defensive lineman Jason Moore is in. Defensive tackle Will Smith is in. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald is in. Linebacker Arvell Reese is in. Cornerbacks Jermaine Matthews and Calvin Simpson-Hunt are in. And safety
Malik
Hartford is in. Did we get everybody? Now I had to go all over through my spreadsheet.
I think so. It seems right. But we're here for the fans, and they wanted the list. And you're here for me as my sidekick, and I needed the help because, should I move them around? No, because then I'll never be able to find them again.
And so we're still waiting. And current commits who have not yet signed: Carnell Tate, wide receiver; corner Kyan Lee; a safety Jaden Bonsu; and safety Cedric Hawkins. Still waiting on those guys. So we shall see. Not sure if there's something.
Kyan Lee too.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say him?
Yeah. Okay. And I'm not sure if IMG is doing something special, and that's why maybe Carnell Tate is delayed. And then, of course, defensive ends Joshua Mickens was committed to LSU from Indianapolis, looking like the Buckeyes perhaps around noon. Mateo Uiagalelei having a school-wide ceremony with a bunch of teammates and players at the school.
And the latest rumor there is that Oregon looks like it might be the pick on Mateo. So
that'll be around noon as
well. But just a day or two ago, some USC insider said that.
And then a few hours before that, it was Ohio State. So this has been one where I don't think anyone's going to breathe a sigh of relief until the paperwork's in. And it's just.
And for people commenting about Carnell Tate doing a 6 p.m. thing tonight in Chicago, like I see your post, Cali 123. That doesn't mean that he hasn't gotten his paperwork in. I have a feeling that we'll probably be able to talk. Ryan Day can't talk about uncommitted players, or unsigned players. I have a feeling we'll be able to talk about them at that point. There are a lot of times where there are pressers that happen after school but the letter of intent is faxed or electronically transferred now in these days earlier in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is concerned there.
Mark A. Lewis, what's going on, Buckeye Huddle? Longtime subscriber and always in the fan chats. Hope the Buckeyes do okay, which I believe they will, and hope you have a Merry Christmas. Go Bucks and beat UGA.
Thank you for that. Likewise.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You also beat Georgia.
Merry Christmas to us, each and every one.
And when we're down there, we're going to yell at that panda for picking UGA, even though box science said that it was going to happen because the UGA box was put closer to where the panda was going to come in. I mean, it was obviously rigged.
You have to drop the panda from above. That way they can't just walk to something. You have to like push them off of a ledge, and then they'll be disoriented when they land, and then they'll be looking around.
You tranquilize the panda, and then when the panda comes to, they're both right in front of them. Like,
But can you still push the panda off the ledge?
that's just cruel. I mean, then again, tranquilizing the panda probably isn't really nice. Pete is going to be calling. My name is Tony Gerdeman.
Anyway, so anyone
Not
from
a
the
tall
ASPCA
15
who would like to, it's at Tony Gerdeman. You know, all these
It's not like they're endangered.
all of these programs have these different graphics they put out, and Ohio State's this year is just a kid from, and Michigan's is like a cell phone video and whatever. The best one I've seen so far this year, Kansas State. Their hashtag for their class is hashtag bring the sauce 23. And they have pictures of kids on barbecue sauce bottles. And then it spins around, and the nutritional information is like agility, 100%, toughness, 100%. It is tremendous. At K-State FB, yes, some of them may be nutritionally deficient, but yes,
That's pretty cool.
it is fantastic. Strength, tackling, toughness, acceleration, awareness, 100% on all of them. It is. I love all the different stuff that people come up with, and a lot of it is sort of derivative. That is, never seen that one before.
Well, Kevin, go ahead and make your catch-up joke.
I wasn't. I was just going to say that I can't be critical of Kansas State because they went out and won that game against TCU. And while it didn't really end up mattering after all, I was like, okay, as long as I can get to one of the college football semifinals, I will stop making fun of this. I will stop making fun of K-State.
The good thing it did is it got Alabama's fans' hopes up. So that's great.
I don't know if there's been anything to make fun of at K-State since Ron Prince left. I mean, that program's that's a pretty good program.
Have you ever been to Manhattan, Kansas?
Yeah, you know what? They win football games. They just won the Big 12. They've been located in in Manhattan, Kansas, their whole life, and
but there's still plenty to make fun of.
Well, yes, but
winning a conference is not a good measure of a program.
Yeah. Anyway, no, Chris Kleiman is one of those people who has been on my list forever of like some smart program eventually is going to hire this guy, and Kansas State did, and Chris Creighton, another one of those guys on that list, just won the Potato Bowl last night. 9 wins at Eastern Michigan.
That's good.
The next time Indiana is in the market for a head coach,
I wonder
make that call.
I wonder how many times Eastern Michigan has fired a coach over the last 30 years who did not have 9 wins in their entire.
I would bet Ron English didn't get to 9 wins.
No.
It was the second time in program history that they won more than 7 games in a season. But they won more than 7 games once before he got there, and he won like 4 or 5 7+ win seasons since he got there.
Super chat from Omar Austin. Tom, is Tony your best friend? You guys have fantastic chemistry.
Oh God, I hope not. I mean, please.
Someone take the Step Brothers poster and put these two on it, please.
I was going to say if my
do
computer were not barely hanging on with the internet and opening any other app might knock us off the air, I would absolutely be on that. But then again, I already have a picture of Tony from McLovin with one of his childhood pictures and a driver's on the McLovin driver's license. And if we get $500 in super chats, I will post it.
I do like what Glasswing Butterfly says. Work wife.
We can't be the Step Brothers because they have bunk beds and we have the cot of shame.
Right.
But you guys have so much room for craps.
We will not have 2 cots of shame.
No, but we did find the tank top of shame or the jersey of shame. We found something like a really crazy they called it an Ohio State jersey. It was not a jersey.
Yeah, that was.
It was like a tank top, and I said we should buy it. And if we do that, that needs to become the new cause of shame. I have somebody saying to turn Tom's mic down.
That's
I don't
mute it. Please.
Yes. Matthew Miller, Buckeye Huddle. How do you feel about paying recruits a sign-on bonus with incentives, a pay-to-play type of approach? The more productive, the more NIL opportunities. We can't fall behind. Sounds like a lot of moving parts since the university isn't supposed to be involved in.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to state the obvious, but then it's going to kind of go out the window anyway. So you can't do that. But yet there are a lot of schools doing things you aren't supposed to be able to do right now. So I guess
That's
maybe
the thing.
you can. I don't know. I guess no one knows because you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Well, and you can pay for better play by just doing 1-year deals, and then the deal the next year is better. So it's like that is all very legal as long as it's coming from a collective. But I'm sick of hearing from Pat Narduzzi again saying Drake May is being offered by $5 million by 2 schools. I don't want to name the schools. I'm sick of Mac Brown saying the same thing. I don't want to name the schools. Jeff Traylor at UTSA. I don't want to name the schools. Then shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up if you're not going to name the schools.
Yeah.
This is not. I keep saying this is not a mafia. There's no omerta. There's no nothing. Somebody going to blow up your car for saying USC? USC didn't offer $5 million for Drake May, who was Alabama, losing Bryce Young.
Now do Jordan Addison.
Yeah, well, but they're exactly, and so name names.
Well,
and the thing is, one sec, you can say this collective at NC State has offered Drake May $5 million because the coaches at NC State have plausible deniability. So you're not saying NC State is offering. You can go ahead and throw that collective under the bus. We will then put all of the math together for you by saying North Carolina State is offering $5 million. The coach doesn't have to say a single school. They can just say this collective that provides money for that school.
I'm not here to throw out names, but you saw quarterback play at Texas A&M this year. Is there any doubt in your mind that A&M plausibly could be one of those teams?
They should be. They'd be dumb not to be.
You might actually get an ROI on that one.
Yes.
Might actually get a good player on that one.
Morning, Sue. Thanks for joining us here on the show. We're seeing a lot of our familiar names. Mika, we did talk about Brian Robinson. We'll recap that one here, but need to see him camp a little bit more is what we kind of had discussed.
Yeah, he just, he didn't play much his sophomore year. He got injured this past year, so the lack of game film is holding Ohio State back right now. It's kind of holding them hostage a little bit on making a decision.
Just thanks for the super chat. Mitchell Mullins, no question attached. I will keep an eye to see if you throw one in there that it just didn't get attached to it. But thank you once again. $498 away from the Tony Superbad driver's license image, which is on my home computer, not on this one.
We could have everyone vote. We have to eat lunch at some point. We can have everyone vote on what item Tony has to eat with ketchup. We can have all the ketchup you want. There's a Kroger right down the street. We'll go get a bottle of ketchup.
And a raw steak.
Yeah. And we can, it might be a vegan butcher. I was gonna say there's a butcher.
Oh yeah, no, that is a vegan butcher. So, I do not need a slab of portobello.
I'm sorry.
What is a vegan butch?
I'm sorry.
Tom's mind just exploded.
That doesn't.
Vegan butcher, Tom.
That's
the
like
cleaver in a big mushroom.
Yes, that's that.
Some
I was
beets?
talking about it with my wife last week. I said, yeah, where we go and do at the studio that we go in and do some of our group shows that there's a vegan butcher, and she's like, she looks at me, she's like, what? And I said, well, that's what they call themselves. I mean,
the killing floor there must be just.
Do you know who the original vegan butcher was?
I don't know. Some guy with a garden.
Gallagher.
No notes. Hang on. I got to send you a super chat for that one. Sorry. That's it. Yeah. Nope. We got it.
I'm not even going to punch this one through Fort Wayne Buckeye, but I do not want Burger King.
That's definitely a Huddle subscriber. That's definitely someone who's been with us for a while.
What's the version of a 6x6?
Intimate knowledge right there.
Sextuple Whopper.
They do have the triple whopper. You can see them on.
Just get 2 of them. Just smush them together.
Well, I guarantee you. I mean, the Whopper burger, other than mix being a lot grosser, is a lot larger too. I mean, that would be horrible.
I do want to answer this corners question.
Yes.
And I'm looking, and Mitchell
Throw that up.
Mullins jumped in with something.
4 a.m. there. Any of the corners in this class.
Yeah, I would do that, and then Mitchell, I promise we will get to you next.
Okay. The short answer is probably not. Can any of the corners in this class start next year? Be careful what you wish for on that. If that's the case, I think it's much more likely that there's been a disaster with the veterans than it means that, Jermaine Matthews or Calvin Simpson-Hunt are like the second coming of Jeff Okuda or something like that, because just my philosophy on this has been, there's been a huge debate about this. Should Ohio State go to the portal for a corner? And sure, if they can get like a future first round pick out there and plug him in, and then you're not worried about hurting feelings at that point. You lock down half the field at that point. But I think there's a bigger issue here. Go back and look at what J.K. Johnson was ranked. Go back and look at what Jordan Hancock was ranked. Even Denzel Burke was a 4-star.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't come up with a corner tandem out of what you already have in that room, I think there's been some big failures in development and certainly in evaluation, because some of the guys people are clamoring for in the transfer portal are carbon copies of J.K. Johnson and Jordan Hancock. They're highly ranked guys coming out of high school who haven't yet taken the reins and just dominated. And so why are you recruiting more of those guys? I think you need to develop what you have. And if you can't develop those guys, I've watched these guys in high school. J.K. Johnson's a freak athlete. If you can't make J.K. Johnson a serviceable corner in the Big Ten, I don't know what to tell you. I said the same thing. People were killing the linebackers a few years ago, and I said the same thing. They wanted to like totally revamp the linebacker room. I'm like, if you can't make Baron Browning a decent player, what is wrong with you? Like there's some development and evaluation things here that need to take place, I think. So I'm really high on Jermaine Matthews. I'm really high on Calvin Simpson-Hunt. But again, it's going to be year 3 for Jordan Hancock. It's going to be year 3 for J.K. Johnson. And they weren't terrible this year. They were inconsistent. They had ugly moments, but they also played well for stretches. Shouldn't we be developing those guys? Shouldn't we be giving them Hancock's hopefully, knock on wood, going to have a healthy offseason, which he didn't have last year. They're going to get into the mix immediately. They're going to I'm sure there's going to be a sit-down meeting with Walton and Eliano. If it hasn't happened already, it'll happen in January, February. It's like, look, this is your guys' room. Freaking take it,
Well, everybody wants what's behind door number 2. I mean, you bring in Jair Brown, who has to start because they're so thin and we're injured and everything else. And Jair played well, but yeah, I don't think you necessarily want to sit there and bring in a freshman corner when there's such a high leverage position and everything else, and say, here you go. I mean, I really like the 3 corners that are in Ohio State's class. We'll see what it ends up looking like after all the letters of intent are in, but I don't know if I want to thrust somebody out there at that point, because it means that you have just kind of given up on what else is there, and you better be confident in them, because if you sit there and you usurp them like that, the guys who've been passed over are going to say, see ya, I'm portal bound.
Well, and I'll throw you 3 names who, as redshirt freshmen, were either banged up or didn't play well. Garyon Conley, Damon Arnett, Marshawn Lattimore.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of those guys needed that 3rd year. Garyon Conley, you remember against Michigan State in 2014.
The fan base wanted him out.
He started that
left
game.
In East Lansing.
Yeah, he started that game because Eli Apple was hurt.
Yep.
He was getting torched. So they're like, Eli, you have to play hurt because this guy can't cover anybody. And so he went back in, and Garyon Conley becomes a first rounder. Damon Arnett, that 4th and 5th year is really when he started to play well. And then Marshawn Lattimore dealt with the hamstrings for his first 2 years. And then as a 3rd-year guy, blew up and was the top corner in the nation. So I'm not ready to move on from any of these guys. you've got so many guys with starting experience now. Technically 5 guys started this year at corner. And I thought Jair Brown was promising. So you'll have 4 guys returning with starting experience. That's more than, I don't know how many teams nationally have 4 guys that have starting experience at corner. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody does. And so that's what Ohio State will have. So I don't think you need to have freshmen come in and start, but I wouldn't have thought you needed Jair Brown to come in and start at one point this year either.
We have a backlog of questions I've promised to get to in super chats. Mitchell Mullins, who did come in with a super chat, found his question. I'll reiterate this. Tom looks like an early Kris Kringle with his haircut, and Santa Claus is coming to town. I
am not familiar.
He looks more like the Grinch to me, but David Young asked about defensive end in the portal. Asked twice about defensive end in the portal. Wanted to know if his question was showing up, but I'm assuming, is Ohio State going to pursue a defensive end in the portal?
I'll tell you, 12:01. No, I think certainly if I'm expecting them to miss on Damon Wilson. Certainly if things go sideways with Uiagalelei here at 12 o'clock, and it's just Joshua Mickens, who I would just be stunned if that's not Ohio State. But if it's just Joshua Mickens at this point, yeah, I think they're going to look. Now, here's the problem with going into the portal. You have 2 defensive ends coming back who are going to be kind of leading your room in Tuimoloau and Sawyer. Who are you convincing from the portal? So again, this is kind of, it's not the same as the corner situation. I think this is a better example of maybe being a tough decision. But would it not be more efficient to coach Caden Curry up, to coach Kenyatta Jackson up, to coach Amari Abor up? I mean, you have 3 true. You're getting Mitchell Melton back. You have 3 true freshmen who, again, we seem to forget this, all very top 100, top 50 prospects coming out of high school just a year ago. Would it not be better to coach those guys up than to try and thread the needle where you're finding a guy who's clearly not going to be a star for you next year because no star player is going to walk into that room and be the 3rd defensive end? Or would it, or you're going to be reaching for a developmental guy, and then it's like, well, just develop Kenyatta Jackson.
Yeah, and that's 3 guys who were top 125 guys last year, and the guy who was the lowest of the 3 is Caden Curry, who might be the best. So
the best one.
You get 2 guys who were Kenyatta Jackson was number 60 overall, Amari Abor number 63 overall, 5th and 6th ranked edge players last year.
I want people to remember this because I've seen this a lot on our message board on Twitter. Everyone is like, well, they're only recruiting at quarterback and wide receiver right now. Last year's recruiting class was defense heavy. Most of their top rated guys in last year's recruiting class were defensive players. So, and in the development curve, you are making your biggest leap as a college football player from year 1 to year 2. That's the biggest leap in development these guys make. So you have all these corners that are going to be in the program, all these defensive backs who have been in the program. You're going to have all these defensive linemen, especially. Talk about Hero Canoe, who's 17 years old when he got to campus. He's got another year. He's got a year under his belt now. Would it not be better to develop those guys than go get some former 5-star who washed out at Texas A&M?
Yeah, and you look at Michigan has grabbed a couple of guys in the last 2 years. Last year, Yoki or
Oluwatimi?
No, from the defensive end, Iabi Yoki, and who was a 5-star at Alabama, then had to move, got booted out of there or something, had to go to a lower level, and then came back to Michigan. He was a part-time guy, did some good, but wasn't necessarily anybody that you wrote home about. This year they're getting Coastal Carolina, guy who has 2 years at Coastal Carolina, a 230-pound edge guy who is going to be a part-time pass rusher, but they're also probably losing Mike Morris, their starting defensive end, losing more guys on the defensive line as well. So there's room there they're looking for starters. Ohio State is not looking for starters at defensive end. And I I get the rotation thing. Are they looking for a number 4 guy? I'm with you. You've invested the time in Kenyatta
Who's gonna be
Jackson.
a better
Amari
4
Gore.
guy than Caden Curry?
Well, I think Caden Curry's the number 3 guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
So it's
for,
like
you know,
the other guys that they've already invested in, where those are the guys that you put time in that you like. And so at this point, we're picking nits between who should be your number 4 defensive end.
now, if you're Ohio State, you've had a year or two of data. If you know you've got some,
Yeah.
if you know you've got some bad player, oh boy, we missed
Mhm.
on this kid. This kid can't
Yep.
play here. We've got a room with 2 or 3 kids that we know can't play here. We screwed up our evaluations. By all means, go out there, but you'll see those guys in the portal too.
Mhm.
Those guys will go, and so then you'll get your
Right.
idea of how they feel about their
I mean,
depth.
we're at the point now too
But-
where you'll see the homesickness. I mean, the guy,
Yeah.
if some guys are, because it happens. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to put a name on anything, but so and so decides, oh, I want to go closer to home, and you see some of this young depth that you have depart. Then by all means, you need to look for something
Right.
and figure it out, and somebody who's worked through that already.
Or if you can get, Justin Fields or Jonah Jack, if you can get an all-American type guy, just plug and play. Sure, there aren't that many guys out there. I've kind of said this before, but a lot of these guys are in the portal because it didn't work at their last stop.
Mhm.
So for every Jordan Addison, there are 50 guys who just it didn't work for them. There's 50, Kamar Wheaton's former at one point was a 5-star running back. I don't know if he finishes, went to Alabama, didn't work at Alabama. Now he's at SMU and he's like part of like a 4-headed mon. He's not even
Right. I saw him a little bit in
he's
their
not
bowl
even a
game.
go-to
Yeah.
guy at SMU.
No.
It's like, and that's kind of what we're talking about here, where you're asking, well, let's go get that guy. I'm like, that guy's just Kamar Wheaton 2.0. Why would you, if Ohio State would have gotten Kamar Wheaton 2.0 in the transfer portal, what would that have done for them?
And the other thing is the guys who are worth something, who are not, the question marks. How many other teams are also going for them?
Right.
I mean, we're like a Johnny Cornelius. Let's talk about a Johnny Cornelius, a right tackle for University of Rhode Island. Ohio State is one of 20, 30 teams going after him. He took visits to 5 schools, and it was like 5 significant schools. You are not the only team that needs a right tackle. You're not the only team that needs an edge rusher. You're not the only team that needs a quarterback, whatever position you want to say for each of these examples. There are lots of teams who are looking for the same guys, and the demand exceeds the supply in pretty much every case.
The best analogy I can use for how I think you need to operate in the transfer portal, and how I think we can nitpick a lot of things about the way Ohio State runs their program. We can nitpick, do they rotate too much? People are complaining about the rotation on defensive line. I think that's fair.
Very fair.
Do they not play their best guys enough? Do they, are they aligned properly with the collectives and NIL? Like, there are a lot of things I think we can nitpick. I think
Do
Ohio,
they punt too much in
right,
plus territory?
Yes. The red zone play calling. But I think the one thing they've got right is how they operate in the transfer portal. I think they have done as good of a job in the transfer portal as just about any program in the country, in terms of what you want to be doing is, think of it as like throwing darts. You want to be throwing at the bull. You want to be like 2 inches away from the bullseye when you're throwing the dart in the transfer portal. You don't want to be. I don't want to be throwing it across the room, hoping to hit the bullseye. I want to be like right up in front of it, and I can hit the. That's how you want to operate in the transfer portal. You want to get Jonah Jackson, Justin Fields, Trey Sermon. You don't want to get 5-star kid who wasn't mature enough to handle, Texas A&M or Alabama or Georgia, and so he didn't go to. So he, quits the team, and he didn't go to class. He washed out, and he got passed on the depth chart. And you're not trying to revive careers here. Like you want to be bringing in guys who have already proven on and off the field that they are adults, basically, and you want to be bringing them in and plugging, a significant area of weakness. Otherwise, you need to develop the 4- and 5-star players you're recruiting.
Yeah, you go back through some of the guys who've transferred out from Ohio State. You've had plenty of 5-star players transfer out from Ohio State over the last few years. And I remember seeing certain fan bases get very excited. Oh, he's a 5-star from Ohio State. Oh, and then it's like you go back and look 2 years later, and it's like, played 3 snaps against Fordham. Okay, cool. That's
Tyreek
big.
Johnson.
Yes.
I wasn't going to name names, Tony.
I'm sitting on like 4 super chats, so let's start.
Yes, let's roll through 'em.
Gunnar Bennett. Do you think Ohio State gets running back Jordan Marshall 2024?
I do. I think they've been in the lead for him. I would have to think not only does the way this running back situation has played out in 2023 appeal to Jordan, I would also have to imagine from Ohio State's angle, Jordan Marshall was already important, probably becomes a little bit more important to Tony Alford and Ryan Day at this point as well. So yes, I have Ohio State in the driver's seat there right now. And by the way, I think he's a fantastic player and would be a great pickup.
They take 2 next year if they can.
Well, they're going to take 2 this year. So yeah, I mean, I would.
So 4 next year. That's what I'm hearing.
They've been taking 2 tight ends for 6 years in a row, and they haven't actually done it. But yeah, I think that's going to be the target number for sure.
Omar Austin, I just want to say a huge thank you to Mark for the monthly emails, reminding me to pay my subscription to Buckeye Huddle. #subscribe now.
So those are automated. Just FYI, I have talked to tech about that because I know some people don't. We want to be transparent and send alerts out like, hey, your subscription is up to renew, basically. So we want to be transparent with that because I think people get mad when things renew on them and they're like, well, I didn't even know my renewal date was coming up. So I'm going to continue to take feedback from you guys on that about the alerts for renewal.
So I can stop writing the handwritten letters?
Yes, Tony, you can stop. Yes.
Sealed with a kiss. Bill Evans, have to mute you guys to take some business calls. Don't say anything important. So now we go to our Tom segment.
I was going to say, let's go to Kevin. Beat me to it.
I was going to say it's going to cost a lot more than $5 to get us to shut up for.
I was going to say
minutes,
I need to sit there and get the Jerry Lewis telethon big board up here.
Is there enough money he could offer to get Tom to shut up? I don't think there is.
Oh, wow.
Now we're just hurting feelings.
Rose Quartz Lemonade. If BH is a part of the coaching staff, what positions would you guys be targeting?
Can we get, I don't know if we can get clarification, like recruiting or like transfer portal?
No, I mean, I guess, well, I don't know. I mean, is it that or is it, or if we were actually coaching position? I don't know.
Position? Oh God.
I mean,
no, I think
it's where is Ohio State maybe weak right now? And
okay, that we'll go that way. And Rose Quartz Lemonade, jump in if we're not going in the right direction.
Go around the Tom. We'll go around the horn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious spots where you need more are offensive line. I think would be my number one. Like, I would. If it were me, I would recruit a 5-star left tackle, but I guess I'm just built different. I would simply go to Caden Proctor and say, hey, instead of flipping from Iowa to Alabama, you should flip from Iowa to Ohio State.
Here's $10 million that we don't actually have, but we're going to tell you we have.
Were you aware of our school? Would you like to? Yeah. No, Kevin.
Thought we were going around the table this way.
We can go around the table this way. No, for me, it's left tackle. And that's why I still wasn't sure that Johnny Cornelius addressed that. And I think he's a right tackle, 2 years at Rhode Island. So does that mean he can play left tackle at Ohio State? I don't think that's what that means for sure. And the fact that there's no left tackle out now, there may be with the Washington State kid who has played left tackle that they've just offered. So maybe they can land him. But if not, it's Donovan Jackson, Zen Mahalski. And are they feeling good about that? They may have to. But I think that's my number one right there. I do find it interesting that they were going after Fentrell Cypress, the corner, when we feel good about the depth, but they're certainly looking to add that one guy. Not necessarily interested in Tony Grimes, who is more of the guy that you were talking about. Like he's just a guy, been around for a while. Ohio State was interested in him at one time, but do you need another guy that is just like a number 4 guy? Like you're looking for a number 1 guy. Is that Cypress? But Tom, I'm with you at left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, left tackle. I think even beyond just left tackle, it feels like Ohio State feels like it has 5 or 6 good offensive linemen, but it also feels like even if they can't get that stud left tackle, they'd like to bring in the best guy they can find, even if he's a guard, and just push the starters, because I think there is some dead weight down there in the 2 and 3 deep that may have to get washed out of here, because it's just, you're not hearing by now, 3 years into the program, and it's just like you're still not really hearing much. So I think there's a depth issue there that they're going to have to try to address as well. The corner thing's interesting. I think there's 2 things I think with Cypress. One, you alluded to it, is are they Is he? I know. I think he was like second team.
Mhm.
I've had people in the ACC tell me I don't know if he can play at Ohio State. I've had people who cover the ACC tell me that. So I think that's the question: is okay, you're bringing him in. That's not going to make the guys you have super happy,
Right.
and that's fine. I'm not one of those guys who's like, well, you can't hurt feelings. I get it. You can hurt feelings. But if you're going to hurt feelings, you have to make it worth it to hurt feelings. You don't
Jonah
wanna,
Jackson.
Yeah. Jonah Jackson and Justin Fields can hurt feelings. Justin Fields can hurt Tate Martell's feelings. That's going to be okay.
We don't know how that would have ended up. Out of fairness.
True. Yeah. Tate would have. Yeah, I'm sure he would have killed it. But
Here's something really interesting. Cormani McLean will not sign today. Number 2 overall player.
oh my gosh, it just he won't go away.
The next round of bidding is now open.
Yes. Let those NIL offers come in.
So Texas A&M.
Yes.
what we're saying?
But yeah, so not only that with Cypress, but I also think there is some level of insurance here against Kienholz. I think you're going to see. I think they want to see what Kienholz does today, if he does anything today. And if he signs, I think there's going to be less motivation to add another body. But if he doesn't, I do think whether that's in the February signing period or even via the portal, you may see them get more aggressive, and it may not be so much of a we have to get a starter, as it may just be let's find someone who we like from a talent perspective and just bring him in as another developmental guy. But so that's another position I would throw out there. And like I said, I'm team develop what you have at corner and defensive end right now, unless you can get an All-American type of guy.
I mean, I agree with the offensive line and left tackle. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing in 2 linemen. Certainly need to have some real conversations with some of the guys who have been in the program a couple years who have not really been able to get onto even the second team at this point.
It's hard to tell Ohio guys. Are you guys homesick?
Well, I mean, there certainly were some misses during the Greg Studrawa era.
What?
In your opinion?
I know. I mean, and then, I mean, obviously the news, and I want to send out, positive energy and well wishes to Avery Henry, who has been diagnosed with a form of bone cancer. Keep fighting, Avery. We all, everybody, Buckeye fan or not, is in your corner and is going to support you. But in a very cold and calloused way, there's somebody else that you've lost in terms of your depth. So I think they need to bring a couple in there. And I do think that I'm always looking for talented guys in the secondary, both corner and safety. I mean, if it makes sense, but it has to be somebody that is a difference maker, not somebody that's just coming in because they really want, they want to win, they want to be a part of a team that wins a ring. You need to come in because you want to win that ring.
Yeah.
You specifically.
Yeah, and in this defense, you need as many defensive backs as you can get because you don't necessarily know who is going to be that nickel guy.
And I'll try. I didn't want to steal the entire conversation, but I'd throw out safety. I think they're going to need a safety at some point. And I think Lathan Ransom is more likely to come back now than he was before the Michigan game, which did not go well for any of the safeties. But they've already lost 2 to the portal. There's Tanner McAllister is up.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie Hickman's already said he's leaving. It's 4 safeties, and you were already a little light on numbers.
And
So
if Sonny
you may have to
Styles is a
bring-
linebacker,
right?
Yeah.
I mean that screams to me. Now I just don't think to this point. I think the biggest reason there's 2 reasons we haven't seen a lot of safety transfer portal activity from Ohio State yet. One obviously is what is Lathan Ransom doing? Is anyone else transferring? What is Sonny Styles? But I think the bigger thing right now is I haven't, maybe there is and I've missed, I haven't seen a safety in the portal that I'm like, oh yeah, that would make sense for Ohio State. I haven't seen that yet.
Devin Davis or Derek Davis, not necessarily
Yeah,
that guy. I mean, he couldn't do it at LSU.
And I think he was kind of a tweener before. And with the Knowles defense, there isn't really a position for that safety linebacker hybrid, in my opinion, as much as there might have been under a previous, like a Pete Warner position.
Mhm.
I think that's not as in need, I guess, in this scheme as it was previously. So I don't know if that's going to be a scheme fit there or not, but I think they're looking for more of like a cover safety. And I just don't know that there is one in the portal yet that makes sense.
But what you
stay
also,
tuned.
but I was going to say, everybody, this takes me to another question, not the one that I have on the screen right now. Everybody is worried about how quickly Michigan has moved in the portal. And congratulations to Michigan for going out and picking up several players. I mean, I'm not exactly convinced that Jack Tuttle is a huge pickup from Indiana, from Utah, from everything else. Chris Olave's quarterback, but we don't know everybody who's going to be in the portal. Once classes are signed and the numbers kind of normalize at programs, there are going to be guys saying, all right, well, maybe I should move on. There are going to be guys who are going to be like, who are told to move on, and we'll see what happens there. I mean, it's kind of like in basketball where Ohio State goes out and picks up a couple of transfers there, and then like a couple more big names come in after Ohio State was already full. And I'm not saying that Ohio State was going to get those big names before, but it isn't a race to fill your class with transfers day one. Now, if you go out and you get yourself some legitimate, ballers, then, great.
I think what Michigan has done grabbing offensive linemen is smart, but I think Michigan has starting holes to fill because of recruiting misses. Ohio State doesn't necessarily have those same holes to fill as starter. They need depth maybe more than anything else, whereas Michigan is promising all of these guys, and rightfully so, except for Jack Tuttle. You can start. We're losing tackles, we're losing defensive ends, we're losing linebackers, and so there are opportunities for those guys to play immediately and start. But again, how good will they be? Who knows? I mean, that's the transfer portal.
Michigan essentially cratered their recruiting class.
Yes.
It's like 2 years ago now, with the Harbaughs interviewing for the NFL, and
Yeah, and they're still like
they're still
20 something.
Yeah.
So they're recovering from that class, which was decidedly not good, and so they've got holes to fill. They've got more holes to fill, and I know that sounds crazy because they just beat Ohio State 2 years in a row, which opens up a whole other conversation of why that happened and how that happened and why it shouldn't be happening. But Michigan does not have the same level of talent and depth that Ohio State has. They just don't. So it's even, I guess, more kudos to them for winning the game the last 2 years.
Turn my mic on. Odysseus 2002. I've heard signed kids out of high school can enter portal between now and fall camp. Any truth to that? Now, it's happened. I mean, that portal, that people can now out of high school enter the portal between the time that they signed their NLI and fall camp.
Oh, Brew McCoy?
Yes, a Brew McCoy situation.
Yeah. And that brings a whole new conversation to light that I was kind of thinking about yesterday as a lot of this was going on. Is you're seeing these tweets. Zach Soskin put that one out yesterday, and I don't know if people know who Zach is. He's very well connected. I think he does a lot of this, he represents athletes at this point, but he was an Adidas rep for years. So he is very well connected in the world of recruiting. He put out a tweet that schools are promising X, and then a lot of them have had to come to the table the last week and tell kids like, oh yeah, by the way, not as much money as we told you the first time, and we don't, this, that, and the other.
What?
So to sum up, it's like, okay, what happens when the checks start to bounce on some of this stuff? And, a kid was, told some ridiculous number, $3 million or $750,000 for a linebacker or something. And the numbers aren't what they said they were. How quickly are we going to see this rush to the portal, like in the spring, when it was like, well, I only came here because you offered me 5 times more than everybody else, but now I realize you don't actually have the money, so I'm out of here. I think that's going to be a real thing at some point, and it's going to be interesting to see how that works.
College or high school kids getting catfished by college football programs. This is. I mean, I don't know which timeline this is, but it is definitely the dumbest one for sure.
Lene Kakua has offered me $4 million to come to Notre Dame. How can I say no?
Wow. Ryan's Trip and Hotel reports. How concerned should we be about linebacker? Arvell Reese might be an edge. CJ Hicks has a massive knee injury. Gay Powers is an edge, etc.
Gabe Powers is still working at middle linebacker, so I don't know that he's will he grow into an edge? Maybe. I think that's what a lot of people were expecting to see from him. But when he shows up to Ohio State, the smaller of the two linebackers between him and CJ Hicks, I think that was a surprise for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, CJ Hicks, is there a concern with CJ Hicks's knee injury that was on the opening kickoff against Michigan, I think? Are you aware of a concern that might impact his 2023 season? Normally a knee injury is.
Well, if it's an ACL, you're talking 9 months.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I have not heard anything that would indicate that would be a significant impact on his 2023
right. And trying to ask Ryan Day about it, to use your one question, so nobody's used that one question to ask Ryan Day, not knowing if you're actually going to get an answer. So,
I know,
but it's like, is this the dreaded long-term thing or what? And you should have information by now. And that's maybe something that I don't know if he will be asked about it today. I wasn't planning on asking about him. That's something more at bowl media day where you can just fire 1,000 questions at him. It's really tough when you get one question and a follow-up to that question, the way that Ohio State is trying to do it this year. You can't really waste questions, especially waste a question. Asking a question about injury is often wasting a question to Ryan Day. And if you're only getting one question, you don't necessarily want to throw it out there for the number 3 will linebacker.
I would, if I were you, I would just make it one of my 3 quickies.
Damn.
Ryan, I got 5 questions here, but I'm going to ask them all at once.
And what was the fourth part of your question? The B portion of the fourth part or the C portion of the fourth part?
The great Tim May.
We love Tim.
The legend, yes.
So I think linebacker right now is a situation where they need more data. So is Tommy Eichenberg definitely coming back? Is Steele Chambers definitely coming back?
He is definitely
coming back. He did say that.
Yes.
Right? So, okay, so there's one. Is Tommy Eichenberg coming back? Is anyone portaling? Is I don't want to
Reed Carrico?
Yeah.
I don't mean to throw names.
Right,
but
and even like a Cody Simon who can start somewhere if it becomes clear he might not, if Eichenberg's blocking him or something.
I think he's good enough to start in a lot of places.
But if Tommy leaves, then
right. So are they bringing back their top 2 mics? So once those are answered, then I think we'll know, portal plug and play guy.
It is.
But again, I shouldn't say that. There is one guy in the portal that I think makes a lot of sense, and I would roll the dice on this one. And it kind of goes against what I've said to an extent, but
Mike Mitchell.
Yeah. Yes. I refuse to believe if the medical end of things is okay. I refuse to believe Justin Flo cannot play.
Well, he's going to Arizona. Is what I saw.
Is that done?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So that's a good gift for them.
There's another one of those because he only entered the portal like yesterday, so he already okay.
Yeah,
so
I've already seen the commitment edit.
He fielded his offers before he was in the portal, and then just
Oh no,
Mark. Everyone,
that's not happening. That'd be tampering, and no one is doing that.
I think he went alphabetically.
Gosh, I just saw it. Finally, he's in the portal last night. That was the guy who made sense. But yeah, that's hilarious. Oh my God, Arizona.
I follow a lot of very random football programs. Like I have my tastes are unconventional meme. Like that's me with college football teams. I follow New Mexico State. We mentioned earlier the Kansas State barbecue sauce graphic. New Mexico State just tweeted out an hour ago a graphic of a 4-star quarterback from Texas A&M, Eli Stowers, transferring to New Mexico State. They've got him wearing a cowboy hat and doing finger guns with both hands. So this is extremely my stuff right here. This is the part of college football that is my absolute favorite.
You really want to be an Aggie for life to transfer from Texas A&M to New Mexico State. What is up with that?
There's some sort of like Aggie, like a special Aggie waiver or something.
Or New Mexico State. It wasn't.
It was New Mexico State.
It's not the Lobos.
No,
that's
the Lobos. They're way too.
I mean, we need to get the college video game back so everybody is up to date on all those things.
Utah State next. Almost has to be.
He has to graduate so that he can just move on without sitting out. Isn't that to go from Texas A&M, because he was a freshman this year. He was part of their greatest class ever, if I recall. To then end up isn't that 2 steps down rather than just 1 step?
From a team that you thought was going to win the national championship to a team that
from an SEC
that might not win New Mexico.
A team that just made its They just made their third bowl game since 1960 or something like that.
But like, couldn't he go to a Michigan State level?
Could they may have
Maybe
they may
he
have
did.
used they may have used all their money they've used all their money on Mel Tucker.
Tuck's like, sorry,
Sorry.
Tuck, you can split this money with you and a quarterback out of the transfer portal.
We don't even have money for our assistant coaches
Yeah.
anymore. Will you take it? An NF Tuck.
There's a great. Here it is. I don't know if I'm
Jim Graham
Photoshop.
saying that New Mexico State is an engineering school. And Roris is saying New Mexico has all that NIL cashola oil. And really quick, Buckeye Corey just announced that Reed Carrico is from his area. So I asked him when he is going to take us to the Scioto River.
The river, yes. Cannot wait.
One day.
I
One
do-
day.
You need to get down.
The river is fantastic. Unfortunately, there is no real direct path to get down there over the river and through the woods.
Now, do they do riblets, which is the preferred way to eat ribs?
Is that the boneless?
No,
wings?
I've
the
only
boneless
ever had
wings of
steak
ribs?
there like a grown up.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know.
All right. You know, it has been, I don't know, an hour since
People,
we last-
yes, I have had people that I've put into the starred comments that would love to hear who has signed.
Kevin, get your slow.
I hate you.
So we will go through here. So here is who has signed. All the same people from an hour ago that we mentioned. And that is quarterback Lincoln Kienholz, receivers Brandon Inniss, Noah Rogers, and Bryson Rogers, tight end Jelani Thurman, offensive lineman Austin Searveld, Luke Montgomery, Josh Padilla, and Miles Walker. Defensive lineman
Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, thank you, Kevin. Defensive tackle Will Smith. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald. Linebacker Arvell Reese. Cornerback Calvin Simpson-Hunt. Cornerback Jermaine Matthews. And safety Malik Hartford. And we are still waiting to hear from current commits Carnell Tate, Kyan Lee, Jaden Bonsu, and Cedric Hawkins. And then the three defensive ends at Ohio State waiting on Joshua Mickens around noon, Mateo Uiagalelei around noon, Damon Wilson, I think Mark said around noon. I think somebody else said around 2:30. So some point at
Who
this
knows?
afternoon.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't really matter with Damon Wilson, though.
No. As you can see, Mark and Tom have stepped out for a minute. So,
I did not notice them leaving. I was too focused
well,
on the job.
I'm focused on when we're going to have to change the battery, which will probably be here in a couple minutes. So I will probably throw one of those signed boards up at that point as I change the camera battery. I want to thank everybody for being part of this stream. We've been 500 plus strong for a while. Started a little slow, been dealing with some internet issues. So if there is a bit of a fuzzy picture, apologies. It takes a lot of bandwidth to make us look good. So we're doing the best that we can there. Odysseus 2002 says that Tony would offer an NI deal to Red Gold. I don't know if that would be his catsup with a C of choice.
I'm a Heinz man. I was born a Heinz man. I will die a Heinz man.
I mean, all right, really quick, and I'm sure we're going to get comments of I'm not here for your ketchup talk. But if Tony's in the show, you know there's ketchup talk. Heinz, Hunt's, Red Gold. So we know Heinz is one for you, but between Hunt's and Red Gold,
Couldn't even tell you. I wouldn't even know. Now, the best ketchup is just the stuff in the squeezable red bottle because you don't know what it is. You just assume it's Heinz. And if it's not, you don't know.
well, when we were at Haas's in Pennsylvania, they had just like special restaurant brand or something like that. You know, GFS ketchup.
Doesn't matter.
So I mean,
Like, do you think it was Heinz in school? Like growing up? No.
I've never really been a big ketchup person. I mean, I like it on my fries.
Spicy ketchup.
Well, spicy ketchup at Whataburger is a different condiment altogether. I mean, it's like saying that mayonnaise and like a garlic aioli are like, the same thing. They're not. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
Miracle Whip is better.
you probably also like that sandwich spread that had like a little bit of like sweet relish in it or something like that. my mom used to sit there and she'd try and sneak that in some sandwiches on us. I don't know why. It had no extra nutritional value whatsoever. And
vegetables in it.
yeah, all right. Rora saying DJ is going to Hawaii. Has that happened, or is that just? I mean, I know that somebody threw it out there in
Right, I don't think-
in some sort of crystal ball.
I don't think you're announcing for Hawaii at what, like 5 a.m. Hawaii time.
Well, I mean, all the surfers are up.
There's Hawaii. There's been Fresno State's been thrown out there.
I bet it's not Fresno State.
You're gonna bet it's not Fresno State.
I'll
Jay
take the
Kaner?
field against Fresno
Jay Kaner
State.
moving on.
Mhm.
Hawaii game. I'll tell you what. Look, there's an interesting jump off. If Hawaii gets good at NIL, phew, forget about it, right?
Is this DJ Uyunglele?
Yeah, and when I say it wasn't going to be Fresno State, I was actually thinking Mateo. That might be because UCLA is off the table now. I would assume if it was ever on the table, but UCLA landing.
Dante Moore, yeah.
Dante Moore.
Not Damon Moore, the
Damon
former.
Moore, DJ Moore. We got-
Astoria to, yes. Okay, so speaking of my weird college football thing,
Yes.
Hawaii is definitely on that list. Here's the problem with Hawaii. Like you're thinking right now, wow, Timmy Chang, incredible air raid quarterback. Hey, live in paradise. If they can only get NIL fired up. One of the big issues with Hawaii is number one, it's located very far from anything else. So it is very expensive to take recruiting trips there. And two is they are broke.
Yeah.
Hawaii has been broke for a long time. I don't expect NIL to be a big thing. That is not a, you can only get paid in, flowered necklaces so long. And then eventually the utility starts dropping.
They're going to give you one of those enchanted tiki necklaces, and you're gonna hurt yourself in the big surfing competition.
I don't know.
Did you not watch the special Brady Bunch goes to Hawaii?
Everybody watched it, but it's
We
better to
all
ignore that
know.
it didn't happen. And
This isn't like the Star Wars Christmas special. This was a pretty solid episode.
I will say the cost of living in Hawaii is so expensive that the NIL money would have to be even more, because you give a guy $200,000, he's like, great, but milk is $7 a gallon here, and that's not even the organic milk. This is just the 2% that anybody can have for $2.79 at Kroger. It's like $8.
How much? I mean, but as Jim Graham points out about macadamia nuts here in the lower 48 are like $1 million. I mean, if you're getting paid by those out there, I mean, you could sit there and do a little importing, exporting of the macadamia nuts.
As long as you stick with the nuts and don't do any importing, exporting of stuff that you shouldn't be doing.
Is it macadamias or pistachios that cost like the
I
entire,
mean, it
all of Lake Erie's water?
It goes. I mean, and it goes peanuts, cashews, pistachios, macadamias. Macadamias are much more expensive than pistachios.
No, one of them uses like 55 gallons of water.
Well,
that's
I mean,
one.
Mm.
Oh, that's almonds. Okay.
Yeah, but macadamia nuts are like the saffron of nuts. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, recruiting.
Do you think you're getting this on
Signing
any
day,
other
that's
signing
right.
day live stream?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's signing
You're
day,
welcome.
That's right. I forgot.
Hey, right now we've already had somebody. Let me find it on there that just said that. Yeah, Ferris said, "Best Buckeye show on YouTube." Thank you. I try to carry these three.
So let's get back to some of the prospects. Let's talk about Noah Rogers, and I've marked all who we have.
And I'm going to put up his board, and I'm going to change the battery while we're doing
Okay.
that.
So if you throw up Noah Rogers there, 6'2", 195. When I watch him, I see a guy this is a guy you throw 50-50 balls to, and you turn into a 70-30 guy, that sort of thing. I don't know how fast he is, but he's faster than everybody else. And to me, I see some Emeka there. He's maybe a little bit bigger, but I think to me, he's an outside guy, but a guy that can just go and get the ball.
It is not hard to find multiple people that are very well connected around Ohio State who feel that Noah Rogers is the best receiver in this class for the Buckeyes. And I know that's he's probably the third highest ranked guy across the consensus rankings and things like that. But it is not hard to find people who think he's going to be the best of the group. He is a really, really bouncy athlete. He can get vertical. He can blow by you. But as you said, he's just a monster on those contested jump balls. He's just a freaky athlete. He carries himself a lot like Marvin Harrison Jr. He's not a big talker. He's not like a boisterous personality. But he really works hard. We spent some time with him and his coach at the high school back in the spring, and just the work ethic and the leadership qualities and things like that. He's a great teammate. The coach was kind of just raving about him and how close he is with his teammates. And I think this is the guy who may surprise people of that receiver group, because I think a lot of it is Inniss and Carnell Tate. And I'm a huge Carnell Tate guy, but I think Rogers is a guy, again, quiet. We had to go track him down in Rollsville.
Where is Rollsville?
Raleigh, Durham.
Outside of Raleigh, Durham. There is a fantastic Moe's there too. Moe's Southwestern Grill.
They're all fantastic.
We stopped there. It's like, we have all of this barbecue out in this area. Where are we going to go eat? Hey, there's a Moe's.
Moe's. Free nachos.
We had just driven from God knows where. Was that like what leg did we do to get to Raleigh? Was it Atlanta to Raleigh?
It was
overnight?
Atlanta to Raleigh. We
night
drove
before.
through South Carolina, which was completely under construction.
Yeah.
And it was a last second audible because, and Mark can kind of get into this story, Noah is very much a homebody. A lot of people felt that he was going to just stay close to home and go to NC State. We weren't so sure. And then we finally wrestled with it. We were either going to go back up through Georgia a little bit more and maybe go into Tennessee, or go out to North Carolina, which was the much longer drive. And I hadn't had nearly enough driving on this trip. So I'm like, let's just, please, sir, can I have some more? Let's drive further.
Yeah. So I think we slept in that morning because we got in late because of the construction. And so I was like, well, I guess it's just Moe's instead of spending 30 minutes trying to find the best barbecue spot. But you remember who we were going to see if we didn't go that way. If we went the other direction, Atlanta to Tennessee, remember who was kind of on my target list. And boy, was that a good decision in hindsight. We were going to.
I remember it was a big name, and
go
see Justice Haynes. Yes,
and then we were going to go see Ty Lockwood. So yikes!
Roll Tide.
Right. So,
but maybe if we would have gone up there to see Ty Lockwood, he wouldn't have flipped to Alabama.
Maybe
they would have seen.
All our fault.
They would have seen the reach
I
of
still
Buckeye
blame Tom
Huddle.
for not
Why
doing
I
that.
do. I mean, all decommits, as said earlier. I believe it was Yakov said that they're all Tom's fault.
Yes, but yes, so we do end up at Rollsville, and yeah, he's an impressive kid. We can verify the height. He's big time. I think brings a bit of a different dynamic than a lot of the other guys in this class, just because of how tall, with the tall, the 6'2", 6'3", the long arms, and just ability to run by people and just go up and get the ball. I mean, Carnell Tate can do a little bit of that, but that's not really like Brandon Innis's game. It's not really Bryson Rogers' game. So, just look at him, just go up over the middle there and just snatch that. I mean, just really, really impressive athlete and just a great kid and a hard worker. So you expect him to really work at it the way that like a Marvin Harrison Jr. does.
It would not surprise me in the least bit if he ends up coming out of this class and we look at the four of them after their Ohio State careers are done, and that Noah Rogers ends up being the best of the four. Yeah. It would not surprise me at all.
Well, and how often does the quiet kid turn out to be the one who and everyone is like the pleasant surprise in the class, where the guys who get all the attention are getting all the attention for off-field stuff, and therefore, it's like the guys who commit late. They're the ones who everyone's super excited. Well, you got all the other guys earlier in the class. Guess what? They count just as much. Just because you got someone on early signing day doesn't mean.
Let's look at the last couple classes. Who had the ranking? Who had the early hoopla and attention in the now junior class of receivers at Ohio State? It was not Jackson Smith and
Julian
Jigba.
Fleming.
G. Scott as well.
Yeah.
And Jackson was the late guy, just kind of shut up, and
he was like the number 57 receiver in the nation when he committed. So
and stop us if you've heard this before. We saw him on Southern Swing.
We saw him in the spring, and I said, "Well, he's definitely not a 3-star, and he's definitely way better than people thought." And then I saw him in the summer at the opening. I said, "Oh, he's actually the best receiver in the class." And then we saw him at what used to be the Army Bowl. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's definitely a 5-star. And so,
And you were wrong, because who had the best year this year statistically? Julian Fleming. Would you like
Exactly.
to apologize?
yes, I'm sorry, it was a big miss. Go back then the year before.
Good hamstrings. Julian Fleming 2, JSN 1.
Marvin Harrison Jr. was not. I don't even
He
think
dropped.
if you catch Ohio State's people in a moment of honesty, they will absolutely tell you they thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was good. Obviously, they offered him, they took him. Nobody thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to be like best receiver in college football as a sophomore good. And so he was more quiet, maybe less heralded. He wasn't even the highest ranked St. Joe's prep player to commit to Ohio State in that class.
I was going to say, was it Kyle McCord and Friend, or was it Marvin Harrison and Friend?
It was Greg Oden and Mike Conley.
Yeah. And so now we'll see on this young group of freshmen, but the guy I hear the most about now he was pretty highly ranked, so maybe he goes a little bit against this, but the guy I hear the most about in this freshman class is Caleb Brown. And he was a quiet kid.
Mm-hmm.
Now he had maybe a bit more rankings juice behind him in comparison to his peers than like Jackson did. But he's not a big personality. He's not a big talker. He's not a big social media guy. So this is a trend. We've got a note here. I need a pen.
Just give us the last 3.
I have every other piece of equipment between the
Whether
3
we get
bags I
lunch or
brought in.
not, whether we get lunch or not depends on what I'm.
Well,
about
I'm
to
already
put
kind
down
of
here.
sitting here trying to decide at what point do we switch cameras so Tony and I can head to the WAC.
I will.
It's going to be a little bit, but
I will provide the necessary information to get lunch. You're welcome. You're all welcome.
Thank you.
I don't
Now,
know
will
if
I
I'll
be
say
here
thank you.
to take part? I don't know.
I was going to say cold pizza it is, which is fine.
Used to that.
Kay Simon, who's going to be the biggest impact early on the D and O line?
In 2023,
Yeah. I mean, since we don't necessarily know what the edge position looks like, I mean, we kind of look at the tackles. I really like Caden McDonald because he's so unique to what Ohio State doesn't have. And we kind of talked about this on our recruiting capsules that we did. We recorded a lot of them, so I think we've kind of talked it all through. Fans have always been like, why doesn't Ohio State have that giant space eater? Why don't they have that 1 tech, that 0 tech? Well, you have them now in Caden McDonald, and there's going to be some obvious losses in terms of some of the older guys leaving at defensive tackle. I mean, yes, you're still going to have Mike Hall Jr., you're still going to have Tyleek Williams, but I really think that Caden McDonald could be somebody who gets inserted quickly if they feel that his body type, that they don't have to do a tear down to get the weight right and everything else.
Yeah, like is this Tyleek Williams where they have to get the weight right? He was a guy mentioned these Georgia kids. Do they have Georgia offers? He's one who did.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I watch him, I don't know if he's 6'3", but he's definitely over 300 pounds. And he's much more athletic than I was expecting, and gets into the backfield and has burst. He's like a 3-tech in a nose tackle's body.
yeah.
Basically, his quickness and his speed.
And his sack totals were impressive. He had, it was like 18 sacks. I think it was his junior year. So he can get upfield. That is still Larry Johnson's thing.
Mhm.
Is if you can't get upfield, if you can't explode out of your stance, get up the field and shoot gaps.
I mean,
sorry.
he's not Jalen Carter out of the box or anything like
No,
that. I mean,
but he's so I think in terms of just not having a lot of guys like him, I think that's a good pick. I still come back to Jason Moore. Very mature kid, will come in and work, will do all the right things. DeMatha is a very strict program. You can't survive there if you're not. So I think he'll have the least amount of culture shock of the guys. I think he's got a college body right now. He's almost 6'6", 265 right now.
He's also really long.
Yeah.
He's like a read option monster. He could just tackle both guys.
I mean,
he can play 2-3 spots up
Mhm.
and down the line, which I think gives him the versatility factor. I think lets him get out there a little early.
I
So
mean,
that
you
would
get
be
him,
my-
throw him out there in a Rushman package or something like that. I mean, he's
or
somebody.
even if you're playing, if you're playing with Wisconsin, you can put him at defensive end to get a little more beef out there.
Now on the offensive line, I mean, obviously they have several options there, but that's just always going to be a tough situation. Looking at last year's class, I think everybody thought that just right out of the gate that if anybody had a chance of maybe doing something, I don't know, Tegra potentially, but
I think he played the most this year, didn't he, of the freshman? Which isn't to say he played much, but he was out there.
I mean, you look at the
Still has his black stripe, though, I believe.
you look at the guys. I mean, Luke Montgomery. I mean, you have to remember with him, he's somebody who was playing on the other side of the ball not that long ago. I mean, he probably needs a little more seasoning. I think he's got a lot of talent. I mean, you got Padilla, you got Walker, you got Sirveld. I don't know. I don't think that there's, as I said on that on the capsules, there's not necessarily a Michael Jordan situation of where somebody, Michael Jordan, the football player, not the compulsive gambler.
That's what he's known for.
Well, I was
known for.
I was going to say something else, and then we would have lost our family friendly rating. So I wasn't going to do that. Something about them kids. I don't think that there's somebody who's going to immediately step in as much as I do on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Miles Walker is going to need some time. Josh Padilla, I think he's going to get blocked. I think they're okay on the interior for the next year or two. Austin Sirveld, who I actually really like, probably more than what his ranking is. I think, again, scheme adjustment. He's basically never pass protected in his life, so that's going to take a year or two. So I think it defaults to Luke Montgomery. They already do need some tackle bodies. That's going to be his first shot, is to play tackle. He's made incredible strides physically the last 12 months. He's like 285, 290 now. So he's like right where you want to be, because you don't want to be 260, but you don't want to be 310 either. Like, they're just going to take you down to 290 and build you back up anyway. So he's right there physically where he would need to be. And, he's probably the best of the four as far as up long-term potential. I think offensive line's so tough, but he'd be my top guy of the four. So I think for all those reasons, I think he's maybe the guy. But I think if you're relying on any of these guys first year, you've got some problems.
Yeah, I would agree. I was watching Luke Montgomery's highlights, I think from senior year last night, and his go-to move is he slams a guy on the ground and then he picks them up by their jerseys like, good job. He just picks them up. Good job. Nice
we can't have that on there. You're supposed to do that, and then you're supposed to finish the block by doing the frog splash on them.
He also does plenty of finishing. He's like really violent and you see the strength that he plays.
The mean
with.
streets of Findlay.
Yeah, well, hey, it depends on which streets. Speaking of the mean streets of Greenwich, Connecticut, where Miles Walker is from.
What an incredible A+.
Yeah,
1,000%.
I think he's really athletic. I think he's maybe more of an athlete than Luke Montgomery, so I can see him being that left tackle, not right away, but the level of competition, is that also a concern at this point for him? I don't, Greenwich, Connecticut, what kind of level of competition is he playing against, and seeing pass rushing, and how much pass rushing or pass blocking is he even doing?
So yeah, I mean, level.
Was he out there with Triple H's first character?
So were you Googling all of the?
No, I was sitting there sending a message to Tom about something else.
I don't like this or this. I'm gonna hang up now.
Yeah. No, I think competition. Yes, there's some concern there. I think the thing with Miles is, kind of a Zen Mahalski thing, and maybe not quite as severe, but kind of hit a growth spurt there kind of earlier in his high school career. Still kind of growing into his body, still filling out, getting stronger. My player comp is not going to excite people, but as I explain it, maybe it will excite people a little bit more. He reminds me of Daryl Baldwin. Now, the glass half empty is going to be what? What started 1 year, didn't really have much of an NFL career. But here's the glass half full. Daryl Baldwin was jerked around. D-line, O-line, different coaches, was never able, when he finally was able to settle and be coached to be an offensive tackle, had a very good year. So I look at him athletically as like a Daryl Baldwin, but with a little more upside and will not have to fight through that for 3 years at Ohio State. We know exactly what he's going to be. Will be coached at that position and will not have to learn new positions every spring.
Because Ohio State doesn't move guys around.
Well, also offers from
Not guys
Ivy
they
League
like.
schools. Offers from Ivy League schools. I think that's not nothing there either as well in terms of being able to handle multiple spots.
I forgot what I was going to say. I had something and now it is gone. Oh, a lot of people are all in on the idea of Ohio State pursuing Toledo quarterback Daquan Finn.
Why?
I think they're just enamored by the fact that he can run.
Do you remember what people said when Braxton Miller was playing quarterback at Ohio State?
Nobody remembers.
That's different because that was before. Now,
Do any of you people remember
That
what
was
you
in the
said?
before 4 times.
You people remember what you said about
cutting
Braxton
heel
Miller.
promos.
Oh boy, maybe we should stick with Kenny Guyton. We need someone who can throw from the pocket. Good grief. No.
I mean, you
Not
got shut
Daquan
out.
Finn.
You got shut out in the playoffs with a quarterback that couldn't throw as well as he needed to in JT Barrett.
But if you read the message boards, they're going to get shut out in the playoffs with a quarterback who can't run.
I guarantee they won't get shut out.
not a guarantee.
Not guaranteed.
Oh boy.
Not valid
There it
in
is.
Georgia.
Offer not valid.
Well, we're gonna keep that little clip there because that could be
That was at the 2:36 mark of this show.
timestamp that, please.
So let's we've talked about Luke Montgomery. We've talked about Miles Walker. Josh Padilla, a wrestler, like him and Searveld. Is there a center there somewhere?
Very possibly, yeah. He's gonna, they cross train those interior guys. I kind of view him as a Matthew Jones type of guy that they'll probably teach both guard and center, and then kind of see what happens from there. In Searveld could even be the same, but very good high school wrestler. Padilla, tough kid, is going to have to win battles the same way like Jacoby Bourne and Pat Elflein would win battles, with positioning, toughness, and technique. He's not going to be Paris Johnson and just overwhelm with sheer size, athleticism, length. But
What's he get you though?
but he's a pit bull. He's a bulldog in there. And so he started a ton of games at Wayne. It's a great program. He's played a great high school football schedule the last few years. Smart kid too, really hard worker. Give him a year to get his body right. But I think, again, that may not be the most exciting description people want to hear, but he's Pat Elflein. It's pretty good.
The number 1,000 player in the class of 2012.
But that's what physically kind of what he is. So he's not going to be this guy who just overwhelms you with his 6'6" frame and long arms and just so quick. And he's got to win the position battle, got to win the leverage battle, technique. And again, he's just one of those guys who out-toughs a lot of people.
I mean, how you talk about lack of excitement. How many interior offensive linemen do you sit there and say that's
Right, exactly.
that's one of the faces of the team? That's just generally not the case.
Wyatt Davis. I'm thinking.
And
Billy Price.
Donovan Jackson was
Donovan
a guy
Jackson,
people were
Billy
excited
Price,
about coming out of high school.
Well,
Obviously.
Billy Price was a defensive tackle.
But
Instantly, yes.
So who are we watching here? Is this Padilla?
This is
Padilla.
Padilla. I can take this down. I just
And
once
he
you
plays,
start.
so he plays tackle at
Yeah.
Wayne. So which isn't uncommon. Wyatt Davis played tackle
Mhm.
at Bosco, and So it's not uncommon for a high school team to put their best offensive lineman at left or right tackle.
Searveld plays both guard and tackle
Yes,
as well.
and we'll get into Searveld here. We can do that one next. There's a lot of things to like there too, but yeah. So he has some experience playing tackle, getting out in front of plays on screens. You know, he can do it. I can do everything athletically, but he's not like a Wyatt Davis, you know, freakish type of athlete.
I was watching some of the Austin Searveld stuff from this year against Centerville. Does kickoff, he punts. So it's very straight on both ways. Not an Australian punter by any means. The kickoff is also pretty good. Just a little bit of athleticism. I was expecting him to race down there and tackle somebody, but you know, if you're kicking the ball into the end zone, obviously you can't do that in high school.
Quick programming note: Alex Lightman will not be able to join us. He is canceled out along with the Blue Man Group, Charo. We're still waiting on Ted McGinley. People who are members at Buckeye Huddle will understand that joke as I put a list of guests who were scheduled to appear on the show. So Ted McGinley, call us.
So thank you for trying to join us, Alex, as always. Super chat here, Kevin.
Yes, from Gunnar Bennett. Oh, who wins the QB battle next year, Kyle or Devin?
We can go around the table on this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go with Kyle McCord just because he has a 1-year head start. But this is one that is, to me, too close to call at this point. You know, because we really didn't see much of anything from either of those guys this fall, and not that they failed to perform, just that they didn't get on the field and have an opportunity to perform. You know, what is your strongest opinion on Devin Brown right now, based on the 2 practices we saw him this fall, the spring game, which feels like a million years ago, and how many passes did he throw this year? 2?
I have no opinion on him based on what I've seen because I don't recall seeing anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there are times where guys just jump out, and my opinion on him is the fact that he came to Ohio State with a loaded quarterback room, and Ryan Day likes that about him. He wants to compete, and he's mobile as well, and so that automatically will excite people because of the way they've had to live their lives these last 2 years. So really, my opinion on him is the same as it was a year ago. I have not changed anything because of anything I've seen. At least with Kyle McCord, we've seen him play against Akron start, but it's against Akron. That was so long ago. He started slowly in that one, played well later on in the game, threw for 300 yards, but not getting to see really them do anything this year. And so many guys are in that same boat. I think Ryan Day saw CJ Stroud did well without throwing a ball as a true freshman. We'll be okay. And Kyle McCord now in his third year, why does he need to throw the ball? I still think I'm going with Kyle McCord, but maybe Ryan Day will learn from Jim Harbaugh. And what are the first 2 games next year? You start Kyle McCord, the season opener.
Well, you got Indiana.
Devin Brown, the second game. So they don't have a Hawaii, Colorado State type of thing.
They've got Youngstown State at some point next year.
I was going to say that they don't pick up Notre Dame until week 3.
Week 4.
It's 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Indiana, and then they got their 2.
Yeah. So the guy you want to start, you start against
Youngstown State and like southeast of Rye or something.
Yeah, like Devin Brown here, you go on the road, you start at Indiana. Kyle, we're going to give you Youngstown State. Whoever plays better, that's who we're starting. Everybody got a shot. Nobody can transfer.
How'd that work for Jim Harbaugh?
Well, I think Cade McNamara getting hurt, obviously, and then deciding to shut it down when he probably didn't have to. I think that was also the writing was on that wall.
And then Cade McNamara deciding to shut it down by joining the Iowa program.
And personally calling out Tom Orr.
Keep talking that
on
mess,
Twitter.
Kevin Noon. Keep talking it.
Cade McNamara personally calling out Tom Orr on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Keep calling that offense what you call it, Tom.
And I will.
He called out Bozo the Clown. Oh, I get it.
So here's something. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl has introduced their first ever Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl mascot. Welcome to the team, Huddles.
Huddles, yes. It's a sign. It's an omen. It's a coincidence.
Oh, is it just a coincidence?
It is. Yes, but yes, I was. They did the
Puddles.
They did a lot of
Huddles.
shots of the other Georgia mascots, and then did the slow pan up, and I'm like, all right, what's the big payoff? And it was just kind of like, it's just one of those green Muppety looking things.
You'll still get your picture taken with them.
Listen, After we thought we were just weeks away from getting to do the Obi the Orange picture, like I could get my Obi the Orange picture. Like no, this is Puddles. No.
What if Gritty shows up?
Not exactly my not from my neighborhood.
What if Mrs. Met shows up?
Well, yes. UB is the other one that is a bucket list mascot for me.
UB,
yes.
From
the Expos.
Oh,
who is now he's transferred to the Canadiens. So
he entered the transfer portals. What you're saying?
All-time legend.
Let's talk about Philadelphia's monopoly on elite mascots for a minute.
It's because it's a city of clowns.
So help me if the famous chicken goes to Philadelphia.
I mean, is Philly Fanatic the greatest mascot in sports, or is it Gritty? I mean, it's got
no. It's the San Diego chicken.
Not anymore. It's the famous chicken.
He's always going to be San Diego.
I
I
mean,
mean, just like it's always going to be the San Diego Clippers.
Boy, you are
not for
old.
anyone under like 80 years old. That's not going to be.
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep things exciting. I'll jump in on the QB battle, and I'll be the outlier. I'm going to say Devin Brown. And that's not an anti Kyle McCord statement. I just think that I think Devin Brown is probably a little bit better quarterback runner, and we've kind of seen what happens. And I'm not saying that Kyle is not going to run or is too timid to run, because he certainly can do all of that. But I think that given the choice between somebody who is a absolute dual threat and somebody who is sort of a dual threat, that's the direction you can go. Plus you get the extra year with them, so you could have hopefully 2 years starting, which is where you need to be. I mean, with a quarterback, if Kyle is the starting quarterback and he has 1 year and it's pretty productive, and he ends up going to New York and finishes fourth in the Heisman, is he out of here at this point as his clock is ticking?
Well, and the thing is, if you choose, and we've got so many months to talk about this, but if you choose Devin Brown, are you immediately saying goodbye to Kyle McCord?
If you choose Kyle McCord, are you saying goodbye to Devin Brown?
But no, you're telling Devin Brown you're starting in 2024 because Kyle's going to play outstanding and go to the NFL.
Or he's not going to play outstanding, and we're going to make a change.
Yeah.
So I think you can sell that. Yeah.
The key is to make no decision until September.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it in the spring. I really don't. I really don't. think they're going to. I think it's going to be like week of maybe.
Well, that would be hello
Saturday
nose. I'm going to cut you off
Yeah.
despite my face. I'm gonna take his face off.
The great Nick Cage.
I wish Kevin's references were a little more dated, but hey,
He's getting closer to modern day.
Yeah, we're up to the 90s.
And if you've ridden my car and I sit there and I listen to the 80s rock channel, I mean, I'm stuck in the
I
80s.
didn't realize Glenn Miller even had a station on Sirius XM. This is crazy.
He just drives like this.
I mean,
who's your favorite band leader?
There's a reason why I drive an automatic, because you can't jitterbug and change the gears.
So let's talk about Will Smith Jr. We've got we haven't talked about him yet. A guy who was as you get bigger and is getting bigger, and I think the concern is how much of a project is he? Obviously, he's got the lineage, but I think, did he impress you more this year after seeing him as a senior grow and wasn't as much of a project as he was as a junior? Where are you on him now?
Yeah, so he looked like more of a true defensive tackle this year, which was important because that was the whole thing. And Ohio State's obviously recruiting him to play defensive tackle, but his junior year, I was like, boy, he's going to have to really bulk up, and he has. So I think he's going to probably be a 3 tech.
Would you have said the same thing about Ty Hamilton, though, who is like the similar size at the same stage playing nose tackle?
Right. And the only thing we had on Ty that maybe you could have seen this coming is his older brother,
Mm-hmm.
how big Devon Hamilton got throughout his career at Pickerington and then at Ohio State. So you even talk to Ty's dad. He's like, oh, he's going to be a D tackle. He's going to hit that growth spurt. Like the family tradition for the men in that family to once they get 17, 18 years old, they just get so big. So, we kind of saw that coming a little bit. But yeah, with Will, it looked like it might be a bit more of a challenge, but he looks like a true defensive tackle. He's a guy who can shoot gaps, plays really hard, camped every freaking day in June at Ohio State. So that was cool to see him getting to work in with Larry Johnson. I was able to watch him against Olentangy Orange this year. He created a forced fumble. He had a key sack late in the game to kind of stall a drive. So he can rush the passer a little bit. I think probably still it's going to be a Ty Hamilton path where year one's going to be, okay, let's finish the weight gain process of this. Let's get you to the right weight. Let's get you acclimated. Year two is maybe start to get a taste, and then year three is kind of a rotation guy, and then it kind of opens up from there for you. I think that's probably a good expectation to set. But again, I like his quickness inside. I like his ability to rush the passer from inside. And Kaufman does a lot of interesting stuff with their defensive line. If you were watching the tape, you probably saw some of this. They will stand up everybody. And then you don't know who's coming from what direction. You don't know who's dropping. You don't know who's twisting. It's really, really interesting. It's almost surprising how multiple and complex they can be with their defensive front, given the limits you have as a high school coach on the time and teaching all these guys and everything else. It's actually really impressive. They're able to implement all these different looks defensively. So clearly he's a smart player that can pick up a lot of different things because they do a lot of different things at Kaufman. So I like him. He's got to get there a little bit physically.
Newest guy in?
Cedric Hawkins, safety. Thank you to Gunnar Bennett for the super chat to make us aware of that. Safety out of the state of Florida. Mark, do you have a sense for which of the safety positions he's most likely to slot in at?
I think he is a little bit versatile. My question for him is going to be, so he plays free safety. He plays a lot of free safety for Coco. He's not Malik Hooker athletically, but neither was Jordan Fuller. Jordan Fuller is not going to wow you as a run and jump athlete necessarily. And so there's something to be said for simply being smart, knowing where you're supposed to be and getting there when you're supposed to get there. So in that sense, I think as a kind of a quarterback of the secondary type of thing, I think he can play there. But it is not going to look the way like Von Bell or Malik Hooker made it look. It's going to be more of your steady, in the right position, smart, sure tackler. That's going to be kind of the type of player he is versus we talked about Malik Hartford earlier, who's just kind of a athletic marvel.
Yeah.
But
I remember Jordan Fuller listed as an athlete, got to Ohio State. They gave him a look at corner for about a practice.
Wasn't fast enough.
And then he was at safety and was fine there. Can Cedric Hawkins, you look at the makeup of the safeties right now, can he be the nickel, especially if they don't get Kyan Lee?
I definitely think he can do that. I think he's a physical kid. If you're watching the film right now with us, he brings it. He can come up and make plays. He's good in run support. I think he's not super, super big, but I think he's tough, physical enough to match up with little slot guys, or if you need to, sometimes at that position you might get matched up on a tight end who you're playing. I think he can probably handle that. Very intelligent player. Kevin and I were at a practice. He was moving guys around. He was showing people where to go.
You know what I remember about that practice too?
Star Wars music.
It was Star Wars Day, and they were playing the Phantom Menace score.
It was May 4th, and yes, they were playing the Phantom Menace score.
We were sitting in the car. We're waiting for people to show up, but they already had the music on. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I was like, that's Star Wars music. And then I opened the door. I'm like, yeah, that's absolutely Star Wars music.
Phantom Menace music. You've got Cedric Hawkins telling people where to go. Used to go over there. That sort of stuff.
No, we're saying people are going to like Cedric Hawkins.
It's a Jar Jar Binks thing.
Yeah,
you wouldn't understand.
I don't think most of the kids even knew it was Star Wars music. I just think they all thought their coach was weird. I think is basically what that boiled down to. I even asked Cedric on the interview we did with him. I said, "You guys this wasn't a player's choice music day. He's like, no, like coach did it. It was Star Wars Day or something. I was like, oh yeah, it is May the 4th.
The Coco.
Yeah.
That is where Jamel Dean, Bruce Judson.
Absolutely. New coaching staff.
That's a track record.
New coaching staff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's funny how some of that stuff kind of recycles, though, because remember, Kai Stokes came out of Armwood, and that's, that was where Brian Sneed, but it was the same coach, and I was able to talk to him, and we won't get into all of that, but there's times where things go awry at a school and it's like, well, you're never going to be able to go back there. Well, you're Ohio State. You can get through some things.
Where did Torrance Gibson go to high school?
American Heritage.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, I remember talking to John Wilkinson, who was the head coach at Coco then, about Jamel Dean and that whole issue. And I know a lot of people feel like Ohio State moved on him because it was like attrition or whatever. He got to campus and they're like, we don't think you can play. We don't think your knee is going to last. And so then they had to bring in Damon Arnett to replace him. So it's not like they were cutting him. It's like they had to fill that spot. And so then he goes to Auburn and immediately tears another ACL. Eventually is a decent NFL player, but does well at Auburn. But like Ohio State's doctors who have never been wrong and have never left a sponge in Woody Hayes' body after surgery, allegedly. And I'm not even going to get into the basketball coaching stuff.
There goes the sponsorship deal I was working with University Hospitals.
Oh,
Thanks,
right?
Tony.
Is that right? That's my bad. I said never, allegedly, never. But so,
we know what your winky face means.
So going back to Coco, maybe this time it will pay off. Remember when Bruce Judson was a 5-star athlete in the 2017 class? Like 24/7 does their rankings like 3 years out. That's when they started. It was like Bruce Judson, 5-star,
Right.
and ends up being what does he finish it? Like where does he go? UCF, Oregon, like several different places as a 3-star. Never really ends up anywhere. So.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't know who Bruce Judson was. Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer, no. Oh boy.
Good job.
Yeah,
Kevin.
that was an infamous urban
Legend. An urban legend.
Mental.
Look at Kevin 2 in a row.
Yeah.
He shoots, he scores. I'm coming up for the heat check
Leave
now.
Kevin, leave
Coming
now.
up for the heat check now. I'm going to hoist one from midcourt.
What I remember most about Bruce Judson's recruitment was everyone knew he was going to decommit. And I think everyone knew that Ohio State was going to be just fine with that.
Yeah.
But he had a game in Ohio in like October of his senior year against Lakewood St. Edward. He went all the way up. Coco came up to play Lakewood St. Edward in Lakewood at the little stadium they have there. And I was at the game, and it was just the weirdest thing. It's like, why haven't you decommitted yet? And then I was like, oh yeah, he wants to play this game and then like 3 or 4 days later he decommitted. I was like, he didn't want to come up to Ohio as the kid who decommitted from Ohio State. So he like came up here and played this game. It was a miserable day. It rained the entire game. It was cold. It was like 35 degrees in October. It was pouring. And he played that game against St. Ed's, and they looked terrible, and didn't look like they'd ever played in cold weather before, which probably hadn't. St. Ed's just won this ugly game, and then he decommitted like very shortly after that. And so that's what I always remember about him is like he literally, we went through like 3 months of speculation just so he could play that damn game and then go home and decommit, so he didn't have to come up and play that game as the kid who used to be committed to Ohio State.
Daniel Brody, what's going on with Bonsu? Jaden Bonsu, still waiting on him. He is one of 3 players we're still waiting on that are currently committed to Ohio State, waiting on Carnell Tate, waiting on Kyan Lee, and Jaden Bonsu. I don't think there are any concerns with Bonsu at this point that we are aware of. This may just be a school thing. And I don't know if it's one of those years where, when was it, a few years back, where there was like a blizzard all over the Midwest and some players couldn't get to the school to sign their NLI. So I don't know if that's the situation for Bonsu, a New Jersey guy, correct?
Yes, St. Peter's, North Jersey.
Mozart's ghost is very observant. Donato's is in the house. And Tony, I would say to get some before we have to head off to the Woody Hayes Athletic Center here in
I'll wait until Tom is done.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm just going to, I mean, I'm like,
You're off camera.
I'm off camera largely. So I turn off my mic so you don't hear me.
And Mark won't get
eating.
to eat. So
I'm just paying for it. It's one of you guys to eat.
oh, Tom is back. I should go.
Odysseus
No,
wants to know-
no.
We are, just FYI for everyone watching, we are going to have Ryan Day's presser.
Yes.
Barring any weird technical difficulties.
I'll be on the university
we're-
internet. I
we're-
mean, it should be
we're
fine.
sending-
If not, then we will set up a GoFundMe for emergency equipment before I get on a plane on Christmas night to head to Atlanta.
But yes, we're sending 2 over to the Woody for that press conference, which will start at 12:30 now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the one player we have not talked about yet is Bryson Rogers, the receiver out of Zephyr Hills. I assume it sounds kind of smallish. And
That's where Ryan Pickett was from there, I believe.
no, he's from Kentucky, right?
No, Ryan
Oh,
Pickett.
yeah. Yeah, no. But he's a guy, another 6'1.5", 6'2", athletic, obviously. I thought really talented route runner for as young as he is. There's one he looked like a Devontae Smith type of route. Not saying he's Devontae Smith, but just very quick. Also really strong. Reminded me of Santonio Holmes in the strength of just breaking tackles and fighting through tackles. Maybe some Terry McLaurin, something like that. But just guy who's very comfortable, good spatial awareness. Will also go up and get it, and can also run himself open. He's the lowest ranked. He's the second lowest ranked guy in the entire class, but he's still like number 325 overall.
I mean, and I like him better than 325 overall. I mean, saying that, I mean, it shows you, I mean, it goes back to a question from about, I don't know, 2 hours ago on looking at the average class ranking or whatever. And if Bryson Rogers is one of your lowest ranked players, I mean, it's a pretty good class.
He's someone who you look at, I mean, looking at him just right there, he looks small on the field, smallish. And he's listed at 6 foot and a half and 175 pounds. He does. Anytime I see 175 pounds, I think that's probably someone who needs to spend a year with Nick to get up to playing size, probably. So not necessarily an immediate impact guy, but
yeah, I mean, there's been one or two. I mean, Garrett Wilson was able to do it, but Garrett's pretty special. I do think Bryson may need a year. Here's what I really like, though. He is the Swiss Army knife of this receiver group. He can play in the slot. He can win outside. I think he's probably the best route runner of the 4 right now. Now that will someone overtake him or close the gap after 2 or 3 years of Brian Hartline's tutelage? Maybe, but he's a guy who uses quickness and route running to separate. He's not going to, we kind of talked about this with like Josh Padilla with the offensive line. He's not going to win because he's 6'5" and runs a 4.3. But just he's a technician. We watched him. We interviewed him after practice. He stayed out there 15, 20 minutes after practice, was catching extra balls, must have caught 100 balls after practice. So he really works at it. He was our best interview. I kind of joked about this. We interviewed him after practice, and I had like 15, 20 questions I wanted to ask him. And I think we only got to like 4 because those 4 questions took us on like a 20-minute conversation. And we were trying to keep these things to like 8 to 10 minutes. And I'm like, if I ask you all these questions, we're going to be here until sunrise the next day.
When we had to wait for the 15 to 20 minutes of extra work at the end, we were, I mean,
yeah.
you, myself, and Bryson were the last 3 to walk off the practice field.
Yeah.
And we were afraid that they were going to shut the gate on us.
Right. So he is a very hard, he's got a future in broadcasting. I think he's got like a Larry Fitzgerald type of personality. He seems to have a future either in broadcasting or somewhere in the sport. He just loves talking football. He's very good at it. Quite frankly, he's better at it than most of the kids at Ohio State now. Like, he will be a media favorite. He'll be the guy if something bad happens and Ohio State's got to put somebody out in front of the cameras to kind of get the message across, that's going to be the guy they're going to pick. He's going to be that type of guy. But he's going to be fun with the media. He's just a great kid, great talker. It's not like not like a loud, boisterous. It's just he just likes talking to people. He just likes carrying a conversation. So, but like I said, very, very versatile receiver. Can go over the middle. I think playing in the slot is probably his future.
Mhm.
But I think it will be one of those deals where it's like, okay, if he's one of the best three and somebody else is a pure slot, then he can move outside to allow, whoever it might be, maybe it's Brandon Inniss, to play in the slot. So when you're signing 3 or 4 receivers every year like this, you need a guy like that. If you sign too many slots or if you sign, too many Z's, you're going to be having some portal issues. So you need a guy in every class. And I think Olave was kind of like this to an extent, but you need a guy in every class who can play all the receiver positions. I think he can do that.
And that's something Brian Hartland's pretty big on, is cross-training guys to be able to play in different spots. Because, you think of Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison is like your classic outside receiver. You've seen him line up in the slot a little bit this year too, where they'll motion him into the slot and it's just, you don't want to be predictable. So having guys who can play everywhere, you may play more outside or more on the slot, but they move those guys around a lot, and that's a very intentional thing.
Yep.
Looking through some.
Who are we on now? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go to some questions.
I'm just looking through some questions right now. So we have how concerned from Ryan Strip and Hotel Reports. How concerned should we be about linebacker Arvell Reese might be an edge? CJ Hicks had a massive knee injury. Okay.
We talked about the backers earlier.
I just didn't install it.
Okay.
The one I liked, it's way back. I don't know if we can find it now, so I'll paraphrase it and we can talk about the topic. Is we were on the NIL portal checks bouncing thing we were talking about, and one of our, hopefully he's still here, one of our listeners mentioned like the IRS and families that have never filled out a 6-figure 1099 and this, that, and the other. And I kind of have a funny story about that. I was talking to a staffer at another Big Ten program, wasn't Ohio State, over the summer, which is really when NIL started to rear its head, was on these summer official visits, like back in June. We knew this was about to really become a thing, and it was starting to become a big presentation on the recruiting visits. And he was in some of these meetings with the recruits at this Big Ten school on their official visits. And he said, you should have seen the looks on these kids' faces when they realize they're going to have to pay taxes on the NIL money. And it was just very funny. It was like, yes, these guys are going to get a crash course in adulting because, it's, 50, 80, 100 grand might sound good, but Uncle Sam's going to get his. So it was that's just another one of these challenges right now as we see some of the craziness going on today with the NIL stuff is like, these coaches over the summer had to explain to these kids, you're actually that 50,000 is not going to be 50. It's going to be, 30 or 35 or whatever. It's going to just the looks on their faces when they realized how much money was actually going to get.
And just wait, and then the state is going to want, and the city's going to want, and oh wait, you're going to get to pay a school district tax too.
Yeah.
So, well, and that sounds crazy probably to most people now, but I mean, think back to when you had a job in high school and it was like, okay, I'm making X number of dollars an hour. I work this many hours. My check is going to be this much. Hey, where's the rest of my money? I remember the first time I got a paycheck and I was aware of taxes, but still you're not really, you don't really appreciate it until it's your money and it's all of a sudden, where'd the rest go?
And we're talking real money here. Like if you're just working at a pizza place 2 days a week as a 17-year-old, you're eventually, you're going to file your return and then you're going to get all that money back. You're going to basically make money by doing that. But these guys, if you're signing $100,000 NIL deal, you are not getting those the taxes you forego or you give away, those aren't coming back to you on tax day. So that's going to be interesting to say the least, let alone once some of these collectives have to start, if they're if they're nonprofits, they have to start releasing some of their information. That's going to be interesting too. Because right now I think, again, the dollar figures, I think people are over promising. And again, I think either checks are going to, and I say checks are going to bounce. I don't think checks are actually going to bounce. I think the checks are going to be lighter than people were told they were going to be, is what's really going to happen. But it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of these dollar figures are just beyond.
Well, and there's going to be some complexities to it as well. And I don't know if, your cousin Rob, who is over at the H&R Block, is going to be able to maximize this for you. So it's going to be a mess. As Tony and I are probably about 10 minutes away from heading over to the Woody. I'm gonna pull the pin and walk away on this one. There's a lot of buzz out there that Jaden Bonsu may not be happening. I don't necessarily. I know that you've reached out to Alex, but I know that there are other people within the market that are saying that one seems to be in peril right now. So I don't really have a lot of details. I think once my computer is not the one driving the show and I can start moving around a little more freely, I'll certainly look into it and try and keep everybody updated on that one. But that is something that is happening out there. We don't know anything at this moment, though.
All right. So we're in a Buffalo Springfield situation. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. See, that's the kind of timely references we need you to start making, Kevin. Buffalo Springfield.
How about
He doesn't like that rock music.
How about Buffalo Soldier?
I'm going to be stuck here with Tom while you guys go to Woody. All right, I just realized
Look
that.
who I'm stuck with.
So I'll tell you what. I'll punch myself up as the lead camera here. You can start.
All right. So are you guys going to be doing it through
through
your webcams?
Yes, through this. Well, and through mine. I'll have Mark come over and sit with Tony.
Okay.
Let me produce the show right now.
I gotta
Ready?
sit next to you too.
Okay. So listen, here's the plan. I'm going to punch my thing up. Kevin's going to break his thing down. Mark's going to go get some pizza. Tony and I will carry the show for 10 minutes.
Well, here's what we'll do.
Numbers and the numbers.
I was going to say we've already lost 55. Now let me put a board up of like one of the signees, so that way people don't see how the sausages are made.
All right. So first of all,
go ahead.
Tremendous content from Troy V. Everyone asking who this FICA guy is. That is, I remember that moment. That was that's a rough one, but yes. So Tony, let's talk about the only quarterback in this class. Was not in this class 2 weeks ago. Lincoln Kienholz. Kienholz. Son of a gun. Knew I was going to get it wrong. Lincoln Kienholz. It is he's someone who years. Okay. He's someone who joined the class very late. Obviously, normally you want your quarterback in very early to be the leader of the class. He comes in very late instead, but has turned into, you look at his film, and again, he's playing against small school South Dakota competition. So kind of everything is a little bit of a question mark there, but he's also someone who, he looks the part. And now we haven't seen him in Columbus though. So we haven't seen him. They haven't seen him at camp. They haven't seen him. So it's a little bit of a mystery, but he also, you have the thumbs up from the University of Washington, which is a program that has produced a good bit of offense this year from the quarterback position. So, it feels like this is potentially a high upside thing for Ohio State.
I like it because he's a guy from, as you said, South Dakota, who has been with Washington for a while and is comfortable there, but is willing to come to Ohio State, where he's going to be faced with competition of multiple five-star guys, and committed before Dylan Raiola decommitted. So he knew that he was going to be there as well. So the lack of concern about other people is exactly what Ryan Day likes about his quarterbacks. One of the things he likes about his quarterbacks. And so you get that here with Lincoln Kienholz as we're watching. And, he's got 80-yard runs in his highlights. He's got 90-yard runs in his highlights, and is an athletic guy, multiple sport athlete. Before you got here, I was talking about how he even has four interceptions on defense this season, like Joe Burrow used to do when they needed somebody to come in and be a deep safety or somebody, and another athlete on defense. He would go do that. and he has that running ability. The things that, yes, it's small school, but you're talking about the tangible stuff that you can see him throw as we're all watching him do that. I don't know what his fastball is, but he has to throw with so much touch because of his guys, the receivers that he's working with. Because as we've talked about in the past, yes, he's playing against South Dakota level players, but he's also playing with South Dakota level players. So you have to be a little bit more precise on how you do things. And he has been, and is a winner, a state title winner, and multiple state titles, I believe. And if he was in Ohio, he'd be an Ohio legend. And he's the all-time passing leader in South Dakota. So whatever that means to you, I think over 9,000 yards passing in South Dakota. So a guy that you said goodbye to Brock Glenn for. You had Brock Glenn in. And I wonder if this is a move to, we want more running ability. And is Brock Glenn, Kyle McCord, is Lincoln Kienholz, Devin Brown, that sort of thing. And are they moving towards a guy that just run it when it's there?
Mm-hmm. Well, it does feel like you don't need Braxton Miller to be the runner, but you need a Justin Fields in terms of how much he's willing to run. Not necessarily even a Justin Fields in terms of athletic ability. Right. You just have to have a guy who's willing to take it 4 or 5 times a game. J.J. McCarthy is not running the ball like J.T. Barrett used to. J.J. McCarthy is running the ball 5-6 times a game. But the threat of doing that and the fact that he's enough of an athlete that he can make those plays and just pick up a first down on 3rd and 7 or extend the play, get out of the pocket. And that I feel like is something that Ryan Day is probably looking for just a little more of that. And, it'll be interesting to see, are you exchanging passing ability to a certain extent? Because C.J. Stroud is an incredible passer. He just dropped the ball in the tiniest windows. Is Ryan Day going to be interested in exchanging a little bit of the passing touch for just a little bit more of the running?
Yeah, I think you are, because you don't necessarily need the most accurate passer in school history to move the ball. You just need guys to throw the ball to the guys who are open or going to be open. And the receivers that you have, you shouldn't need super tight windows. You should have bigger areas to throw to than that.
I'm going to unplug right now, so it may change how the audio sounds a little bit because we're going from one mic setup to another. I will be back in touch with everybody when we get to the Woody.
All right.
So is this the mic?
This is the mic now. Yes. So we will.
Just the mic now.
Yes. So we'll. If you guys let us know in the comments, hey, I can't hear you anymore, or hey, where'd Kevin go?
Kevin, I can
Why is the
remove
show
you.
so much better?
I can remove you from the hotspot.
Yes.
Okay.
For now.
So yeah, so we're juggling a few things right now as we're a little bit of a transition. Kevin and Tony going over to the Woody right now for Ryan Day's press conference. That's going to start at 12:30. We are expecting a whole bunch of new stuff here coming up very soon. There's a whole bunch of news that's supposed to drop around noon. So Kevin and Tony beating the posse out of town, I think,
We're working smarter.
Yes, working smarter, not harder. But yeah, there are several announcements coming at noon. I know Damon Wilson's at noon. I believe Mateo Uyunglele is coming around noon.
And then also Joshua Mickens
Also coming at noon. So 3 defensive ends that Ohio State's in on. We're certainly anticipating they're going to get at least one of them. We will all find out together whether it is more than one. A little bit of drama there at noon as we get word in on them. And then there are, of course, a couple other guys who we are still waiting on as well. We're still waiting. We just got Cedric Hawkins in, so that one's done. Jaden Bonsu, the safety out of New Jersey. There's a little bit of drama there. How do I punch that off?
Go to brand. Just click on his board on the overlay.
Okay.
And that's how you punch them up too.
Okay. Hey, we're all learning together, friends. So then coming up, Jaden Bonsu, there's a little bit of a question now. Does he not sign? Not a concern. We've heard anything from haven't heard any concern to might be a little more drama than expected. So Jaden Bonsu, we're still waiting on. Kai and Lee, there was no question there's going to be drama there. There remains drama there. There's no clear indication. Auburn versus Ohio State right there. So that's another one we're still keeping an eye on. And then wide receiver Carnell Tate. That may just be an IMG does a press conference at a certain time kind of thing.
Well, and then there was also, he has like some sort of a thing set up for 6 p.m. in Chicago. So
Okay.
I don't even know if I saw somebody mentioning that he's originally from Chicago. So don't get worried about him going to Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
But but I would be surprised if Ohio State doesn't have his letter of intent before then.
Mm-hmm.
But also these guys, if they're enrolling early, they don't necessarily need to do the letter of intent thing. So and I don't know, do we know how many of these guys are enrolling early? It doesn't seem like that information is, it's not as talked about as much as it used to be.
Well, it feels like you're almost assuming they're going to enroll early unless you hear otherwise. It feels like that has gone from 2002 and Maurice Claret enrolled early and everyone went, what? You're doing what? And then now we generally see it feels like 60 to 65% of most of these classes in early, and it's almost like, oh, wow, why did that guy decide to not show up until June? That's crazy. What graduating high school on the normal timetable? That is wild.
Well, and some schools don't even allow it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As I shift off and let Mark move in.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
I guess.
Yay, Mark did it. And we are, in case you guys are just hopping on, we are in the middle of a little bit of a shift change here as Tony and Kevin head over to the Woody Hayes Athletic Center for Ryan Day's press conference at 12:30. We will be streaming that one live here as soon as it starts, and then we'll have that'll probably, I'm gonna guess that'll last us how long? Wait, half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that, and then we'll be back here to that. Generally, they time that in a way that they're going to sort of wrap the day more or less. When he does his press conference, generally all of the letters of intent that they're expecting to get are generally in at that point, and that's why the timing is what it is. So Ryan Day, it was originally scheduled for 12 o'clock, and then they pushed it back to 12:30, and perhaps coincidentally, perhaps not, Joshua Mickens and Mateo Uiagalelei and Damon Wilson are all expected to sign or announce at noon. So, Ohio State doesn't want to scoop any of those guys. So, and I think it's safe to say we are not expecting Ohio State to get all three of those. We are also not expecting Ohio State to get 0 of those guys. What is your expectation right now? 1 or 2 of those 3 guys?
My expectation right now is 1. I've got Mickens to Ohio State. I'm very confident in that.
Mm-hmm.
I am now, unfortunately, very confident in Uiagalelei to Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Wilson's the one where I think he's going to Georgia, but I don't think that's – I think there's a non-zero chance of a surprise. I don't think there's a non-zero chance of Uiagalelei ending up at Ohio State at this point. I think it's done.
Mm-hmm. It's so interesting that you've got a guy like Wilson who is probably going to Georgia, but here we are at 11:34 on early signing day, and it's still, well, maybe you're telling me there's a chance, and you've got Kai and Lee, and you've got Jaden Bonsu, who are, well, they're still committed to Ohio State at 11:34 a.m. on early signing day, but the hay is not in the barn, as they say. So this is this, I guess, number one, is this just a recency bias thing, or is this kind of like, is this unusual to have this many guys where you genuinely don't know at this point of the cycle? Or and if it is unusual, is that a function of NIL and there's a, or any of the other behind the scenes kind of drama that we've been seeing?
Well, I think there's always some drama at this point because, again, we're dealing with teenagers making decisions, but we're also dealing with coaches who are getting more desperate as things get closer to signing day. So you get those desperation last minute pitches that you don't get in June. So that always creates some uncertainty, but NIL has certainly taken it up a notch here. And it looks like unless there's some actual rules being enforced, it's probably not going to change too much the next few years as far as being a factor late, because at this point it's with the way the rules are being enforced or not being enforced, really, it's one of those things where you can kind of just say, yeah, we're going to give you $1 million, and then the kids can sign, and then it's, oh, actually, well, let me look in my pot. Oh, sorry, it's like $75,000, not $3 million or whatever. But so that's why I think we're going to see some interesting consequences of that, because we're seeing some consequences of NIL right now, but I think we're going to see some consequences of undelivered promises in a few months as well.
And that does feel like, boy, the next shoe to drop. What does that look like when, this is, I hate to take everything back to the EA Sports NCAA video game, but like there was a thing where you could promise a guy, hey, you're going to start. Hey, you could promise a guy a certain uniform number. Hey, you could promise a guy whatever. And if you didn't deliver on it, well, then it hurt you in the future. And you had malcontents on your hands. Well, okay, so let's pick a program. I don't know. I don't want to throw out any kind of a program that seems to be splashing the pot and have a unrealistic, maybe a history of underperforming under whatever. We're going to say Miami of Ohio here. Let's just say Miami of Ohio, just because obviously that's not who we're talking about here. So Miami of Ohio promises players $4.3 million total to come play for their class. And then they don't deliver. And you've got the kid who thought he was getting $600,000 who's going to get $100,000 or whatever the order of magnitude of the gap we're talking about here. How quickly does that fall apart? Because that feels to me like if kids are making these decisions based primarily on NIL, and if you're going to Miami, let's be honest, you're making the decision based on, some combination of 1, weather, 2, NIL, and 3, weather. How quickly does that fall apart? Because it feels like if you've come to a school primarily for the NIL and then you're getting shorted by whether it's 25% or 75%, if you made your decision based on money and then it's like, oh, sorry, can't pay you, my bad, that feels like something that blows up very quickly.
That, and also, these kids are going to talk. So when you're telling kids in recruiting, like, you're getting this and we haven't paid anybody this much. And then you arrive on campus and everyone starts talking and you realize, oh, I'm actually the 7th highest paid player in this recruiting class. You told me I was the highest paid player in this recruiting class. What's that going to do? What's that going to do to your locker room?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So it's not like the NFL where A, everyone's basically a millionaire at that point, and B, the salaries are so public that there's not a lot of room for the rumor mongering and things that can go on. So everyone kind of knows the deal in the NFL, but when this is all kind of taking place, behind the curtains or whatever, and it comes to light, what's happening, and my deal fell through, or my check was light, or I was told I was the highest paid guy in this class, and my buddy lines up next to me on the defensive line is getting more than I am. He told me that wasn't true. There's a litany of problems that can arise from this and will. And I think we've already seen it at one program that shares a mascot with New Mexico State and Utah State.
Yes. Yep.
But,
Yeah, and here's a great super chat from New York Buck. Are you saying these NIL agreements are only verbal? You can't cut these deals with guys before they've signed their letter of intent. I mean,
depends on the state. It will depend on the, so like Ohio kids cannot get NIL money. So the answer to that is kind of depends on the situation.
And you are not, I'm going to do my NCAA finger quotes here. you're not allowed to induce this as
Right.
an inducement to recruitment, which is great. It's the law. So everyone is, that's why everyone is driving exactly the speed limit in the left lane when it comes to NIL. You're not allowed to, but this is a lot of the, you're operating in the gray area legally. So a lot of it is, how much are you going to want to have documented in terms of, hey, we have all this stuff done, sort of in the gray area, which is not really being enforced, but you still don't want to have it documented. A lot of it's going to be verbal agreements.
And this is where we're going to get into some interesting stuff, because I was talking about this with someone yesterday. Is not only is there going to be portal issues that arise from this and locker room issues that arise from this, there's going to be legal issues that are going to arise from this. Some of these guys may end up in a courtroom in 6 to 8 months because the check was light and you agreed to this, or they do transfer and the collective tries to find some fine print in the deal that allows them to escape, paying you out. And so there's court cases that could arise from this. This is going to get messier before it gets better, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
and there is, I know Ohio State fans are very frustrated right now with Ohio State's unwillingness to play with the, in the grayer area of the gray area here, where, how gray are we talking?
in the dark gray versus the light gray. Yeah.
How gray, I don't know, charcoal, as a great man once said. I know people are real frustrated with that, and it is undoubtedly costing them some things right now. As this stuff gets sorted out, what is the NCAA's enforcement going to be like here? I mean, this is sort of Ohio State's point of view. What is the NCAA enforcement going to be like here? The NCAA just hired a new president. The NCAA is still sort of trying to figure this out. Like, what is this actually going to look like moving forward? How many rules are going to get put into place? I'm assuming there are going to be more guardrails at some point. Probably.
I think if the NCAA wanted to have their hands in this, they would have had a plan ready to go with enforcement ready to go.
At what point? After they spent 30 years telling you this was impossible, and then threw their hands up and walked away.
I think the NCAA, and this is why I think the NCAA really keeps appealing to Congress. I'm not gonna get political here, I promise. But I think.
What do you think about Congress, Mark?
They don't want to deal with this, and so if this can become a legal issue and a courtroom issue versus an NCAA eligibility issue, I think that is the NCAA's preference.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any reason to think that the cavalry is coming to save them on that front, though. So, I mean, and Troy V says, do you think the NCAA coming in trying to regulate the NIL stuff, or do you see this as the Wild West type thing where we just now we got going on now remaining for a while? And I don't think it's going to be a strictly regulated market. I think the ship has kind of sailed on that, where the NCAA had an opportunity to do something like that, and they spent 30 years saying, never, never, we would never, it's impossible. No one could even, we would all go broke in 5 minutes.
Not enough money.
There's just not enough money. And then lo and behold, turns out there's a lot of money. Turns out there's a market for talented young football players. That does not magically just develop 3 years after they graduate high school. I know I was surprised. It does feel like they're going to, at some point, this has been, let's just cut through the crap here. This has been a miserable time to be a college football coach.
Yes. College
football coaches all want to climb up on the roof and jump off. And that is not this one program. Even the programs that are doing well, this is a big flaming pain in the butt for even the ones that are doing well. And there are plenty of guys who are, even the schools that are doing well, quote unquote, with the NIL and bringing guys in and all that kind of stuff, it's not going great for a lot of them. And it's just constant roster flux. And you can't, your personnel guys have to be going insane trying to figure out, okay, all right, we're set at this position now. Well, then 2 guys just hit the portal. Okay, well, we have our class. We've got our running back for this class. Oh, nope. Then he got an NIL deal somewhere else. And, these are not necessarily all rational decisions. Sometimes it is take the money and run. And it is almost impossible to feel super confident until that letter of intent is in. And then you're only confident and as long as everyone's happy. And as soon as people start getting unhappy and start grumbling, you start wondering, oh boy, is this guy going to hit the portal? Is that guy going to hit the portal? You have no certainty. This is not the NFL where you have, okay, we've got this guy on a guaranteed 3-year contract. We know he's going to be here for 3 years unless we cut him or he, just retires out of nowhere. You have some certainty. This has been a miserable time to be a college football coach. I wonder if the college football coaches of America are going to start going to their athletic directors and say, look, this ain't it, Chief. Like,
yeah.
we gotta figure something out. Because the way the NCAA works, the NCAA is not just, the magical Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. The NCAA is a bunch of university presidents.
It's the school.
It's
the
the
schools
schools.
are the NCAA.
Yes. Yeah. Mark Emmert is the president of the NCAA so that you have someone to do your 2 minutes hate on and throw garbage at the screen of the movie theater. Mark Emmert is just the face so you can throw the garbage at. It's actually the schools, and the NCAA is doing whatever the schools want. Right now, the NCAA is doing nothing because the schools haven't yet said, we would like you to do something. And I don't know what the something is, but I have a feeling that sooner rather than later, you're going to have a groundswell of schools telling the NCAA, I don't know what you got to do, but you got to do something.
Yeah, that's you can feel that kind of boiling right now. It just no foresight, and it's sad because I'm pro player compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And to take this a step further, I've been pro playoff expansion, but I'm already a little concerned about playoff expansion because I've seen what they've done with the transfer portal and with NIL, and they've implemented things that I think are good if they're well regulated. But they've done it without any thought or plan. And I'm like, okay, so, fool me twice now with the portal and NIL, they're not going to change. So the playoff expansion is going to get probably sloppily put together as well. Think about this in 2 years. We're going to be dealing with all the stuff we're talking about right now. And, oh, by the way, 12 teams would have had playoff games over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And, or 8 teams, I guess, with the buys, but there would have been playoff games over the week. There'd be 12 teams preparing for the playoffs right now, having games every weekend and trying to sign their recruiting class and deal with the portal and NIL. Like the NCAA, like to bring this kind of full circle, the NCAA not only has an NIL problem, the NCAA has a very serious calendar problem right now. They need to completely take the calendar. Do I have something here that I can? Yes, I think I do.
You can definitely.
I can just take the calendar that the NCAA has right now and just kind of do that with it, because that's what the NCAA needs to do with their calendar right now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that was you're fixing the last problem. Like this is. Do you remember the BCS? Of course you do. Do you, dear listeners and viewers, remember the BCS? The BCS was a bunch of well, we didn't get it quite right this year, but we're going to fix it. We're going to adjust the formula, and we're going to fix last year's problem by, we have to add in a thing where if you win your conference, that gives you a bonus point. Okay, well, if you lose, margin of victory, we've got to take that into account. Well, now that was too much. Now we got to take that out. We're going to adjust the formula again this year, and you're always solving last year's problem. And then there's always, some unforeseen consequence. They were going to fix let kids sign early. We're going to solve a bunch of problems by doing this. And by moving from the first Wednesday in February signing day to the December signing day, all you've done is you have moved the point where you have coaches are getting fired earlier because you have to have the coaching cycle. You got to have your new guy in place before early signing day. Otherwise, just your class is a disaster. So you've moved that cycle up. You've also loaded all this extra stuff in December where, coaches, if you don't have a bowl game, that's fine. If you have if you're going to the Independence Bowl or the Liberty Bowl, like whatever, you're not super stressed about it. If you're in the college football playoff, you want to spend 100% of your time on that. Well, now you also have to close all these guys. Also, you have to figure out, hey, this guy's going to flip, so we got to figure out the NIL thing on this. Okay, sorry. Coaches can't have anything to do with that. Sorry about that. Sorry, that was a mistake. Sorry. Also, hey, the transfer portal window opens right now, and these guys are going in the portal. The transfer window opens for non-graduate transfer. I think it opened on December 5th this year. And all these guys want to be in place because they want to be on campus for January, when the new semester starts on January 3rd or whatever it is. So all this stuff has to get done at the exact same time. And, these coaches under a old college football playoff format, how many hours were during the week were the coaches working for the 2014 college football playoff under Urban Meyer? Just before early signing day.
Yeah, night and day.
70 hours a week, 80 hours a week. Yep. Okay, and then you got to add on the recruiting piece, and you're on the road a whole bunch, and then you got to add in the transfer portal piece. I mean, this is why I'm saying there are going to have to be changes because the member institutions are going to say to the NCAA, "Listen, fix it. I don't care how, fix it."
And here's why it's going to happen, I think, because over the last few years, and this is, it's not the greatest way to look at it, but it's kind of the reality. Over the last this sport has been dominated by like 3 or 4 programs over the last decade. Like it's been the same 3 or 4 programs pretty much every year. Sometimes they have a down year and they slip to 5 and they miss the playoff, then they're back the next year. But it's been the same 3 to 4 programs every year for a decade. So in that scenario, you have 125 other schools that are just like, so what? It's just Alabama, poor Alabama, first world problems. Let Alabama figure out how to juggle all these things. Who cares? It's only 2 schools. It's only 3 schools every year. And it's the same ones every year. Well, you're about to have 12. You're about to have a representative from every conference. You're about to have a group of 5 schools now dealing with this that have never had to deal with this before outside of Cincinnati last year. You're going to have wild cards. And you're going to have a system in place. And again, I like this. I think the first and second round of college football playoffs is going to be the greatest spectacle in American sports. I really do. Mm-hmm. So I like this. But you're also going to have, if you have 12 teams in the field, that means you probably have like maybe 20 to 24 who are still in it at the end of November, late November.
Yep.
So now, instead of having the same 3 or 4 schools that no one really cares about their problems because they're dominating the sport and they can deal with it, how to juggle all this, now you've got a quarter of your schools trying to figure out how to juggle all of this. And there's going to be a lot more whining and complaining when it's affecting just about everybody than when it's only affecting Alabama, Ohio State, and Clemson, So that's what's going to be interesting to me is all these schools who the last 10 years have been just fine to let Alabama and Nick Saban worry about how they're going to allocate their staff hours. Now those schools are going to have to deal with it too. And we know how that goes in life. When it doesn't affect me, it's whatever. But when it starts to affect me, now it's a problem.
When it goes from that's a you problem to, hey, this is a problem for everyone.
Yeah, we're all in this together now. It's going to be hilarious. Yeah. All of a sudden, Missouri and Vanderbilt are going to be in this with Alabama. It's going to be really funny.
So we've mentioned earlier, there are a couple guys with the top of the hour. We'll hit kind of a recap on where everything stands with Ohio State right now, and then also maybe get into some of the signings that we are anticipating will come in that 12 o'clock hour. But before we hit that, there are 2 guys right now who are committed to Ohio State who have not signed yet with Ohio State. One of them is cornerback Kienholz, who is he going to sign with Ohio State? Well, friends, we'll all find out together. That is, he has been sort of flirting with Alabama for quite a while. He was, his Twitter bio right now is that he's an OSU commit. His pinned tweet is him committing to Ohio State. And then he retweeted a guy about a week ago that the current Ohio State commit, Kienholz, is wearing head-to-toe Auburn stuff warming up for the state championship game. So, maybe this is just we're going to make some drama kind of situation. We will all find out together. It seems like there's genuine uncertainty on that one. The other person who's not come in yet is Jaden Bonsu, safety out of New Jersey. Today is one of those days where we always tell you, like, hey, you should sign up to be a member of BuckeyeHuddle.com because we have incredible information from our recruiting insiders. One of our recruiting insiders is Alex Gleitman. Alex Gleitman has just filed a really detailed report on everything he's hearing right now. He's extremely well connected in that area. I think the answer is there's no reason for concern yet. But Jaden Bonsu.
And I would encourage everyone to go on to BuckeyeHuddle.com to our huddle forum. Alex, I don't want to steal all of Alex's thunder, but he has an update on Bonsu, and it sounds like it's just a delay of getting him to the
Yeah.
school, to getting him to
Yeah.
the high school to get everything signed and sent in.
Mhm.
Because
But it is yes, it is. This is one of these, like, recruiting is the craziest thing to possibly try to cover. And but yes, this is why, we don't always give you everything we have here on YouTube, because the way the business model works is, hey, site memberships, that's an important part of it too. So yes, Alex has incredible information there, really in-depth, well-sourced information there on the huddle board at BuckeyeHuddle.com. Go ahead and sign up, and then guess what? This will just try it for a month, and your first month will include the Peach Bowl against Georgia, potentially a national championship game, all the insanity and NFL draft declarations and transfer portal, yada, 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 that is sure to follow, the transfer portal stuff that will happen probably before the Peach Bowl, all sorts of craziness. So yes, when we tell you to sign up, this is one of those days when you really want to be a member, because we do have folks who every once in a while, we have folks who talk to some people who know some stuff, and
the conversations.
Oh boy, yes, the group text, boy. I thought I knew what was going on in the college football world before I got on the staff group text at BuckeyeHuddle.com, and I was like, oh boy, there's a lot of stuff going on. So yes, and we should get to share as much of that as we can with our members. So if you want to find out more about football and Ohio State football and what the heck is going on in the world of college football right now, BuckeyeHuddle.com, sign up today. All right, I'm just kind of scrolling through some questions right now.
And if you're watching this and you're not hit that subscribe button there in the bottom right, and the like button helps us too if you want to hit that too while we're
we are
getting situated here.
3 hours and 45 minutes into our signing day live stream, and I don't want to spoil the surprise, but we may do a few live shows here and there from Atlanta.
Yes,
when we get down there, we are all planning. Tony and Kevin and I are all planning to be down there sometime late on Christmas, so we're really going to hit the ground running on the 26th. And we'll have 6, 7, 7, 9, 30, 6 days of wall-to-wall content, and then we'll probably have something on the morning of the first after the game, one way or the other. It'll be so yes, you're going to want to make sure you're subscribed here as well. Let's see, just kind of scrolling through some of the questions here as we get close to noon. Secondary recruiting. Bread 501 says secondary recruiting hasn't been stable the last 2 years, so this is what we get. And I mean, the secondary recruiting hasn't been stable for, I go back to Taver Johnson. Taver Johnson, right. A couple of those classes in 2017, 2018, they had, 2017 was the year they got Okudah and Wade, and that was great. And then after that, and was that the same year they got Damon Arnett? I think it was. And then maybe that was 16.
I think it was year before.
Yeah. So, but you get Okudah and Wade, who's number 1 and number 2 corners in the class. Great. Both of them panned out, were real significant contributors to Ohio State. And then you had just years where they just had misses, and you had a bunch of flips on early signing day. Lost Jordan Battle on early signing day, lost Clark Phillips on early signing day, wasn't there another one? We lost Terrence Brooks last year on early signing. Like they have had at least 3 guys who were viewed as key pieces of classes flip on early signing day, when at that point, this is, people are talking about the Dylan Raiola flip or decommitment in the comments. Dylan Raiola decommitting a year out, that's not a problem. A guy decommitting the day of early signing day, when all of a sudden you thought you had your class and you thought it was done, and now it's not. Now you get a hole. You can find another quarterback for 2024 as on December 21st, 2022. Like, there's plenty of time to find that other guy. Losing a guy on early signing day, that's what really hurt. If Kian Lee joins that group of early signing day flips, like, boy, that adds up after all. That's 4 guys potentially all at one position group. I mean, that's where you really do end up. That's where that becomes a problem.
And you don't, I say this a lot, and it's hard to remember this because the amount of time that passes, but you generally don't, when you whiff on a recruiting class at a position, like you sign, let's say you sign 4 guys who can't play, or you need 4 and you only sign 2, whatever it is, it doesn't, whichever problem it is, that usually doesn't show itself for at least 2 and sometimes 3 years. So right now Perry Eliano and Tim Walton are paying for the sins of Taver Johnson right now.
Mhm.
That's what's happening.
Mhm.
I thought Combs, for all his faults as a defensive coordinator, picked up recruiting. Now they lose Terrence Brooks last year in kind of a shocking signing day deal, but J.K. Johnson's still in the program. Jordan, that Johnson, Hancock, Burke class, I don't think is what's killing Ohio State right now. I think it's the class before that not having anything, and really the two classes before that not having anything is what's hurting that, because Jordan Hancock misses an off season and you don't really have much else to plug in there because you took a 0 like 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And obviously Hafley leaving, boy, could they have used Clark Phillips this year. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah.
So you don't, and this is what I always tell people, because there was times I'd rip the offensive line sometimes, and they'd be like, "Well, I don't know what your problem is. The offensive line was good this year, or the offensive line looks like it's going to be good next year." I'm like, it's not about this year or next. It's about you don't feel this when you sign 5 offensive linemen and none of them can play for you. You don't feel that the year you sign them. You feel that 2 or 3 years later when you've lost the other guys, and now this is what you're left with, and that's what's happening. That's what's happened at corner the last couple of years, and so. That's the thing we talk about. Now, the portal giveth and taketh away, but the portal, I think, can help mask that if you can luck into it like they did with Jonah Jackson. They can find a Jonah Jackson. They never paid for what that quarterback room could have looked like thanks to Justin Fields.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, so for all of our, we're railing on the portal. Fans are frustrated with the portal. Yeah, it causes some issues at times, and there are things you have to navigate with it, but it also can be helpful too. It can be a vehicle for good.
Yeah. I mean, look at that quarterback room. I'm going back in my mind to media day at the 2019 Rose Bowl. So the end of the 2018 season. This is right after Ryan Day has been announced as Ohio State's next head coach. And we're talking to Taver Johnson and Alex Grinch and all these guys about, what are they going to do next year? And are you going to be back? And I still remember Taver Johnson smiling and saying, I sure think so, or I sure expect so, or something like that. And it was like,
read the room, Taver.
But that was the same thing where Tate Martell was doing the don't swing and miss twice thing. Yep. And, why should I be scared of him? It's my job to lose. And then 10 days later, he's gone. But, if you don't get Justin Fields there, it's Tate Martell, it's Matthew Baldwin, it's Chris Chuganoff. That's your quarterback room. And of those 3 guys, Chris Chuganoff had by far the most productive remainder of his college career. And that was the guy who was the, guy who they brought in from West Virginia just as we need a warm body. And so we've got an extra guy. And I mean, super nice kid, very impressive kid. And, played okay for them when he played, extended minutes at the end of the Rutgers game and that kind of stuff. But, Tate Martell ended up transferring and maybe threw one pass at Miami and then turned into a wide receiver and then transferred to UNLV and then washed out completely. Baldwin had a knee. He went to TCU. Yeah, he transferred to TCU and then had a knee injury and never played again. Yeah. Oh, that could have been. You could have had the season where you're playing the third string.
You had a Bowserman, Braxton Miller.
You could have. Yeah. I mean, you're playing a walk-on. You're playing. I mean, you have seen teams get there that could have been Ohio State without the Justin Fields thing.
And how would you have fixed that quickly without the portal? Because you would have either needed to go to the portal the next year, or if the portal doesn't exist, you're putting out whatever true freshman you can get, which maybe you can get the best true freshman quarterback in the country. You're still playing a true freshman quarterback. I mean, that could have, if they don't get Justin Fields in the portal, we could have been looking at, a 6-6 followed by an 8-4 or something like that. And I'm seeing, I love all you guys, but I'm seeing how you've reacted to some 11-1s over the years. And I'm wondering how a 6-6, 8-4 back-to-back would have landed with this fan base.
Probably not great. My guess is not great. Something that is great though, Mark, Ohio State just landed a commitment from Joshua Mickens, defensive end out of Indiana. Ohio State has been in on 4 edge guys towards the end of this class. Mickens, Mateo Uiagalelei, Damon Wilson, and Keon Keeley. Keon Keeley already committed to Alabama, so that that ship has sailed. Mickens has, for this whole time, felt like the one that was the most likely to happen for Ohio State. Now it has happened. That is a very, very big piece for them to have him in the class now officially.
Yep, huge. I'm getting the video posted for everyone. It's on the site and on the YouTube channel, so everyone can watch our breakdown of Joshua Mickens. I'm doing that right now, but definitely a guy who I think will be, obviously Damon Wilson's not going to go Ohio State's way if that hasn't even been announced yet. It's going to be Georgia, almost certainly. There'd have to be like a change of heart on the way to the podium. Josh Mickens kind of, even though he wasn't insurance against Damon Wilson, they wanted both of these guys. He does kind of fill that Jack role as a pure speed rusher off the edge. So it eases the sting. Nothing's ever going to completely ease the sting of not landing a 5-star caliber player at a premium position. But this is a top 100 player. He's I think someone's got him as high as like 56, like on three's got him in the top 60. It's a really good player. This is a guy who, under different circumstances, had he been on the radar 6 months ago, had maybe Keon Keeley not ever decommitted from Notre Dame, or I think people would be a lot more excited about Josh Mickens. I think it's unfortunate for Josh. I think this is a guy who everyone should be really excited about. It's a great defensive end prospect. But yeah, they need guys like this. They need these speed rushers coming off the edge, and he's going to give them that. And it's just a matter of, okay, how quickly can you put on 10 or 15 pounds and pick up the defense? All
right. And then while you get that video posted, we'll let you know, hey, another guy officially signed now. This is one where there was never any real concern here, but until the letter is signed, sealed, and delivered, you never know. Carnell Tate, 5-star wide receiver. You're not going to believe it. Brian Hartline has done it again. This is, another great Ohio State wide receiver class where we're having the, is this best Ohio State wide receiver class ever, or the best wide receiver class ever, period, in college football history? Probably not the best ever in college football history, but, certainly at least in that conversation where they've got 3 guys who are like top 100 kind of guys, and then another one who's in the 300s, 4-star or higher wide receivers again in this class. So Carnell Tate, his recruitment was one of those stranger ones where he has felt destined to end up at Ohio State since, I remember being at a camp in the summer of 2021 and watching him and going, and the consensus is, okay, any day now. And then he said his commitment date for October 7th, 2021. I have no idea why I remember that, but he did. And then it got pushed. And Tennessee's making a run. Oh boy, Tennessee's making a run. And he kept pushing it, and he pushed it, and he pushed it, and then he ended up committing sometime this spring, I think. And
summer. It was
the summer.
It was June. It was was he the first or the second one? I think he was first they went back to back days.
Okay.
It was Tate, Inniss, and
Rodgers.
And then Rodgers was third.
If you just say Rodgers, you can't be wrong.
Noah Rodgers was third. Bryson Rodgers was in April. And then they went back to back days in June. And yes, it was Carnell Tate, June 20, Brandon Inniss, June 21, Noah Rodgers, June 22. So Carnell kicked that off. And then promptly we had not quite 6 months. I think the rumors kind of stopped maybe in early November, late October. We followed that up with 4 to 5 months of Tennessee is going to flip him because of NIL rumors, which obviously did not happen. So huge pickup. I love Carnell Tate. I think for me, if I had to roll the dice on one of these, if I can only pick one of these 4 that they've signed, I think Carnell's the best prospect of the 4. I don't know that he's quite as consistent as like Brandon Inniss, but he's got a lot of explosiveness to his game, similar to what Noah Rodgers has. He's got good size. He's kind of a blend of the best things of all these other guys. He's not 6'5", he's not 4'3", but he's 6'1", 6'2", and he's 4'4", and he's got like a lot of that dog and toughness in him that Brandon Inniss has. If you go look at our video breakdown of Carnell Tate, some of the runs after the catch, it looks like almost like Mike Allstott or something, like old school foot, just running through people. Like he's not getting out of bounds. He's turning everything back inside and just punishing people.
Does he wear the big shoulder pads in that role?
Right. And so I really like Carnell Tate. I think, again, maybe a little more consistency will be the thing, which, nothing like working with Brian Hartline every day for a couple of years will get you your consistency down. We'll go a long way, but I think he's big time. And I I put a pretty high bar on him. He reminds me a lot of Justin Jefferson, and I know that's
Oh,
that's big.
That's spicy.
That's big, but he's a guy who at his size can still play in the slot, just has great feet. And just again, I watched Justin Jefferson and how physical he is after the catch, how he's able to run routes and separate at that 6'2" size-ish. And just his ability to line up in the slot, his ability to line up outside. I see a lot of those things in Carnell Tate.
All right, so we're going to start going through the whole class right now, just as we get to we're sort of in the lead up to Ryan Day's press conference at 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin and Tony are over there, so we're just going to go through the class real quick and just give you 10 to 30 seconds on each of these guys as we kind of go through here. We can start with quarterback Lincoln Kienholz, a late pickup for Ohio State, a very important pickup for Ohio State.
Yeah, and a guy who, again, is a winner, 3-sport athlete, very mobile, more mobile to pick up first downs and maybe mobile in the Justin Fields sense of 50, 60-yard, electric plays, at least at the college level. Throws a great deep ball. And I think the there's kind of he's in a good spot. There's low expectations here as far as coming in right away. No one is going to ask him to be Ohio State's starting quarterback next fall. He's going to be able to run scout team. He's going to be able to learn the offense for, really a couple years. That's probably it's probably going to be a position that's won by one of the two, veterans, even though they're not super old guys this year. And then that person's either going to hold it for a couple years or it's going to be passed from one to the next. So he's got time to develop. It just seems like a good fit. It seems like the right fit for what they needed in this class.
All right, and we're going to get the 4 wide receivers now. Carnell Tate, we just talked about in a bunch of detail, so we can kind of skip him for the moment. Next up, 4-star Noah Rogers. He is, you talked earlier. He has the potential to be a pretty significant impact player.
Most bounce, spring, explosion, whatever word you want to use, of these 4 receivers. Probably the most gifted run and jump athlete. And again, I can find many, many people over there at Ohio State who think this might be their best receiver in this class. So there's a lot of high hopes there. And like I said earlier, it reminds me off the field, the way he carries himself, his demeanor is very Marvin Harrison Jr.-ish. He's not a diva. He's not very boisterous. He's pretty chill. And that can go unappreciated sometimes when we're talking about a position that has a lot of big personalities.
A lot of sizzle at that position generally
Yes.
at the national level. Next up, Bryson Rogers, the second Rogers, one of the lower ranked players in this class, but still a 4-star wide receiver. Bryson Rogers is Rodgers. Noah Rogers is Rogers. Here's your mnemonic to remember that. There's Noah D in Noah Rogers' last name. Get it?
Oh, Tom.
Yes. Well, you're welcome.
Tom.
You're welcome.
All right. I love Bryson's game, actually. Great route runner, sure-handed, great worker. Kevin and I were talking about earlier. We went to one of his practices. He stayed 20 minutes after practice, was just running routes, catching footballs. Maybe not so quiet, but maybe underappreciated his leadership ability and just kind of what he brought to this class in terms of, I think him and Luke Montgomery were 2 guys who really drove this recruiting class. So he's a big program guy. He's from Ohio, originally Warren, Ohio. I think he's one of those guys who will play above his ranking.
Another guy, boy, if this guy plays above his ranking, they will really have something. 5-star Brandon Inniss, one of those South Florida Express guys.
Well,
and
we just talked about sizzle.
Mhm.
Brandon does have some sizzle in a good way. He is an intense competitor, very fiery, very talkative on the field, both with his teammates and motivating his guys. And he's not afraid to dish it out to the opponent either. I think the safest pick among the receivers, I think he's the most college ready today, physically, and where he's coming from in terms of the program he's coming out of, and just the competition he's faced over the years. But he's been on the radar so long, it's almost one of those guys where he's on the radar too long, where you start to almost underappreciate him because, we've been talking about him since he's a freshman. And it's like it loses the excitement of talking. He's not the new toy or whatever. He's been on the radar for 4 years. I think people need to not forget how good this guy is, and I think he'll probably be a slot.
he's, it's almost like the Heisman where the guy who won the Heisman last year, well, we're bored with him now.
Yes.
What's new and shiny?
Yes.
One of the things that is new and shiny for Ohio State is tight end Jelani Thurman. There was a little bit of drama around him, and was he looking at maybe Auburn, something like that? Ended up signing with Ohio State today. He feels like someone who gives them some things at the tight end position they haven't necessarily had in one person potentially for at least this season, and maybe even before that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of similarities here with Jeremy Ruckert. Now, some people might say, well, Jeremy Ruckert didn't have the career at Ohio State that we thought he would have or should have had or wasn't utilized or whatever. But he is that type of athlete, plays a lot, kind of detached in high school, basically a glorified wide receiver, basketball athlete. So a lot of similarities with Ruckert. For me, again, it's how quickly can he put on 20 pounds and learn how to block? Because as soon as he does that, he's a problem. He just unbelievable wingspan. He's every bit of 6'5", maybe even 6'6". Just one of those guys who I think, and they made efforts to. I mean, the tight end. We didn't call it. It was like kind of funny. The first year we didn't say, "Oh, is this going to be finally the year of the tight end?" It was like the first year we didn't do that. And sure enough, they threw the hell out of the ball to the tight end this year with Cade Stover. Jelani is an even better athlete than Cade. So you would think this is going to be kind of a thing moving forward, maybe where they're going to incorporate more of the tight end. And if they're going to do that, this is perfect timing to get someone like Jelani Thurman.
All right, we're going to punch that off for a second because we have some breaking news out of St. John Bosco High School. Chris Trevino, who covers USC for 247, says St. John Bosco's signing event is about to get going and no sign of five-star edge Mateo Uyunglele at the table. St. John Bosco head coach Jason Negro announced that Mateo is sick and will not be attending, states that he had a blood transfusion. That is...
Even wilder is there's a report from Hayes Fawcett that he's committed to Oregon. So did someone
jump the gun
and break an embargo, but something's happened in the meantime?
Yes.
And it wasn't called like, hey, don't do that yet. We're not. So let's dig into this.
Yes, we call that a thamel in the business.
Yeah.
Yes, that's yeah. Well, this is not a surprise necessarily if he does end up at Oregon. That certainly seemed the direction things were trending as of this morning. Boy.
Let me be clear. I was told. Let me check the timestamp here. And I did mention this on our message board too, so people are on our message board know this. I was told just before 11 a.m. here Eastern time that it was Oregon, going to be Oregon, and that kind of everyone had kind of been informed. So that's still my expectation.
Yes,
especially seeing kind of the Hayes Fawcett tweet here, but it's fascinating what's going on here, that he's not at this announcement ceremony. And if it's a health issue, like it sounds like it is, I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
But boy, what a wild week for that recruiting process. That particular recruitment. That's been everywhere. I mean, you had reports that, and certainly I thought Ohio State was in the driver's seat there like the whole way. But then he started having reports that Ohio State was in the driver's seat. Then it was like, oh, well, USC is now in, and it's USC or Oregon. And then, like the reports USC was out. I'm like, I don't know if USC was ever out. USC was very much playing the hometown hero card the whole way and was getting some traction late. But yeah, let's we'll continue to work on this. But like I said, I think the Oregon thing is the right thing. But let's see what comes out of that Bosco press conference. That would be something. That would be some type of development. But I was told, like I said, roughly an hour and 20 minutes ago that it was going to be Oregon. The decision was made. So,
all right, and we have about 10 minutes before Ryan Day is expected to go up for his press conference. So we'll go through the rest of the offensive side of the recruiting class, and then we'll probably be able to turn it over to Kevin and Tony at that point. 3-star offensive lineman Miles Walker out of Connecticut.
Yep.
You know, where does is he a guard? Is he a tackle? Where does he fit?
Definitely a tackle, high upside prospect, hit a growth spurt in high school, still filling out his frame because of that, still growing into his body. I think one site does have him a 4, so he's got a little bit of extra juice there down the stretch. I like him. Now you got to be patient with him. This isn't going to be a year 1 thing. I don't know if it's going to be a year 2 thing. I think maybe we're looking more of a year 3 thing. But it's hard to teach 6'6" with his athleticism and his length. There aren't a lot of guys that exist like that. And I think the interesting thing about Miles is this is the one guy of the 4 that they've signed today. This is Justin Fry's handpicked guy. Not to say Justin Fry doesn't like the other 3 or wouldn't have offered the other 3. Of course, he chose to honor all those offers and take all those Ohio kids, so he obviously likes them. But those balls were rolling well before Justin Fry got the job. They had already identified those guys. Fry obviously reaffirmed those evaluations, and those are really promising players. But this was the first guy that was kind of like, yeah, okay, Justin, go find us a tackle. And this was a guy that he kind of zeroed in on over the summer, in the spring and of the summer. And so I think this one will be a little more heavily scrutinized over the next couple of years, just because he's out of state, and this was Fry's one of the guys he picked to go after. So, but I like the upside. Just be a little patient with this one. It's going to take a year or 2.
Yeah, and as it usually does with offensive linemen.
It does anyway. So, but especially here.
Next up, Austin Serveld, in-state prospect. Ohio State had 3 in-state offensive linemen they kind of zeroed in on, and they went 3 for 3. Serveld is one of those guys. These are all guys that we saw Justin Fry working with very closely at camps last year, so he really knows what he's getting, and it seems like he's very comfortable with Austin Serveld and then the other 2 guys we're about to talk about.
So of the 4, this is the guy, and I would still, like I said earlier, I think Luke Montgomery, and we'll get to him in a minute, is the best one they signed, best prospect they signed. But of the 4 that they signed, I think Austin's the most underrated. I actually like him quite a bit, and more than his ranking might indicate. He's really mean, and it's funny because I always joke he looks like he should be doing my taxes. He looks like a CPA. So you don't expect him then to be as mean as he is on the field, but he is. I was at a game. I watched him get a personal foul against Malik Hartford, future teammate. Malik was taking some liberties with Austin's running back after the play. Austin didn't approve, kind of threw him off the pile and shoved him and got a personal foul. And so it doesn't matter if you're in his way or if he, if he feels you've wronged a teammate or whatever it might be, he's going to let you know about it. The other thing I like about Austin, he's played tackle, he's played guard, he's played left side, he's played right side. And I think people always assume, well, I'll just flip him to left side or just take him and flip him into the other side. Just go ahead and start shooting free throws left-handed and see how that works for you. It's not that easy. It takes work. It takes really good coordination. He's already able to do that. So I like the versatility he brings as well. And I think just, again, he's going to need a little bit of time because he's so raw and pass. They've never really had to pass protect the offense he's in high school. Now, I did see him do it at camps, different animal, not the same, but it gave me some confidence that it won't be like you're starting from, ground zero.
Yeah, and that's the guys who come out of the run-only high school offenses. Someone I would always go back to, like Josh Myers, whose team ran like a wing T basically out of the Dayton area, and he was a high 4, low 5-star prospect depending on the surface, but it took him a couple of years to get on the field. But once he did, he was great, and now playing in the NFL, and so there is a patience grasshopper kind of thing, with all the offensive line. But again, there's a reason behind some of these. Luke Montgomery, you just said, obviously out of the Findlay area, has a little brother who can play a little football as well. Highest ceiling of anyone, just because the athleticism is there, but also he was playing defensive line not that long ago. We watched him at a camp in the summer of 2021, and he was like just starting to play offensive line at that point.
So the reason I think he's the best prospect, that obviously he's the highest ranked, so I'm not exactly on an island here, but if you look at some of the issues, some of the negatives we talk about the other guys, doesn't have like Miles Walker's got to develop. Well, Luke's kind of done a lot of the physical development already. He's put on a lot of weight the last year or two. It's good weight. He's already like 290. So there's not a whole lot more he needs to do with his body. So he's got the feet. He doesn't have the Austin Ceravel, I'm coming from a wing T offense factor. He's got some experience pass protecting. I mean, Finley's not exactly an explosive passing attack, but he knows how to pass protect. I just think he's the best combination of athleticism, potential, and we're not dealing with someone who is like super raw. We're not dealing with someone who's got to learn footwork to pass protect. I think he gets on the field before the other three. And again, I think he'll be a tackle, but he's also one of the guys who can play up and down the line. He's also a really good leader. So I think there's a lot to like there. I would be very surprised if Luke's not like a 2-year starter and a captain.
All right. And then the last offensive lineman, Josh Padilla, another guy who we saw. And I feel like when we saw him in 2021, he's come a long way from 2021 to 2022. There's been a lot of growth and improvement there.
Yeah, got a lot better in pass protection, got a lot just better feet, better shape, great wrestler.
Which is always a great training ground.
Yep. Pure interior guy, so guard center. They'll probably train him at both. Plays tackle at Wayne, plays a great high school schedule, great high school program. So you kind of have an idea of what you're getting there. He's not like a total wild card on some of these kids come from these programs, and you're just like, you hope that they can pick up the habits and everything else. That's not gonna be a problem here. Again, we'll need to win battles the way Jacoby Bourne, Pat Elflein won battles, which is out toughing people, being sound fundamentally, being in the right position, just positioning, leverage, all that stuff. He's not going to physically just overwhelm you the way a Paris Johnson can, but definitely a really tough kid, a really smart kid. And I think, again, can be one of those, he fits that kind of Pat Elflein, Luke Whippler, like little pit bull type guy. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of what he is.
All right. Now we're going to switch to the defensive side of the ball. Joshua Mickens, defensive end. We just talked about 20 minutes ago when he officially jumped on board. So we can kind of keep moving from there. Next up, a guy, Jason Moore, very, top 100 guy. I think he was 50th or 60th overall nationally. 4-star guy, very high 4-star from the same we are standing by for Ryan Day's press conference, by the way. They're just doing a sound check right now. So we're going to hop over to that as soon as Ryan Day is actually up there. But Jason Moore, same high school as Chase Young, different kind of player than Chase Young, but also a very, very highly touted player that you've heard a lot of good things about.
Yeah, I think he's one of the top guys in the class that they signed. I think he could be a rotation guy early just because of how big he is already. He's already almost 6'6", about 265. He's long, it's explosive. I watched him play this fall. They'd stand him up on the edge. They'd put a hand in the dirt, but kind of line him up out wide, like a wide 9, like well outside the tackle. They'd line him up nose to nose with the tackle. They'd line him up in front of a guard inside. So he already has moved all over the defensive line in high school, which is, I think, a good precursor to what he'll kind of be at Ohio State. But just long, athletic, big interior pass rusher. I think he's a more physically imposing version of like a Draymond Jones who kind of comes in at about 6'3", 6'3.5". Jason's that type of guy, but he's going to be bigger.
Next up, Caden McDonald. Speaking of guys who are a little bigger, Caden McDonald, Ohio State has landed their straight up big old nose tackle, 0 tack, 1 tack, however they're going to play him. This is a guy who Ohio State, they got Tyleik Williams a couple of years ago, and he was kind of this guy. But boy, this is a guy who I think Ohio State fans are always looking at other teams going, why don't we have one of those? Well, now you have one of those.
Yes, now you have one of those. And let me remind you, there's only like 6 of these guys nationally in a given recruiting class. So there's a lot of schools that don't have one of these. And unfortunately, a lot of these guys seem to pop up in the South. So
Mhm.
it's not always.
It's the sweet tea belt.
Yeah,
as I say.
exactly. It's never easy to get these guys out of the South. They've done that here, got them away from Clemson, Georgia, a bunch of schools down there wanted them. I think, again, we go back to like what we talked about with Josh Mickens a little bit of, on one hand, he's playing in a position where, strength and conditioning can do a lot for you in a year. And so there may be some patience. On the other hand, he's a guy who brings a unique skill set that maybe they don't have a lot of on the current roster. And that may turbocharge, his path to the playing field.
Mm-hmm.
All
right. And we're going to let you know, we will at some point soon, I see them doing a mic check right now at the Ryan Day press conference. We will at some point soon, Kevin will punch up the Ryan Day press conference as soon as Ryan Day walks in. So you may lose us very abruptly here in a minute, but until that happens, we'll chat a little bit about Will Smith Jr., a little closer to home than down south. Buckeye bloodlines, family, son of the great Ohio State 2002 defensive end, Will Smith. And someone who I think people, when he first committed, thought, that's, is this a little bit of a courtesy offer? Is it, he wasn't necessarily viewed as a clear-cut, absolute 100% certain Ohio State level player, but he is another guy who you saw him last year and then you saw him this year, and it's like, oh yeah, he's put on he's gotten bigger and he's still a very impressive player.
Yeah, I just think it was figured out what he is. I think that was the biggest problem early in his high school career. Is he a strong side end? I mean, he's only 6'3". He's not super long. Like, is he gonna be able to play out on the edge? He's 245 pounds.
All right, folks, thanks for being here. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy National Letter of Intent Signing Day. We'll open up the floor.
Early
Dave Hiddle, 24/7 Sports.
Hi, Ryan. It's hard to quantify, I'm sure, but generally speaking, how many recruits do you think that you guys did not land because of NIL?
Early period. I guess it's 12:30 right now, and so it's still an open period to sign. So we're going to keep swinging on this thing, but I think for me on today, a day like today, it's like, all right, these 19 guys that have signed right now, they deserve the recognition on a day like today, because it's a great group. And I think when you look at the quality of the people that we're bringing in, I think that's the focus right now. I think it has to be for us, is like not so much maybe who we don't get, but who are we bringing to the program? You know what I mean? And so I'm proud of our guys, and they're going to have unbelievable opportunity here at Ohio State for sure.
And speaking of those guys, what does it say about that? I'm sure it was a challenge for you. I'm sure other schools were coming after them, offering them money. How big of a challenge was that, and what does that say about those guys?
It says a lot about our guys. 7 guys from Ohio and 19 guys here. I mean, these are guys who want to be Buckeyes. They know the opportunity here, and there's a lot that comes with deciding on where to go to a school. A lot of these guys did it for the right reasons. What I mean by that is like focusing on the things that truly matter in this case. And what are those things? First off, it's the development at Ohio State. It's the ability to come in and get unbelievable education. It's being a part of, a program that's going to be in the national championship hunt every year, but also part of an unbelievable culture in the city of Columbus. There's just so many things that come with being a Buckeye that these guys recognized early on. And it's about relationships. And I think our coaching staff did an unbelievable job of building relationships throughout this process. Because this year was a unique season, and it's going to be a whole nother, unique recruiting cycle next year. And every year it changes. This year certainly there's been a lot of changes, but in the end, it comes down to relationships, and our guys did a great job of that.
Second row, StevenNeesCleveland.com.
Whether it's Lincoln this year, Devin last year, even like CJ was kind of the same concept. And these guys that you maybe had to go back and get later on in the process, and you're not always, there's not always guaranteed to be someone who pops up who's maybe Ohio State caliber. Has that maybe at all changed your guys' philosophy and how you guys maybe attack quarterback, and maybe waiting a little bit and not going after a guy as early?
I think it's a great question, and something we always look at. when is the right time to go on quarterbacks? Is it early in the process? Is it late? There's certainly some great positives to, jumping on somebody early. You identify who that person is early on. But when you get on somebody late like Lincoln, you get to recognize what they did their senior year. Same thing with CJ, same thing with Devin. And you get 40 years of work there. And I think in their situation, that's worked out really well for us. But there's also been times we've recruited, Kyle and guys, early on in the process, and that works too. So everybody has their own journey, but it's something that we always look at to try to evaluate what gives us the best chance of choosing the best guy for Ohio State and allowing them to choose Ohio State on their own.
I know there's an impact if you get a guy in early, because sometimes you can build a class around them, but I don't know, is there an impact the other way when a guy doesn't necessarily work out and you have to kind of change gears a little bit?
That's part of the recruiting process now. Yeah. Is just being able to pivot and react and really, you focus on the guys that ultimately sign. That's it. There's just a lot of twists and turns along the way, a lot of emotional roller coasters, but in the end, it's like, okay, who are the guys you bring in? And I think when you look at this list of 19 guys, I don't know what rankings or anything like that, but I know if you take, the quality of each guy, it's got to be up there as one of the top ones in the country.
Anybody else to sign?
Yeah. I mean, this is the early signing period. It's 12:30 here. So, there's still a lot going on. There's a long way to February too.
Ryan, I think you guys have had 5 players just between classes decommit since the summer. Does that number concern you? And what do you maybe look at as maybe reasons why there's been a couple more decommitments this year than in the past?
I just think it's kind of the way of the world right now. Some guys decommit 2 and 3 times before they actually sign nowadays. And I would say if it was 10 years ago, yeah, I'd probably be like, what's going on? But right now it's, we've had some guys come, change commitments from another school to our school. It's just, I remember a time when, once somebody committed, everybody just stopped recruiting them. That doesn't change anything anymore. So with early recruiting, with all the different things that are out there right now, guys are changing their minds, and we just have to adapt to it and move on. So that just means, when they commit, that we just keep recruiting them. And it's the same thing with other guys, across the country, who are committed. They still kind of look around a little bit, and not that, I necessarily agree with everything that goes on in that world, but it's the way things are going. It's the trends that are going on across the country, and, we just have to adapt.
Fourth row middle, Pat Murphy, 24/7 Sports.
Ryan, when we deal with fans and people that read our stuff, there's the side that is, Ohio State's lost to Michigan twice in a row. We've lost some guys, as Dan just mentioned, from classes, this, that, and the other thing, the negative side. Then there's, you went 11-1, you're in the college football playoff, you're close to winning a national championship on the other side. I'm curious from your perspective, from this building's perspective, how you kind of view things at the moment, because we see things from a different perspective, and if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, we all have certain expectations, and we all have goals, and when you don't reach those goals, you have to identify what those things are to get them addressed. But we also, when you go through times like this too, you recognize first off the things you got to get better at, but you also, it gives you a really good idea of where everybody's at in the program, and kind of where you stand, because when things are going well, everybody's with you, and when something goes wrong, you kind of find out where people stand. And so, I think we have a pretty good feel for that right now. But I can tell you that the guys in the program have been working their tail off the last month. I think, again, when you look at the 19 guys we brought in here, these are some of the best players in the country. And, these guys understand what's going on here, and they understand what an unbelievable culture we have here. You see, a lot of, transfer going on, everything like that. You look at our team, there's really not a lot of that going on. Why? I think it's because we have a strong culture here. Guys appreciate the way that they're being developed and everything like that. And, years and seasons and life doesn't always go the way you plan. It's about how you react to it and how you respond to it. And that's what our focus is on right now. We're not going to overreact as much as, that loss hurts. We're not going to, overreact on it. It's not worth it. We have a game against Georgia ahead of us that we're focusing on. We're hammering recruiting and looking to adapt to what's going on across the country. And, I know that the program's in a great place, even though, we did lose that game, and it hurts. I mean, that's our goal every year. You can't walk away from it. But at the end of the day, like, we have some really good people in this program. We have really good talent, really good coaches, and we're recruiting really good people.
Yeah, Coach, first I want to start off by mentioning Avery Henry went to social media to talk about his medical challenges and just what's going on there. But with your 4-man class with Miles, Austin, Luke, and Josh, what do you see there? I mean, what do they bring you as offensive line recruiting is so important every year to the system?
Yeah, I'll start off with Avery. Very difficult time for everybody here. Trying to give Avery as much space as we can during this time, but also know that he's got a whole team behind him that's going to help him through this fight. Our culture is built on fight. He's in for a fight. This came out of nowhere for him, and his life got rocked. And I told the guys after it happened, things like this give you perspective in life too. And this is the reason why you get into coaching, is to have an impact on young people and help Avery fight this battle. But like we talked about with his family, there's a reason why you're here. There's a reason why you're a Buckeye. And maybe because along the way, you needed the James Hospital, you needed BuckeyeNation, you needed this team to help you in this fight, and we're here for you. So he's going to be down there in Atlanta with us, God willing, and still be with the team. That's the hope. And we're just going to be a part of this fight with him. So I know the whole team's behind him. But going back on the offensive lineman that we recruited this year, I thought Justin did an excellent job. We have 3 offensive linemen here from Ohio and also Miles from Connecticut. I really think all 3 of them have an ability to make an impact right away. These are guys who we've had in camp. We've seen work live. Luke Montgomery, he's going to start to tackle. He's kind of been the leader of this class. He's got a great personality. He and his family have been unbelievable during this process, but he's very, very talented. You can see him on the basketball court, the way he moves his feet. He's got toughness and physicality. He could play probably all 5 positions, but we're going to start him at tackle. Austin Saervelt is going to start at guard for us. Very big and strong and powerful guy. You can see when you get up on him, the size of his legs. I think his family said that they can't find him a pair of pants, so either wear sweatpants or shorts. That's how big his thighs are. But he's very, very powerful and big inside, and kind of that road grader you're looking for at guard. Josh Padilla is going to start at center for us. This is a guy whose dad is a wrestling coach. He was a wrestler, has all the traits you're looking for in a center: the quickness, the ability to leverage, the noses and the guys that he's going to have to go against every day. And he's got a toughness about him. And so you couple that with Miles. Miles, is from Brunswick School out there in Greenwich, Connecticut. And you look at his length and his athleticism and his size. He's going to start a tackle for us as well. He brings a lot of potential there. And so all 4 of those guys early on, we're excited about. Hopefully we can get these guys going and make a push.
Follow up. You guys have been very active in the portal, offering some tackles. I know you can't speak specifically about guys, but is there still that need to look into the portal and maybe find an impact guy? I mean, especially when we don't know what the future of the tackle position is going to look like after the season.
Yes. Yeah. We're definitely going to look at that and see the guys who are out there. We're not just going to, add guys to add guys, but if it's right for them and it's right for us, we're certainly going to look down that road. Yes.
Ryan, at this point, no running back, no defensive end. Is there a need to expand the overall search in these types of situations? Obviously, Tony and Larry.
Well, we signed Mickens, right? So
I wasn't sure if you were considering more of an outside edge.
Yeah, he'll start at defensive end.
With Tony and Larry, who are obviously longtime guys, great relationship builders, is there a philosophy shift maybe that let's expand the board rather than narrowing in on 2 or 3 guys, and if they don't work out, then you find yourself in this position?
No, I don't think so. I think when you looked at this year at running back, we have a pretty decent, decent depth there. When you looked at, Trey and Mayan, and then in a Chip, we got to decide if we're going to move him over full time or not. Dallin, and then Evan Pryor's been hurt. So, going into the year, we knew we were already kind of with 5 guys there, 4.5 guys. If we had somebody there that we really liked, that we were going to take them. Didn't feel like we needed to, but we're always going to look to upgrade if we possibly can, or add somebody to the roster that we think can help us. So it didn't work out for us this year. We certainly had a head start, and then lost a guy. But and then at the defensive end position, we we felt like we were in pretty good position with a couple guys. It didn't work out in the end, but we did have a couple, other guys that were recruiting. Certainly Josh, to add him to the class was great. He's a guy that, he's from Indiana and he's very athletic, basketball player. We had him in camp. For him to make the decision down the stretch was big for us. We think he can be a very, very good player. And then we also like Jason Moore's ability to go inside and outside. He's shown that. He was a player of the year in the area there, had a big time season. So he was important to get. And then Cade McDonald inside, as you know, from North Gwinnett was a big ad for us. And we'll keep recruiting. We'll keep seeing what's out there, but we're always going to swing at the best players in the country. And, but I'm glad that we have the guys that we have in this class.
Talking about best in the country, it's hard to say that without talking about Brandon Inniss, who, since he was a freshman in American Heritage, was talked about by everyone as the next big thing.
Yeah.
Very rare you hear that a lot of kids as a freshman, and then they actually live up to it.
Yep.
But it seems like outside of Luke, he's also become the guy who's the most vocal leader in this group. Can you just speak on how surprising that was, but also how important he's been in keeping everything moving?
Yeah, I think you look at all four of these guys. You look at Brandon Carnell, Noah, and Brent Rogers, Bryson Rogers. I think all four of these guys are going to be really good players for us, and all four of them are looking to come in and make an impact. I think, Bryson had a big time season this year. His family has ties up here in Ohio, in the Warren area. From early on, he jumped on this thing and was a Buckeye all the way. And his loyalty during this whole thing has been excellent. I think he's going to have a really bright future here. Carnell, that was quite a recruiting process. I thought Brian, everybody did a great job there, but I think he always knew he wanted to be a Buckeye as well. He's got a chance to be an impact player for us. Noah, from down in North Carolina, again, from the jump, there was a couple of twists and turns along the way, but he was pretty loyal and he had a big time season. I think you're really going to like him and just his personality and makeup. But Brandon, yeah, he from early on, he had a presence about him. He had a leadership early on. His play this season, bringing him all the way to the state championship again after the year before playing quarterback, you could just tell he was just a competitor. And now you see, again, what he did this year. He can do so many things. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's a dynamic player, and like you said, has leadership ability. And during the process, kind of would communicate to the guys in the class, and in these text chains that these guys would talk to each other, and he was a big catalyst for this class.
How much has NIL and all of the other stuff around taken you away from the relationship building throughout the process, and as opposed to just jumping in at the end? And do you feel like that's impacted the way that some of these things went this year?
I think. Again, every year, like we talked about, it changes. The dynamics change, but in the end, it comes down to relationships. That's it. And again, I think our staff did a great job this season, and the guys that we've signed in this class, I think we have really good relationships with.
Yeah, Ryan, with all of the changes that we keep talking about, changes in recruiting, how have you, I guess, kind of put more of an emphasis on keeping the Ohio prospects in Ohio, as well as the Midwestern guys? And then also you talked about the 3 offensive linemen from Ohio that are going to Ohio State, but what about those defensive guys? What do you like about them? How
Yeah.
can they make an impact?
Yeah, I think it's more important than ever to make sure that we have guys from Ohio, and that we're evaluating all the guys in Ohio at a high level, because between the transfer portal, the combination with NIL, there's just so many things that come with it. And so families and people from Ohio understand what it means to be a Buckeye more than anybody. And so we've got to do a great job of that, and developing young men, and making sure even at a young age we identify them and build them up. But yeah, we got some really good players in the state this year. Jermaine Matthews and Malik, Arvell Reese up in Glennsville had an unbelievable season, state champs with coach, and all these guys are going to have an impact. We can feel it. Nobody stopped recruiting them. Up until the last 48 hours, guys were calling them and recruiting them and talking to them about all kinds of different things, and they stayed loyal. And that's going to matter, because that's probably not going to go away because of the transfer portal. So the loyalty and understanding what it means to be a Buckeye is very, very important, and now more than ever.
Ryan, we hear the numbers thrown out for players on existing teams, and coaches will say, this guy was offered this by, but I'm not going to say which school.
Right.
What is the downside of a head coach naming another school or collected from that school?
I just think it's just not a road that I certainly want to go down. I just don't think there's any benefit to it. So what do? We just focus on the guys that we signed. And I hear what you're saying. I do. There's a lot of hearsay out there and a lot of people talking about all kinds of different things. And that can be frustrating, but we're going to focus on our guys right now and just focus on this team.
I'm not asking you to tell me what other coaches are thinking, but is that thought process? We're going to focus on this, but we're still going to tell people on the radio that it's happening. Like, you want it both ways, but if you're not willing to name names, like, are you getting anything out of it other than just venting?
I think it's a great question. I think it deserves conversation. Probably not right now, but yeah, I mean, I do. I think there's a lot going on out there that needs discussion. Yes, but now's not the time.
Second row right.
Ryan, just quickly, you mentioned the possibility of a Chip possibly sticking at running back. What might determine that here over the next couple of weeks and months as you kind of figure that out?
I think once we get done with the season, we'll sit down and have a conversation with Chip. When he first came in, we were playing linebacker, and then because of the way the season played out at running back, he got moved to running back. We haven't sat down and said, okay, what's the plan for the spring? So I think that's the first thing. We're going to meet with Chip and see what he feels most comfortable doing after kind of doing half and half, I guess.
Hypothetically, if you were to stay there, you had 5. You would have 5. That's probably where you want to be at running back. Right?
Exactly.
Jermaine Matthews, what did he show you guys when he came up here for that camp and kind of got that offer?
And then the other thing too is, Xavier has really helped us at running back as well. So it gives us a little flexibility there. But Jermaine Matthews, I would say this, I was really impressed right off the bat. I first met him early on in the process, but then when he came to camp, he did a great job at camp. I mean, it was a hot day. It was a competitive day. Coach Kienholz was going through the drills, and I mean, he was getting worn slick at one point. I'm like, we got to take it easy on this guy. He's going to pass out. But he kept going and going and going and competing. And then I thought he had a great year this year, just playing really, really hard for Win Woods and Coach Murph, and just was really impressed with his ability to go compete every single day. And this is another guy who went through a lot during the recruiting process and fielded a lot of calls, and a lot of people were blowing up that phone. And he was loyal to the Buckeyes, and I think he's going to have a great career here.
Far left, Jared Smalley, WCMH.
Ryan, there's one Central Ohio kid, and it's a name that people know around here. And I'm wondering, no one here gets an opportunity because of who their family is, et cetera. But he earned it, and I'm wondering how.
Yeah.
What was his development like over the last year and a half that made you think that was a good fit?
I'm glad you asked, because I think that ties in what we were talking about before. Will, first off, and we know the story with his dad. And so does that matter? Yeah, it does. Actually, it does. But that wasn't going to be a reason why we're going to offer him a scholarship. Will has, in the last year, just absolutely poured it on. He's poured on some weight. He's poured on, I think, about 45 pounds, and played with an unbelievable motor. We saw that motor in his junior film, but we sat down and explained to him what the expectation was that if he came here. These are the things that we expect out of you to be a Buckeye. And some of those things he and his mom and his family already knew, because they had perspective on that, certainly with his dad's background. And so, it was, I guess it was a little bit of a risk early on, because we didn't quite know for sure. But, he and his mom, quite honestly, they said, is he really good enough to be a Buckeye? And we said, if he does these things, we absolutely think he is. It's a no-brainer now. I mean, the way that he played this season, you talk to anybody who watched them play, he played hard, he played physical with his hair on fire, and just had a lot of production. So he's coming in early, and we think he has a chance to be a very, very good player for us.
Sorry to bounce back onto the NIL topic, but so you have an athletic department that was set up and is ready for this and engaged in it. You have the collectives that are trying to do their part. So just from your perspective, what's missing? Because right now it's obvious that within your staff, within your group, that you're not satisfied with where the program stands right now.
Well, I think all these guys right here are going to have unbelievable opportunity in the NIL space, and the way it's designed, and with things that we have set up here, and also just like with our current team and some of the opportunities that are going to be here. So, we can explain to them what some of our guys are doing, and then we can explain to them what some of the deals our guys have done as examples. And I think they've really bought into that, and they understand what all that means and the potential for that down the road. So as NIL continues to change and move, we're constantly having conversations on a weekly basis on, what we need to continue to improve on, what we need to do better, where it's going, and we're going to keep building on it. And it's Ohio State. So, we should be the best in the country, and we will.
Issue for you right now in this process, the recruiting process, than it is in keeping players satisfied once they're here?
Yeah, that's another good question. I would say right now, the recruiting space is probably just the most hectic right now and the most competitive, especially as we get closer to signing day. But it's across the board right now.
Lincoln obviously was kind of a late addition. What do you like about him, and the fact that you did get to see him play a senior year? How much impact did that have?
Yeah, it had a big impact. Multiple sport athlete, and a very good multiple sport athlete. Did multiple things, or played multiple sports, but played them very, very well. Liked the way he competed, liked his athleticism, liked his makeup when he came to visit us. Came here, saw the environment, and I want this, and that's a huge part of it. But this isn't for everybody. Being the starting quarterback for Ohio State is not for everybody. It's got some unbelievable things, but there's a lot of things that come with it. He kind of looked at it and was like, "This is what I want." That was important. I liked his makeup. I thought Corey really did a great job building a relationship with he and his mom, and I think he saw the opportunity here. And you combine all those things together, we're excited to have him.
Sorry to ask you another NIL question, but it seems like when I talked to some recruiting expert, basically said it's delayed gratification in terms of Ohio State may not be able to get you X amount up front, but if you become the player if you bet on yourself, become the player that you think you're going to be, it'll pay off in the long run. Is that kind of the pitch right now for you guys?
I think that's probably like that anywhere. The number one focus, it has to be the development here in the end. All of these guys want to have, first off, they want to have great careers at Ohio State. They want to go on to, win championships and beat the team up north and win national championships here. That's the first thing. Get a great degree, help them set up themselves for life after football. All those things are important. But I also think, along the way, there's going to be, some things that change in their life, and they're going to have to adapt to it. But they also know that it's about an opportunity to go to the NFL too. And if they're not in the right situation, if they're not getting developed, then that's not going to help them reach their end goal. So, our focus on the conversation, I guess, to your point, is where are you going to be at in 3 to 5 years? Certainly there's going to be opportunity now with NIL that was never here before. And certainly Columbus and the state of Ohio and Ohio State is going to offer a lot of these opportunities. But where are you going to be in 3 to 5 years? Not just where you're at right now. And I think all these guys recognize that.
Fourth row middle, Andy Anders, Buckeye Sports Bulletin.
Yes, Calvin Simpson-Hunt was a guy you guys got involved with a little later on in the process, was committed to Texas Tech when you offered him. Can you talk about what that evaluation was like? And obviously there's a lot of athletic upside there.
Yeah.
What you saw in him.
Yeah. I thought Tim Walton did a great job of, evaluating him and Mark Pantoni, his ability to play in his junior year, but then was really impressed with how he played his senior year. A very, very competitive conference. Did a great job of competing every day. Has really grown in a lot of different areas in the last, even 10 months. And so, we're very, very excited to have him. He's got a lot of athleticism. He's got good size, great work ethic. And, I know he wants to come in and compete as well. But I think the good thing about coming from the state of Texas and the league that he plays in, he's going against really good players every day. And so you can see, the fact that he should be able to assimilate pretty quickly here.
Far left, Andrew Lynn, Buckeyes Now, fans only.
With how prevalent the transfer portal is now, are there conversations that you're having throughout the process, where you might not be getting a prospect to come now, but kind of just planting those seeds for if in the future, if they do enter the transfer portal, like, hey, we know what we offer. How do those conversations go?
Yeah, I can't sit here and tell you that, we recruit guys for down the road, but it's all about relationships in the end. And this is a small world, the football world, and we're going to continue to cross paths with folks and in this journey along the way. I guess Chip would probably be the best example of that. We recruited him, not never thinking that he would go to Arizona State, then come back and then be playing for us this year. But that's why you always want to make sure you're building relationships and you're handling things the right way, even when it gets competitive and it gets emotional, when maybe something doesn't go exactly the way you think it should go or the way it's planned. You always handle yourself in class because you never know, and that's life. And so, I guess those opportunities are going to probably happen more and more moving forward.
Ryan, you've talked about the positives. The guys that picked you and the per player rankings seem pretty high. There's positives there. A lot of NIL and other stuff that's swirling around the negativity. So I assume this is a mixed bag. But when you look at it, the class as a whole, how well do you think that you guys addressed what you thought were the pressing needs?
I think pretty well. I mean, I do think, there's a need to have some impact players in the O-line. We're going to lose some guys there. So I think that was important to have a really strong class. We're going to have to continually build in the defensive backfield. And that's an area that I think we've addressed, but will continue to need to be addressed. But I think when you look at overall, we could probably use one more defensive lineman in there along the way. I thought it was great to get Jelani Thurman as a really talented tight end that we think, as we start to get into multiple tight end use like we did this year, it was great to get him. So I think we've addressed a good portion of our needs. I don't think we're all the way there yet, but this is going to be a long process all the way through, till we play next year.
Missed out. The next class would be the next opportunity to do
Right.
that. So, I mean, how significantly, I guess, do the transfer portal plans for you change from what maybe you ideally like, which has been pretty concentrated on just one or two, and maybe that's not the case for this year?
That's it. And I think when you look at how many guys for us have entered the portal, I think it's only been 3 since the portal opened, right? So there hasn't been a lot of guys leaving, so there's not as many spots. Some guys, I guess, are going to sign 27 or 30 guys in a class because a lot of guys walk out the door. We haven't had that. So when you look at our numbers, so there's not as many spots available. Now that could change as we head into the spring. Guys, there's another portal opening here and then obviously into the spring. So we'll try to adapt the best we can at that time, ultimately getting to 85.
Yeah, Will Smith has a motor. Who would have seen that coming? Hey, speak on that. The transfer. How different is it recruiting in the transfer portal as opposed to the regular recruiting? Can you explain? I mean, it's number one, y'all are looking for need, right?
Yeah.
But then, can you explain kind of like how you're pitching it, but what you're looking for? Obviously, I would think immediate impact player, but I may be wrong.
Yes, and I think most of the guys who are in the portal have been through the recruiting process, so they don't need to go through the recruiting dinners and all that. They have a certain list of things that they're looking for, and so do we. And when it matches up, great. I think one of the things that you don't want to do is, talk to somebody about that you're going to come in here and be a starter right away. Like that's not good for your locker room, and it's just not good policy. Everybody who comes in that type of role, like Tanner did, like Chip did, like Jonah Jackson did, Trey Sermon, they come in, they're going to have to compete. And, that's a very prideful locker room. And you don't just walk into that locker room and say, oh, I'm going to be the starter here. Even Justin Fields had to compete for that job. He did. And that's the way it's going to be. So, I think that's a big part of it too, is making sure that the guys in that room know that the work they put in here is going to matter in the end, and making sure that, the culture stays strong. But all that being said, we'd be foolish not to upgrade our talent.
And thinking back 13, 14 months ago, your quarterback room, we were joking about it even then, how difficult is it? And I guess how much does it weigh on your mind that, the quarterback room now, I'm talking about, if CJ does go to the NFL, which a lot of people project, how queer is it? How quickly that changed, and how tough is it to get a Lincoln Kienholz to flip from Washington. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just, you've got to be in that realm too of flipping guys. But just, I don't know. How unsettling is that to know this is the future going forward, that this is the game you got to play.
Yeah. Well, I think when you look at the last 4 years, it's kind of been the norm. Yeah. You know, I guess if you probably took every year in the last 4 to 5 years in that quarterback room, we could probably, really go through a whole story on the whole thing. Right. And I think somebody said at one point when we had, 4 guys in there, they said, well, it's going to be a really big challenge. The challenge is when you don't have anybody to put on the field, and so we always just try to do the best we can year in and year out to find the right quarterbacks and for that room, and then know that, there's going to be a starter, there's going to be a backup, and there's going to hopefully be another backup. Hopefully you can have 3 guys at least. Difficult nowadays, I think, to have 4. And just knowing that the dynamics can change, and because the transfer portal, someone could walk in 1 second and walk in the room the next. Do I necessarily like that? No, I think it should be about development and working through things. And I think that's a trait that most great quarterbacks have. When you look at the guys who move on and have great success, certainly guys in the NFL, one of the common traits is guys who work through adversity, work through tough times, play a lot of games, get through it. And I think that, that is a challenge, but I guess what you're seeing in a lot of positions at a lot of schools with some of that turnover, like you said, year in and year out, we've been kind of dealing with that at quarterback here for the last 4 to 5 years. So we do the best we can to adapt, but it's not always fun.
I was going to say, at the end of spring, for example, we're all looking at it like somebody's going to be your number 1 quarterback, and you're going to be, kind of like when Burrow was here, boy, we love you to stick around. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Do you already see that coming? I mean, you, even though you're looking at Georgia right now, you have to keep that in mind of how do I keep that room strong?
Yeah, you always have to, and it's delicate, but if someone becomes the clear cut number 1, then he becomes the clear cut number 1, and you go from there. Sometimes you don't know till they get on the field. You don't know. I think about some of the situations we've had like that. We felt like at that moment that we wanted to name Dwayne the starter because we felt like he was the starter at that time. And then we did want Joe to leave, and it was hard for him to leave, but he did. And obviously it worked out great for him. Other guys, other times we weren't sure. So bowl practice has been good. We've been able to see both Devin and Kyle compete. And that's been great. But, that competition is going to go in through the spring, and we'll kind of see what we got when we get there.
Yeah. One last thing, NIL space, et cetera. Do you sense the NCAA is out there trying to police, keeping up with what's going on in the inducement realm of recruiting, et cetera? Do you feel like it's just the wide open Wild West right now?
Everyone uses that term, but I haven't seen much in terms of the enforcement.
Ryan, with what you guys are going to lose at tackle, you talked about some of these recruits can be instant impact guys in the offensive line. Not to put too much on Luke Montgomery, but he's a guy you've had a relationship with for a while.
Yep.
He's a high-level talent.
Yep.
Could he theoretically compete to start next year, or philosophically is it like, man, tackle, true freshman, that's just too much to ask?
I don't know if I want to put that all on him, but we're excited to have him in. We are. And the fact that he's coming at mid-year is even more exciting. Talked to him today about it, and he's already his mind's already going there, which is great. So we'll see. I think it's a challenge for a young guy, but we're not going to put it past him to go do it. So looking forward to getting him in here and getting to work.
There's been a great history with Glenville High School and Ted Ginn Sr. and players coming here. Arvell Reese, that recruitment, the player that he became, just what was the process of you guys knowing, yeah, we want this guy to be in Columbus?
Well, first off, when Coach Ginn calls and recommends somebody, there better be a good reason why you don't take them. That's the first thing. But then you watch him play on film. I mean, his film speaks for itself. He is all over the place. He can do many things, and for his size, he's got power, he's got athleticism, he's productive. He's one heck of a football player. And Coach was on that one early. He hit that one right down the middle, and he's talked to me about some other guys. I mean, he's been done an unbelievable job, and then for him to win the state championship the way he did this year was awesome. Really happy for him and the program, and they're in great shape. But Arvell's going to be able to really have an impact for us. Very productive. And I think the thing that coach does a great job of is he builds them up the right way. He understands Ohio State. He understands what it means to be a Buckeye. He understands the rivalry. And so to have somebody like that in our program coming in this year is going to be very important.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but with the way things are working right now, do you think it's possible that there are some recruits who will make a financial decision when they commit out of high school and then might be open to transferring after a year with more long-term winning and development things in mind once they, and I'm not saying that's not what I might do that too. Is that, you kind of were generally asked about planting seeds. Is that a reality?
Ooh, do I want to go down this road right now? I'm not sure. I would just say this. I think these guys have a lot of flexibility right now to do a lot of different things. And, I would say that the second thing, focused on winning and development, all those, that's what these guys focused on right here, which is great. But there are a lot of things going on out there that I know, it's hard for guys to walk away from. And, we're doing everything we can to make sure we're focused on doing the right thing. And our guys understand that, knowing that there's great opportunity for these guys, and there's going to continue to be great opportunity for these guys. But like you said, nowadays there's a lot of flexibility for players.
Unless everything's connected, we understand that you're happy with this group of players who want to be here. The quarterback recruiting, people are trying to flip some of your guys, and then, sometimes you got to go out and try to flip somebody else. Mm-hmm. You had a 2024 was committed and then decommitted. Everything stitched together. What happened with that player or the possibility of that affect anything else you were doing in this quarterback class? And how often are you completely surprised by things like that? Or how often do you sort of have an idea, well, we maybe need to be prepared for something that might change?
All of the above. Yeah. I mean, I think, year in and year out, we want to bring in a quarterback. I don't think we've had a year when we didn't sign a quarterback. So we always want to sign a quarterback. And it's something that's constantly changing all the time. And we're trying to, project out the best we can, who's going to, be somebody that can make an impact early on. And we're not bringing in anybody to be a backup. I think that's the other thing, and maybe there's times where, someone can say, well, you're just coming to Ohio State just to, get in line. If that's the case, then they don't understand who we're recruiting. I say that a bunch because that's some people's recruiting pitch to a quarterback. Well, don't go there. They have all these other quarterbacks. They have all these 5-star quarterbacks in a room. Well, what are they saying about you? They obviously don't think you belong. And everybody dreams of playing in the NFL. When you sit in an NFL, room, when you're in the preseason, you're going to be with a lot of really good quarterbacks. You're going to have to compete. And the challenge is if you can make it here, you make it anywhere. And I think that's where Lincoln was really into it and never flinched. That's just something that I really liked about him. He was like, listen, I'll go in that room. I'll compete against anybody. Let's go. That's awesome. And that's something that I think we're excited about and looking forward to getting to work with him.
Him and Brown said the same thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And I think that there's a lot to be said for that. Guys who want to do that. And so we want the most competitive guys in the country.
Ryan, when you've talked about your approach to the transfer portal and not taking guys just to take transfers for the sake of doing so, Georgia's kind of maintained a similar approach. The team you're playing in the playoff. Any thought on why on this stage the top playoff teams are largely built through high school recruiting, sort of rather than just having 15 transfers on a roster?
Yeah, I don't know if I've quite thought about how that fits with both of us, but I haven't quite given that much thought. I would say that we do a really good job recruiting, and I think we do a really good job of developing. I think Georgia does the same thing, and obviously teach their own in their own philosophy on things. But I'm sure they're looking at the portal just like we are, and it'll become a little bit more of a norm, I guess, moving forward. But we're also we do a really good job, I think, of identifying the right people who want to be at Ohio State and then developing them.
How's the selection process when you're looking at guys in the portal versus the high school talent pool? How do those pools of available players typically compare, like in terms of guys who can play at Ohio State?
What do you mean compare? Like like a high school kid as opposed to a portal kid?
Fit wise,
Yeah.
ways to upgrade your roster. Like how does the transfer portal each year seems like it's a larger pool. So just kind of wondering how those two pools of talent like compare in terms of upgrading your roster. Do you find like better players at high school versus the portal?
No, I think it's a good question. And I've talked to high school coaches about this. Some of these high school coaches are very frustrated because some of the guys that would typically be recruited a little bit more are getting less opportunities because more schools are just going portal route. And I think that's interesting because I guess there's a lot of teams that really spend more time in the portal than they would recruiting high school players. And that's one of the unintended consequences probably of the transfer portal that nobody thought of. But I just think when you're dealing with the portal, you're dealing with somebody that's 2, 3, 4 years older than somebody coming out of high school. But sometimes it comes down to need, and I guess the talent is just depending on who it is and then who you're comparing them against.
Second row left, Steve Hellwagen, 24/7 Sports.
Yeah, you guys came in today with 6 guys committed in the secondary. You've signed 4 of them, could still sign the 5th one maybe sometime later. Just how important was it to address those 4 or 5 positions, because you were playing a lot of veterans in that group this year? You need to kind of replenish a little bit.
That's it. Yeah. And being a 3 safety defense, we had to, just more numbers there. And we'll continue to look at that and try to add on to that because, the year before we hadn't recruited that. We didn't have multiple years of recruiting to a 3 safety system. So it was important that we did that, and we'll continue to do that. Yeah.
Phases in Atlanta in a few days. So the exams are over. You've had 5 or 6 days now to drill down on playing in this game against Georgia. Just to maybe switch topics just for a second, just how have these last 5 or 6 days gone? Are you happy with your preparation at this point? And just what are you seeing, I suppose?
I see a team that, realizes that there's not a lot of people give us a chance and have played really hard in practice or prepped really hard in practice. I think that there's a good look in our guys' eye. We're going to give them a couple of days off for Christmas here and then get back together down in Atlanta. But we know what we're in for. We know what the challenge is, and we've been working really hard towards it. Today. Yeah. Yeah. So we went 6 out of the last 7 days. And so next time we'll be together is Christmas night down in Atlanta.
Coach, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So that was Ryan Day. I guess, boy, there's a lot to go through. I guess let's start with the news that broke in the middle of that press conference that we've not gotten a chance to talk about. Kienholz, the cornerback, has flipped his commitment. He committed to Auburn right in the middle of Ryan Day's press conference. You heard Ryan Day at one point say 19 guys, and you kind of went, who are you not expecting to? And the answer was Kienholz. So, we talked about him as, potentially the slot corner of this class. They still do have 2 very good outside corners signed in this class. So this is not a disaster, but this is also, we talked earlier about Jordan Battle and Clark Phillips and Terrence Brooks. And now Kienholz, this is 4 cornerbacks in the last, 5 recruiting classes who have flipped away from Ohio State on early signing day. That's the kind of thing that even if this one thing isn't a particularly devastating loss, it adds up over time.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you feel these types of things 2 or 3 years into the future. You're not going to feel them on opening kickoff against Indiana this fall. So does Ohio State go portal now? I mean, are you looking for a developmental guy? If you are, maybe you go portal. You're certainly at this point looking to see who didn't sign today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're looking to maybe see if there's someone that can make sense for a February signing, or even signing. You can sign tomorrow, you can sign Friday, and then it closes until February. So I think Ohio State will start doing that here. I think they do want 3. I think there are positions where you can lose a guy late and you're just like, we're good where we are. I think they're going to want another guy here. What was interesting to me about what Ryan Day said is he threw out like the number 19. And so we immediately were like, oh, that's bad for Lee. And then sure enough, it was a few minutes after I think he said that Lee signed with Auburn. So does that mean they think Bonsu's in? Because Jaden Bonsu, safety, has not signed or sent in the letter yet. Unless something just happened here in the 90 seconds since we went live. He has not sent that in. So he must have been counting Lee out and optimistic about Bonsu is my only interpretation for the throwing out the number 19.
Yeah, I mean, you're assuming that he's
or
doesn't
is
have any reason to suspect that he's not going
did
to.
Mickens make 21? I'm trying to do the math on the fly here. Would Mickens have made maybe 21?
Oh,
and
yeah.
so now it is actually 19. And so if that's the case, is Bonsu being counted out?
Yeah. Oh, and you're right. It is because
Mickens, I guess, would have been 21.
Yeah, Mickens would have been 21. You're
So
right.
there it is.
So yes, you have 9, and that was 19. That's 19 guys that they had in at that point. So that doesn't necessarily
Open for
mean they
interpretation.
ended. Yeah, but boy, what was it? TNT. We know drama. Early signing day. We know drama. There is. It is, and it's going to be so fascinating to see where the late flips, because sometimes the late flips really burn you, and sometimes they don't. And I would have questions about going and putting my career in the hands of Hugh Freeze, which has worked varying degrees of well and not well over the years. But I mean, Auburn is a program that is always notable, whether for good or bad. They're always like, hey, where it's like Poochie and the Simpsons, like where's Auburn?
It's an ongoing investigation.
It is an ongoing investigation, as they say. Yes, yeah. So that's so Kienholz there, and we have talked a little bit about Johnny Cornelius, the offensive lineman transfer from Rhode Island. It sounds like he is not going to be coming to Ohio State. That is where that sounds like that one is trending. So you have a class of 19 now. And it's, I mean, they have addressed most of their, they've kind of checked most of the boxes there. No running back. You don't really have the left tackle you would want. You probably wanted another corner. You probably wanted another safety, assuming Bonsu doesn't sign. There's still some holes there. We have seen them also do some work in the month of January to bring in Enoch Vamahi, to bring in DeJuan Jones. They have sometimes taken advantage of that sort of end of the recruiting cycle after early signing day. Most guys will sign on that early signing day. The guys who are not turn into very hot commodities in January. And here's the other thing. By the time National Signing Day rolls around on the first Wednesday of February, the narrative around the Ohio State football program could be very, very different than it is right now. Because if they win 2 football games between now and then, well, things, everyone in Columbus has climbed down off the roof and is waving their pom-poms again. And that's true around the state of Ohio. That's true probably of some recruits and changing the narrative around Ohio State. So yeah, this is going to be a very, it's going to be a notable, interesting month and a half or so to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting few months. Just they've got to do something in the portal. How active, how many guys they actually need, that's certainly up for debate. But they're going to have to find at least one or two guys in the portal. And then these bowl games or these playoff games or game, depending how things go on New Year's Eve. It's such a weird, it's almost like the stock market where like the small, like everything just seems to set off like this chain reaction of like, oh no, the jobs report came in. And so the whole thing's going to crash today. And then tomorrow it's going to be way back up because we just realized how stupid we just were for overreacting. And these perceptions of these programs are the same way. It's like every 5-star you lose, oh, it's going to be the end of the program. And then you get a 5-star and it's, we're not going to lose a game for 3 more years. Look at how good, look at how good our receiver room is going to be in 3 years when all of these kids pan out. So it's going to be a 6 weeks, I think, of knee jerkiness. It's going to be fascinating. It's not going to be for the faint of heart.
On the internet, you say? I don't believe it. Hey, speaking of insanity and jerkiness, Tony Gardeman back with us after hanging out with Ryan Day. We're going to do a little shift change here again. But thank you guys all for making this a very fun day. I am punching out for the day, but Tony will be here, and Kevin will be back in a few minutes, and Mark will, of course, be staying here. So thank you guys all for making this a very fun day. It has been a very, very fun and lively day in the comments, as usual. So I'm going to turn things back over to Tony.
Car's unlocked. Just text me and I'll lock it up.
That, and then power strip too. I told it all the time.
Okay. All right. Well, how is this?
Oh, look who's back.
Thank you for welcoming me back, Mark.
The Ryan Day graphic.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Ryan Day. Now, we will be without a producer.
Tom, we are not Ryan Day.
I
We've been
know,
Ryan
yeah.
Day head coach for a while, I think. Or did that just pop up when we?
No, we've been Ryan Day head coach the whole
Nice.
time. Let's see.
Someone screenshot that where it's like me, Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach.
No. Well, anyway.
It's fine.
How many Buckeye Huddle staffers does it take?
Just
to screw
one.
in a light bulb to remove a graphic. Oh, there we go.
The prestige.
Hopefully everyone got their screenshots in of me being Ryan Day, head football coach.
Get out of here. Okay.
There we go.
All right. So how long has Ryan Day been done? Just a couple minutes?
Yeah. 5-10 minutes.
What? And I'm sure what have you guys talked about so I don't.
Well, we dove into really more so the news that happened while Ryan Day was talking, which was Kane Lee to Auburn, another miss. Jaden Bonsu, MIA, not sounding great right now. I think the story coming out of St. Peter's right now is not lining up with reality, which is
that's never a good sign.
Yeah, I'm not saying Jaden Bonsu is gone. I'm just saying I don't believe the narrative that was being put out there by St. Peter's, which is that he just needed to get to school and he's running. I don't think that's. I think there is some soul searching going on right now, shall we say?
Well, and when Ryan Day was talking about the class, he mentions 19 guys.
And I showed my math skills because I'm like, oh, that means he thinks Jaden Bonsu. I'm like, oh, no, he doesn't, because 20 goes to 21 for Mickens and now back to 19. So it is actually Lee and Bonsu are not being counted in that math. So
and we've seen like in the past when they know somebody is going to jump in later, they'll say, well, maybe we'll have one more. There was none of that. We'll keep swinging. February is, the next stop. That's a long way away. So it seems to me like they think he is gone, or they're certainly keeping a secret for no reason. Like maybe a little bit of a reason, but not, to not even allude to the fact that might be a possibility. That tells me he's gone. But I don't know that I still not sure what exactly he was in this defense, but I do know that you need as many bodies as you can get. So not a great way to close out the early signing day. And the NIL stuff was obviously the talk of that entire session. And the thing that I went there to ask is, why do coaches complain about it if they don't name names? And Ryan Day was like, yeah, we'll need to talk about that, but now's not the time. When is the time? If it's not signing day, when is it? It's spring meetings between the coaches. Like, is that going to stop anything? You need to put it out in the public and let the public take it over for you. Let social media cancel somebody for you. Like, let them get out in front of this and run something into the ground. Because if you're not going to name names, and this isn't necessarily Ryan Day having to name names, but if coaches who complain about it, and I don't think Ryan Day complained about it, he just talked maybe about it factually. Like everybody, it's a given why some guys left. And he's like, well, so how many guys did you lose because of NIL? Yeah, that's a good question. But doesn't really go in to talk more about it. Whereas other coaches would have been like, we lost 4 guys because of this $2.7 million. I don't want to say which schools. But if you're not going to name names, then I guess why are you complaining? Is it just, and like I said to Ryan, is it just event? Yeah, that's, now's not the time, but yeah.
Which kind of brings me to one of my takeaways from the actual press conference, which we really haven't got to talk about since all the news that was happening while he was talking, is Ryan Day looks like a man who desperately wants to go scorched earth on the NCAA. We saw it today. We saw it at his last availability. He didn't want to get into some things. It just sounds like, so he clearly wants to. So when are we going to get the Ryan Day unloads on the NCAA press conference? Because you can tell he wants to.
I guess maybe with the playoffs still going on and the season is still going on, so you want to stay engaged there. But if you're silent about it in February, on the next time we talk to him about the recruiting class, because when somebody asked him what's the NCAA doing, and he said I haven't seen much in the way of enforcement, and then last time we talked to him, I asked him what does the NCAA do, and the question is I don't know, not much, and what. They're not doing anything. There are rules, but if they're not going to be enforced, I guess there aren't rules.
Exactly, and it's interesting. And we got a question here in the comments that I think kind of goes along with this to an extent that I'd like to. So Jake Alton, why has Ohio State been so reluctant with NIL? Is it the school telling Day not to mention it? It all seems weird.
Well,
go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, and they talked about that. The focus for Ohio State in recruiting is going to be on development and making sure they know once you get here and if you do something, there will be plenty of NIL opportunities. And that's where they're focused. And now he did say they're constantly talking about how to maximize. And he said, this is Ohio State. We should be the best at everything. We will be the best at this. They've been saying that for a while. They're clearly not the best at it in terms of the NIL to freshmen. But I think the message is that we will develop you to get that NIL and to also prepare you for the NFL. That's fantastic, but it's fantastic to the people that want to hear it. But there's still a segment of the population that, I think I can get that anywhere else. So why not also get the $400,000 from another place? Because I'm not going to get it from you to come there.
There's a lot. I have 3 or 4 thoughts on this, and I'm trying to collect them in a coherent way and not sit here and go off on a 30-minute tangent. Let's start with the initial spirit of that question as far as how Ohio State's handling NIL. This will come off. I don't know how else. I think there are people who will agree. I think there are also people who will take this as sour grapes, maybe a little bit of holier than thou. But what I think Ohio State has right now in the NIL sphere is a system that does very well for its current players. Better for its current players than probably just about any place in the country, as well as any place in the country. As far as once these guys are signed on campus, getting endorsement dollars, I think Ohio State has that component of this. Maybe not totally figured out, but I don't think they're hurting on that. I think they're very competitive there. What I think they have, and this is where the homerism will be. I'll be attached as a homer here, but I think they have supply chain issues. I think there are parts of the country where cash has been funneled to recruits for decades, but taking place in the shadows. Now, it's not really legal now, but it's not being enforced at all. So they're able to just flip the light switch on and be like, hey, we've been doing this for 50 years. So now we're still doing it without any consequences. So no supply chain issues for some places. I think Ohio State's booster culture. Look, Ohio State has had boosters for years. We've seen them, Terrell Pryor, Maurice Clarett sagas. We've seen some of the scandals have happened, but Ohio State's booster culture has largely been, I want my name on this practice facility. I want my name on this medical building. I want my name on the student union, whatever it is. It has not so much been, how can I get $50,000 into the hands of a pass rusher? That's not been the mentality of Ohio State's booster culture, of the majority of it, over the decades. So now that this is kind of happening, I think Ohio State has a supply chain problem.
Yeah.
Am I out of lot? Like, I know, like, but like clearly that's a thing that's happening. Is the inducement rule is not being followed.
No.
And so,
yeah, I think what you've got now is Ohio State trying to turn Giant Eagles into Spirit Halloweens, basically, and whereas the down in the Southeast they've had Halloween stores open year round, basically, like they have all of the costumes all year round, and they're just, it's normal. Everything, all of the skids are greased. You just keep going on. All you have to do is now you can throw a neon light that we're open, and before it's like when casinos already have sports books ready to go. Like in Ohio, they're getting, as soon as you tell them they can go, boom, they're going to be ready because they've been waiting for this. Ohio State is like, let's make sure things are going in a way that can be done properly, can be done correctly, and that's only a concern in some portions of the country.
which brings me to another thought. So I'm glad we kind of divide this up a little bit. We need some data on mastering NIL, because I think there are people who think they know how to master NIL, and I think that's a little arrogant to think you know how to master NIL, because a lot of people think mastering NIL is doing it the way Texas A&M did it. Texas A&M has not mastered NIL, people. They may have spent the most money. They have not mastered NIL. They have kind of imploded their own program, actually. So there's like a spectrum here of Texas A&M's out here, and this is like hyper aggressive, just throw money, throw money, throw money. Who cares about locker room culture? Who cares about, if this player's worth it? Just get all the players you can for as much money as you can. And then there's like the other opposite end of the spectrum, which is like, don't really mess with it, play by all the rules that are supposed to be in. And so Ohio State isn't all the way over here, but they're closer to here than they are to Texas A&M. And so the magical question now is, how far down the line do you, because you can't. The Texas A&M way is a disaster.
Yeah.
So you've got to find the sweet spot, and that may take a few years of data of like, okay, like how.
And this thing changes every year.
Right. Like,
so.
Where do we do this where, paying a bunch of 18-year-olds millions of dollars before they've taken a snap, and then realizing maybe half of them aren't as good as we thought, and now the person who donated that money to the collective is pissed off, and then you've got a whole other set of problems on your hands. So they've got to find the sweet spot here, and they've got to kind of do it pretty quickly.
Well, and Ryan Day was even asked, do you think like some players are just cashing in as freshmen and then we'll go get developed year 2, year 3, year 4? I think there's absolutely some of that, and that's why you've seen 5 guys out of the Texas A&M class last year are already in the portal, where just go somewhere else. I got my money, I'll go somewhere else. And it feels like a what's the break year between senior year and your freshman year at college, like a lot of people do, where it's just I'm just gonna take the year off.
It's called an F around here.
Yeah. and so I'm just gonna go mess around over at Texas A&M, and then I'll go to college after that.
Well, see, this type of philosophy was actually much easier before NIL, because what would happen is if you didn't want to pay for a player, but you suspected another school had kind of dropped a bag of cash, all you would have to do is tell that player, take their cash. We're not implicated in it. We're not paying you anything. Well, now you can't really do that because there's contracts involved, because these are actual NIL deals being signed. So you do have to, you can't induce, not in technicality, but the collectives are getting smarter, and they're putting language in some of these agreements like, you must live in the state.
Yeah.
You must live in this. You must live in Columbus, Ohio. You must live in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You must live in Atlanta, Georgia, whatever it is.
Let me switch cameras.
And so that's kind of interesting as Kevin gets us back up to speed here. Good.
Turn off.
It's a Mac. I don't know how to use it.
It's
There we go.
F12.
How many Buckeye Huddle staffers does it take?
You don't need to see the questions.
There. Is that better? All right, boom. I got it muted.
Got it. Good.
They need to put the keys in the right spot.
Are these mics hot?
My mics are hot.
I'll grab this, but like I was saying, the collectives are getting much smarter about that type of stuff with, again, no, we can't put in there that you must play for Ohio State or Alabama or you must start for, but we can put in there you have to be, this deal is valid as long as you're living in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or as long as you're living in
These
Central.
4 area codes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's happening now. So if you're on the other end of a recruiting process like that, you cannot tell kids to just take the money from the other school and sign with you because they would then be embroiled in a legal battle. So
I had the shot set up with you sitting there.
All good.
I don't need to be on camera.
And we do have some super chats. You just punch this one up. From New York, Buck. Why is our booster community like that? I know there's no oil in Ohio. Check Finley. But we should have some Pony Excess type of guys here and there.
Wendy's biggie bag.
But Mark, like you said, those guys want names on buildings. They don't necessarily want to pay for a linebacker or anything like that. And the fact that you have guys who could be doing that are running collectives asking Joe Sixpack for $20 tells you that, no, I don't think they do have those kinds of guys that are willing to do that. And you don't need many. Ryan Day says they'd like $13 million a year. You can't find 26 guys to give you $500,000 a year, and it's not just Ohio, but like alums or wannabe alums that have that kind of money, or if you are down to asking for $20, $10 a month from the fans to help keep players at Ohio State, and it's not even lure recruits because that's not really what they're doing, even though one of them I remember one of them saying, "Hey, we helped get Mark Fletcher." Did you? I don't believe he's in this class.
Right.
So the idea that I don't know at what point they start getting the freshmen with the NIL. Right? They says they evaluate everything and they'll be the best. I don't know. You have to do that. I don't know when they would do that, and I don't know that they have the people that are willing to do that. Because what are they getting from these freshmen? That they're not names. And you also have like car dealers now are like, I saw one of them in responding to a tweet thread. These kids today don't appreciate being given at least a $100,000 car. It's just a car. Like, why should I appreciate? Like, I'd much rather have cash. I mean, I can only drive the thing so far here in Columbus. I can only do 75.
And it's only going to get tickets at on the Ohio State campus with Campus Park.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like. I think players are maturing by not just taking a car and thinking, this is great. It's just a car. Whereas, what is that car doing for your family that you're supposed to be helping? What is,
right.
Is that getting you to live in a better place? Not that, they're all living just fine, I would think. But the idea, like even some of the boosters or the people providing for players are getting jaded by this. And, it doesn't take long for players to be, I want the next thing. Like the car was nice, but now I'd rather, what else do you have?
And to get back to our supply chain thing, not only is it easier just in the simplest way of getting cash from point A to point B, if you already have your network set up, there's not this culture war that's going to happen. Because right now, I hate to say this, the Ohio State fan base is on the verge of a culture war where the millionaire boosters are asking, the middle class to chip in, $10, $20 a month, whatever it is. And the middle class is saying, you've got millions of dollars. Well, you could solve this with the stroke of a pen in 5 minutes. and that ain't good. When you've got that going on, and you're trying to come together and figure this out, that's not a place you want to be. Whereas, again, if you have the supply chain set up and it's been operating that way for 50 years already, you're not having these discussions because everyone already kind of knows how this works.
Yeah, it's just more passing the cost on to the consumer, basically, because the millionaire doesn't want to do it himself, and so that, that's going to happen, and it's already happening, I think, and yet you still have the segment of the Buckeye fans who want to help. I don't know that even your $150 a year, if it's just 500 of you, like you just paid for Marvin Harrison's signing appearance at Polaris. That's all you've done. You haven't kept him here. You haven't done anything. You just put some money in his pocket. And maybe that's all you wanted to do. It's not bringing in the 5 stars. I don't think anything that a fan can give is going to bring in a 5-star, unless it's 6 figures.
Right. And it's a weird place to be in because, again, this was supposed to be now Marvin Harrison can go sign wherever he wants, and the local car dealership or the local fast food chain can sponsor him and have him do commercials or have him do signings after he's presumably went on the field and proven that he's, we're entering a brave new world.
Well, and I know Ohio State fans are concerned. I don't think things are broken until Ohio State starts losing their existing players, until CJ Stroud or Marvin Harrison takes the money to go somewhere else. And I don't see that happening anytime soon because Ohio State has been at the forefront, been at the top of some of the highest paid for their stars. But does that mean like a Julian Fleming? Could he go get more somewhere else? I think he probably could, and that's where the inducements come to get guys who have started or even like Jamison Williams wanted to get the ball. Like that's why the inducement for him was I want 100 passes thrown my way, and he got that, and he turned it into being the a top 15 pick. So I think once Ohio State, if they start losing established guys, then be very concerned. I don't see that happening. But if you're not landing the top recruits, then you're not going to be your established guys aren't going to be as good, and so there won't be as much need for them. This super chat from another super chat from New York Buck. Thank you very much. If the NCAA makes bought players ineligible, won't their lawyers just sue for tortious interference? And again, at this point, I don't know how you can make something ineligible. You almost have to grandfather everything in. You just need to start enforcing stuff and then say, you are grandfathered in. Like, we're not going to punish you because they've done that where we're not going to punish the players now. Anything further, anything past this, that's when you start to get punished. But again, lawyers are going to be involved in
a lot of these
all
things.
this. That's why the NCAA, I think, wants the government involved so that the government can handle it.
Exactly. The NCAA doesn't want to handle this. So I don't even, will they even make bought players now? I think that would go into the same bucket as getting involved in this.
50,000 for you and 50,000 for Ukraine.
Now the NCAA's got to spend resources straightening that out. I don't think they want to do it. They spent $1 billion since 1980 something trying to keep amateurism the way it was and trying to kind of operate under this facade of amateurism. And for some reason, they never realized they were going to lose eventually. And so they threw all this money down. They didn't get what they were fighting for or against. And now it's, well, we didn't want this anyway, so you guys deal with it.
Yeah, I do like the theory that the NCAA, this has been a long con for them, where they're just sitting back and saying, you'll be coming back to us. You'll want us involved here eventually.
You'll be back.
Yeah.
You'll all be back.
Exactly. And Ryan Day at this point is saying, yeah, it would be nice to hear from them or see them. And whoever thought an Ohio State coach would ever say that? I wouldn't mind seeing the NCAA around these parts.
We need more NCAA people snooping around.
Well, I mean, I was talking to another writer before Ryan Day got in there, and I was like, I have the list of questions I want to ask but won't ask, and then I have the list of questions that I probably will ask. And I thought that Tony's question was really good. That one was probably on the first column. I was like, I'm not sure how I want to word that one, but it's like, Ryan, if Ohio State can't solve some of these things and figure it out, I mean, at what point does this stop being viable?
Well, I mean, it'll be viable for the ones that make it viable, I guess. And then you'll have the haves will rise. And if Ohio State chooses to be a have not, like the Big Ten commissioner, Jim Delaney, like 5-10 years ago,
It'll take us down to D3.
It'll take us down to D3. And I don't think that's where that will go. Eventually, Ohio State will have to figure things out because Ohio State football makes too much money to not be a part of it. And so if it costs you $13 million a year to make $150 million a year, then you find a way to pay for it.
That's called ROI.
That's exactly what that is. And if you want to instead invest in buildings, find a way to funnel the money. That's what the SEC does.
All right. Some wingman Ted said that I may have missed some super chats while I was away. I know if I'm not here, everything just falls apart.
Is that true? Was that true? I thought you guys did okay.
I thought we had our best. I thought we had our best run while you guys were gone. Actually,
Please. Tom is just talent. He is not a producer. Did we do the David Greenshield? How much is compliance holding OSU back on NIL? If not, he gave. So we're we're that much closer to the McLovin graphic.
I think definitely to some degree, yes. Someone else in the comments has been talking about the high school rules, and that is something to consider here. Some of these states do not allow high school players to sign NIL deals. Some of them do.
It's about 25, 25
yeah, it's
now.
really, really close to 50% split. Ohio does not. They shot that down not too long ago.
We can't even get spring football in
Right.
the state.
I think that's creating, as much as compliance holding back Ohio State, I think that is also creating some issues just in terms of different states, different rules. Because as I mentioned earlier, how slick some of these collectives are with like, well, you have to be living in Tuscaloosa, or you have to be living in Ohio. You could be signing these deals earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a state where you don't have to worry about, oh, is this legal? Can I actually sign this? Can I do this? If you're like a 5-star Ohio kid, you can sign something when you're six. If they would pass the legislation, you could sign something when you're 16 that just says it's only valid in the state of Ohio or something like that. And then that's how, an Ohio State or a Cincinnati would get the money to you up front.
You give them the taste of that money at that point or whatever. And then again, A&M's given a lot of taste of monies and everything else. I mean, I would have never expected former Ohio State commit Tunmise Adeleye, ending up at Michigan State.
Is that really?
That's where he'd committed, I thought. Then again, we don't know. Hell, he might end up at Oregon too. Everybody else is going.
Michigan State has kind of been the Miami of the North. They've been I'll just say accused because we don't want to make any statements of fact here.
Right.
But there have been accusations. And so maybe it does make some sense. Here's the question nobody wants to discuss today because they're still upset about, everything else that's happening. Is there some positive to take out of weeding these guys out now? As far as, look, NIL is a piece of the pie for every kid's decision. But some kids, it's 100%. Mm-hmm. And we saw that with some kids who I won't even name who never showed up at Ohio State and were linked to Ohio State. You can kind of connect the dots on this and never even made a visit. I'm not talking about the Keon Keeley's of the world. I'm not talking about the Caleb Downs of the world. I'm talking about guys who just Ohio State kept coming up for them, yet no visits were ever made. Right. And those guys were obviously 100% NIL. I'm going to wherever I'm going to feasibly get the most NIL money. And then it trickles all the way down to, I would say there's kids where it's only 10 or 15% of their decision-making process is NIL. And it's, as long as I feel like I'm getting something, as long as I feel like the school I'm going to is going to provide me some opportunities, I'm cool with that. I don't need to go to necessarily whoever is giving me the most money. And then anything in between. But the kids who just are going to, well, if I can get 800,000 here, but if I get 802,000 there, I'm going to take that extra 2,000 and I don't even care about anything else. There is maybe some benefit to weeding that out of your locker room before they ever get to your locker room. Is there not?
No, I absolutely believe there is. And we still haven't seen a team win a national championship because of NIL. Maybe we will, but it hasn't happened yet. And even Jamison Williams going to Alabama was not a money thing.
No.
But I think it was last signing day, we talked to Aaron Dunstan, who is like the head of recruiting
on-campus director
recruiting.
of on-campus recruiting.
And I asked her at that point, like, if recruiting was a recruiting pitch was a pie, how much of that pie is NIL? Right then, she said like about a third. And now it's 2/3, if not the entire pie.
Right.
The entire pie is NIL at this point, or it's one of the first things they talk about. And if you're upset about that, when you do a job interview, like how long do you not even mention pay at all during the job interview? Like eventually you're going to be talking money, and it's the same thing for the kids now because it's something that they can talk about. And so did you get back to compliance holding OSU back? I don't know if it's compliance so much as just a philosophy. And is that philosophy set by compliance? Yeah. So I guess you've got some thoughts.
I have a lot of thoughts. First thing I want to do, and I'm sad that Tom is not here. Well, I'm not that sad, but I'm sad that Tom's not here to say the Mets are going to find out that throwing a bunch of cash around is not going to get stuff done. I think people are salty about compliance just in general. Who was the kid that ended up going to Michigan? I think he was a defensive back that Ohio State, he would have gone to Ohio State, and Ohio State compliance completely butchered the whole situation. I mean, it's been within the last 3 years, but there really is a widespread belief that that compliance has taken too cautious of an interpretation of a lot of the rules. And I've said this once, and I'll say it a million times. Ohio State came out, Gene Smith came out and said, we're not going to have $1 million assistants until they did the following year. Ohio State said, we're not going to have a bunch of analysts until they did the following year. If that trend holds true, and while Ohio State has less control over NIL because of Ohio State having to remain a layer or 3 layers out of it, Ohio State will get this fixed. But just because you have the infrastructure in place, you still have, I mean, you're still dealing with a variable that there's no control over, and that is the decisions and whims of 17-year-old boys.
It's a weird spot to be in because I don't think you want to be the pioneers of NIL. I think Texas A&M was the pioneers of NIL. I think it's been a disaster for their program. I would be shocked if they were good again next year. I think it's gonna be a thing with them moving forward. But you also don't want to be last. You don't want to be the late. You don't want to be the last one to the party either. So again, it's navigating what's the best way to do this. Because again, the best way to do this is not to just throw the most money at this. Or Texas A&M wouldn't have been awful this year and wouldn't have all their guys in the portal already. So how do you do this in a way that keeps you from falling behind programs who are doing it well, but that you're not the pioneer? Again, you just don't want to be the A&Ms. I think Miami probably goes in that basket as well. I think the jury's a little bit out there. Well, I think we'll find out more about Miami this year, but it doesn't look good for Miami either. And those are kind of the two schools that are constantly held up as like this. These guys are winning the NIL game. I'm like, no, they're not.
Yeah,
but also look,
not.
for all the money that all that Ruiz money they splashed around, they lost their quarterback to UF.
Yeah. Yep.
And really what has held those two programs back, especially Miami, is just the development of their players. They've got plenty of talent around. They just haven't been able to develop it. And signing better players may make the development less important, but it's not going to make those players better. You know, some of them may be easier to develop, but if you can't develop anybody, what does it matter? Like, you're not getting players that are going to get better. You're just getting, these are freshmen that are finished products basically, because you can't make them any better. And team full of freshmen, 85 freshmen or whatever, they're not going to win you anything. And so I don't see Miami as a threat. As I said it this morning, when somebody goes to Miami, it's like, see ya, don't need to pay attention to you any longer. You're no longer part of college football. That matters. Now, maybe with playoffs and stuff, the expansion, that helps. I think they are obviously having a strong year, so we'll see where they go. I don't.
I'll believe they'll have a strong year when I see it.
Yeah, and when they beat, two teams of note in a single season, I'm not. I don't think I'm there yet.
I got a super chat I'll get to, but 2 comments I want to put in there. One may lead into a conversation. Temper saying, didn't Jimbo win a championship? No, Jameis Winston won a championship.
And Jimbo's not in the NIL era, in portal era.
And it's just like saying that Mel Tucker deserves $9.5 million a year. No, Kenneth Walker deserves a lot of that money.
9 of it.
Yes. And then the second thing, and I don't know if maybe Tom and Mark talked about this before, how would Urban Meyer respond in this era? I think his head would explode, and one of 2 things would happen. He would either single-handedly get everything changed, or he'd quit. And that's not me calling Urban Meyer a quitter. That's me saying that Urban Meyer would be like, if you're not going to empower me into a position to where I can be at the top of this, then deuces.
I can tell you the phone budget at Ohio State for Urban Meyer would be much higher, because do you remember when Baron Browning pranked him by saying, Coach, I went ahead and I'm committing to, he's told Alabama, something like that. And he texted Urban that, and Urban saw it on his text, and he just threw his phone up against the wall and broke the phone. And then he said, like, a couple minutes later, the phone is buzzing. So I picked it up, and it's Baron Browning's dad. And his dad is like, we got him, Coach, we got him. And you're like, what do you mean? He's going to Alabama. He's like, no, he's coming to Ohio State. He was just messing with you. And it's like, imagine now losing.
And Baron Browning had his black stripe on for 3 years.
Yeah. But now it's like, imagine you lose a player to Alabama because you couldn't, your collective didn't have enough money for them. How many phones is he going through? How many windows of phones being thrown through his window?
I'm Urban Meyer. I'm the head phone coach.
Exactly. He's going to have an endorsement with a window company just to come in, and because he's going to be breaking so many windows. And yeah, it would have not have gone well. He'd have more phones than like Saul Goodman in his desk.
Super chat from New York Buck. Thank you, New York Buck. Kevin, Ohio State will not have waterfalls in their locker rooms until they did. You're absolutely correct. But how much damage will be done until we ante up? If they get this fixed in 23 for the class of 24, I think that the damage is minimal.
Yeah,
it's mitigated, and
they just signed 19 highly ranked players.
But
all the guys they signed today, almost to a man, are thought of as like a top 100 player by somebody. So the quality of the player they're landing has not changed. It's a matter of, can they sign, you don't want to sign 19, you need to sign 23 or 24 of them. And so I think, especially for the next year, and again, they're gonna have to revisit their strategy here in 23 for 24 class. But this is where the portal does help. We had this conversation earlier this morning where 10 years ago, if you undersigned by 3 or 4 kids, you're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We can't hit the portal.
Well, there were transfers, but you had to
sit out a year. Like you suffered for a couple years.
Because you'd also lose guys.
Yes, because you were still losing guys. And guys would get injured. And so you can now patch things. So if you undersign by 3, you go to the portal and you find 3 players that can help you immediately. So that's the one good thing about the portal, especially for a program like Ohio State. But yeah, it can't be a thing every year where you're undersigning by 3 or 4 that, if you feel like you're losing a guy or 2 at the end because of NIL or because of this, that, and the other. But it's not, they didn't sign 19 3-stars today. They signed a bunch of top 100 guys.
Yeah,
a bunch.
They're ranked somewhere in like the top 10, but maybe 3rd overall in terms of average per recruit.
Right.
So you look at that, and I should probably go back at some point today, this week, and see who do they sign after the first signing day, between the first signing day and second signing day. Like the one that comes to mind is Nick Petit-Frere, DeJuan Jones, those guys. But like how often do they land somebody after that? Was Devin Brown after that?
But they don't normally have to, because it's a matter of who do they sign. But most, and we're still very young in the early signing day era, and hopefully they get that fixed. And that's
And they got
for-
Enoch after.
Yeah, and Devin Brown
Yeah,
was an early
but-
enrollee, so I
but,
don't think he was
you
a
know,
February guy.
it's a matter of when have they needed to do that. I mean, and they've managed to do it, but I think that the NC2A, when they put the early signing period in place, thought that maybe, I don't know, 50% would sign early or less, and that everybody else would go to February. And now it's, especially of your D1 FBS quality kids, I mean, most of them are signing in the early period. And when we were talking right before we went on the air, it's like, oh, so-and-so's not going to sign in the early period. And that's like, oh, wow, that's a shock. I mean, and that's not what was the
Cormani
intention.
McLean.
Yes.
He was trending because he didn't sign on early signing day. But remember when the first year they did this, Urban Meyer, I don't even remember what year it was, but Urban Meyer was talking about, you don't know how many players are going to sign. And then he's like, I don't like it, but I can't say I don't like it because look who we landed. It's like you signed, you got all these players. They decided to sign early. And I don't even know how many, what did they have? Maybe one or two every year that would wait. And I don't even know if that's an accurate number. It's just, you just assume last year, I think everybody signed that was committed. And then you just assume that it is. And when you don't, then it's like, uh-oh, you haven't locked this guy in. And so you might want to start looking elsewhere. And yeah, was the original intent of this so that small schools could keep their guys, right? Like they could decide, Louisiana Lafayette was going to be able to get the guy that they had committed. That was a sleeper that everybody else eventually lands on after they see a senior film.
Well, Mark, long time ago, I mean, we've worked together for a long time, but when does Alabama normally start its recruiting?
October.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And Alabama is like 17th ranked class in June. And it's like, don't worry.
And 2 years in a row on our message board, people have been like, oh, look at Alabama. They're slipping. And I have warned everyone the last 2 Aprils, Alabama's not slipping. They haven't started yet. They will start in 6 months. And that's just how they do it.
I'm going to get to this one. It's a little, I mean, it's a little pointed, but I mean, I understand the point that's in there. Then I'll get to New York Bucks super chat from Thomas Kirkpatrick. Okay, Mark, just signed 19 top players. So what? They should have signed 25 with 7 to 8 5-stars and be the number 1 or number 2 class. Huge difference. And then I'll kind of leave the rest of it off. Ohio State doesn't sign 7 or 8 5-stars to begin with when there are 29 to 34, 35 of them a year that Ohio State is going to get, 20% of them or whatever. I mean, that's not how it's going to be. Ohio State has never signed the number 1 recruiting class. They certainly have signed the number 2. The point I understand is that there are expectations on some of the classes that have been signed before, whether it be Day or Meyer. I mean, the Tressel classes were a little bit different because they were so heavily Ohio centric, and I just never felt that in a national organization that Ohio kids got their due in terms of the rankings. So Ohio State was already kind of pinned into a corner there. But yeah, I mean, 19 that's the issue I have. That I was like, they needed more. There were obviously more needs, but this isn't a woe is us. This isn't a crybaby talk or anything. This is just real talk here. It's a different world that we're in right now with NIL, and I don't think anybody in this entire chat is going to disagree when I say Ohio State hasn't figured NIL out yet, and you have to learn the magic trick sometimes, and you're gonna end up showing that the card that you're palming until you can figure out how to palm the card.
You got to cut a few bodies in half first.
I would almost ask this to the people who are watching. Give me the name of the school that's figured out NIL. Because I think every school, to varying degrees for different reasons, is trying to find the sweet spot that we've been talking about of what is the way to handle this that makes the most sense to get the recruits, but to also keep our program from self-destructing. So who has figured NIL out?
Well,
don't tell me Texas A&M has figured NIL out. Texas A&M has self-sabotaged their program.
You'll get a lot of Bama because that's always the answer to everything.
Yeah, Bama was struggling so badly to recruit before NIL.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, hell, Bama might charge you $50,000 to come.
Georgia was really struggling to recruit before NIL. Like, who has mastered NIL? I think everyone is trying to find the footing. Some have been too aggressive. Some, like Ohio State, probably have not been aggressive enough.
And some programs have to
But-
be aggressive, like Texas A&M and
Yeah.
Miami. Like you need to start somewhere. Like if Nebraska can land Dylan Raiola with an aggressive plan, you need to get that foot in there and then build on that.
Mhm.
I don't think you don't need to maintain that. You just need to get it started, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling thing. One thing before we go to the super chat, the last question about Ohio State getting 7 or 8 5-stars. Like 2017, what they have, like 5 guys and they 5 stars, and they still weren't the number one class in the nation. And Tate Martell, got to mention him as a 5-star in there. But you're Chase Young, Jeff Okuda, J.K. Dobbins in there, Wyatt Davis maybe as well. I don't know if he was that class or not, but a bunch of guys in that class. You're still, I think they finished second.
And I want to get into something P Lakers. So today was this a success? Ask me in 3 years at this point, because it's really easy. These rankings that everybody is going nuts over and everything else in terms of rankings are very subjective by the recruiting services. I know people that work for all 3 of the main ones. Sorry, ESPN, I don't really count you in actual ranking purposes. And it's difficult. And how do you split hairs between the number 99 person and the number 101 person in the nation when there's this huge delineation between, is he a top 100 player or not a top 100 player? And this guy's a wide receiver, and this guy is like a Sam linebacker. I mean, how are you going to be able to figure all of that out? Now, 19 signees, I would say, is a disappointment. I think 19 is the number. I mean, and we'll still see. Haven't seen anything on Jaden Bonsu yet at this point. 20 doesn't really change the optics all that much. But I think that you have to kind of sit there and say, it's not just about today. It's about today plus the portal plus February signing day. I think that you sit there and you see what is coming into your program when you really start to ramp up for 2023, as opposed to just this small snapshot of today and the 19. And last thing, Buckeye Nation is pissed and hurt right now. So I think that they could have still gotten 2 or 3 more people that didn't sign, and people would still say, well, whatever, this Cristal still tastes like piss. I mean, it just is what it is.
Well, I mean, here's what you have, that's kind of it's not a simple question. Was today a success? Was today a success if you're only going to view it through the lens of the decisions that were made today by uncommitted players? Then no, today was not a success. Absolutely not. They still signed a whole bunch of 4 and 5-star players. So in that vein, yeah, they're still going to sign one of the nation's best classes. They're going to sign the 3rd highest average star ranking play, basically player quality rating. So, Luke Montgomery counts today.
Yeah, that's the timing of all of these is the thing.
These guys all signed today. So to act like the only guys that matter are the guys who were uncommitted until today is kind of a slap in the face to the other guys. So it's I think you wanted to sign like 23 today, 22, 23. So no, it was, wouldn't consider today a great success. I'm not going to piss on everyone and tell them it's raining, but
I also want to say piss.
Yeah, there you go. Kevin said it, so I can say it.
I was going to say, I don't want to urinate Cristal.
But, it's not just as simple as, these 2 or 3 guys who were going to announce their decisions today are the only thing that matter today. Well, no, you signed 19 great players today. So this class is not a disaster. I mean, come on.
Do you remember what a great day it was for Ohio State when they landed Kyle Dotson on signing day?
I actually almost got a speeding ticket that day. Of course, that's the day of Meg.
Yes.
But I went up to, where was he, Cleveland Heights or?
Yes.
Yes, I went up to Cleveland Heights, went to his presser. Everybody in the school was signing somewhere, some sport, something. And the presser took forever, and I had to get back for the Ohio State coaches presser. I'm uploading the video in the front seat of the car as I'm driving back down to Columbus as fast as possible. I make it all the way into Worthington on 315. and I get pulled over, at least I'm not screwing around with the computer. So I pull out all of my press passes and I kind of have them sitting out on my passenger seat. I'm like, yeah, I got an interview with the head football coach at Ohio State. I'm sorry. I'm behind schedule. And the guy let me off with a warning, which is probably about the only time I've ever been let off with a warning.
And he wouldn't have let you off with a warning if they hadn't gotten Kyle Dotson that day to cheer him up.
Right.
And as we know, Kyle Dotson became a great All-American tackle at Ohio State.
Yeah.
I think we can go ahead and touch this super chat with from New York Buck. We get an elite left tackle, an elite edge rusher today, as well as Mark Fletcher. If our rich guys have ponied up, now we're still getting weaker in trenches than the Southern schools. I think you're always going to be weaker than the Southern schools in the trenches. That's just
geography.
Yeah,
it's going to be always tough.
And I've got some geography things that I want to touch on. It, like you said, it's always going to be tough. You have to land the best in the Midwest and hope you can pull some out of the South.
Yeah. I would break. Do I think they get a running back today with more aggressive NIL? Probably yes.
And not just Mark Fletcher, because they were in on a lot of guys.
Yeah. Edge rusher, elite edge today. Look, they did get one elite. Joshua Mickens is really good. So there's one. But I think all three of the guys that the big three, do I think all three of them were, we just didn't pony up money? No, I don't think they lost all three over NIL. But yeah, I think you could argue certainly that if they would have, ponied up and kind of done the whole inducement thing that they've been trying to avoid, that they probably do at least land at least one of those three. The left tackle thing, I don't really agree. I mean, who you're going to say Samson Okunlola? They never even got him on campus, so clearly they weren't playing that game.
I mean, I was going to
say
that
that had nothing to do with that,
Caden
that,
Proctor?
and so if you think they
the
lost,
closest they got on any offensive lineman was the Olis Allanen.
Yeah, if you think that they lost, let's say you think they lost both Damon Wilson and Samson Okunlola because of NIL. Well, Damon Wilson visited multiple times, and you were in the top two the entire way, and you got him thinking about going to your school all the way until the final week of the process, and you didn't get him. Samson Okunlola never stepped foot on campus. Those are not similar situations to me. And so here's the other thing people are going to have to realize, some business decisions are going to have to be made by these schools. So if player X comes to me as an 18-year-old senior and says, I need $2 million because that's what I'm getting here or there, you need to pony up $2 million. It's not going to be as simple as saying, calling the CPA and say, hey, do we have $2 million in one of these collectives? Because you're going to have to make a decision of why would is it worth it? So there's going to be multiple decisions here. It's not just going to simply be, does this collective have the money in its coffers to afford that? It's going to be are we telling this kid to kick rocks because we're not paying you $2 million. We don't think you're that good.
And it's not $2 million because it's like the left-handed setup pitcher now getting $10 million a year. You're raising the price for everything when you pay this guy $2 million. Exactly. And then everybody in the locker room is looking at their deal and it's like, well, I got a rock. I mean, they're going to have to pay them. And it's be careful what you wish for on there. And that's not me defending Ohio State's decisions on NIL, because I think there needs to be a major evaluation on how they're handling these things. But it's just not as simple as just waving a wand and money appears and it's there. I mean, and it's going to have to be something that is going to be year in and year out. And when your left tackle gets $2 million in 2023, what is your left tackle going to need in 2025? I mean, what is the rate that goes up on that?
What was the Texas thing? They guarantee each of their offensive linemen $50,000. Mm-hmm. Does that even move the needle anymore for?
Right. Although I do think that's kind of a slick way of doing it. But here's the thing. Take the running back situation example. What if the number on Mark Fletcher was $1 million? And I don't know what the number on what Mark Fletcher was, but I'm saying, what if it's $1 million? And so you give in and you say, okay, here's $1 million. Travion Henderson's in the portal the next day if you don't give him $1.5 million. So this is a domino effect. This is, there's no salary cap. There's no, these aren't employees. So there are, again, the impulsive, like Texas A&M method of this guy wants $2 million. Do we have $2 million? Yeah, we have $2 million. Okay, $2 million. Oh, this guy wants $3 million. Do we have $3 million? Yeah, oh, we have it. Okay, let's just spend it. That doesn't work either. So there's got to be, you have to thread the needle. Again, we've been talking about, you have to find the sweet spot here on how to do this the most effectively, because it's very important to be good at NIL, but what being good at NIL means is open for interpretation.
Giving a freshman $2 million is the quickest way to ruin your locker room and hurt the culture. But at places that don't have a culture, you can try it. Miami, there's no culture there. There hasn't been a culture there in decades. Texas A&M, not since I don't know, ever.
When's the last time they won? 56. Bear Bryant, was he the last one to win a championship?
So it's like you can take swings when you've got to try something different because what you've been doing doesn't work.
I'll get to this Rose Quartz super chat here in a second, but people are like, well, Ohio State has billionaires. A lot of rich people are rich because they just don't throw their money around. Exactly. So and I understand in the grand scheme of things, well, $1 billion is 1,000 million. And if they're a multi-billionaire, they've got multiple thousands of millions. But it's not as really what you need to do instead of targeting, Jim and Joe is you need to target, these companies that already have budgets for their giving and their visibility and their advertising.
But that takes money away from Ohio State.
Well, and I've said that. I've said that months ago. And then I heard Gene Smith talking about it when the last time we talked to Gene. NIL and Ohio State athletics fly in the face of each other because there really is a finite amount of dollars.
Competing for the same dollars.
I wish, unfortunately, as many of you probably know, I can't pull up my post about this from like a year and a half ago. I would absolutely love to be able to do that. I said when this was just starting, all this NIL stuff, said it is going to be fascinating to watch how the schools handle this when, I'll use Ohio State as an example because I'm familiar with this town. When Ohio State and its star players are competing for the Donato's and Wendy's sponsorship dollars, it's going to be fascinating to see how that relationship works. And that's a thing as well. But to your point on the Texas, I think that's how you have to, if you're not going to do the full-on inducement, if you're not going to just totally go rogue on this, I do think something like the Texas setup where you can get businesses to sponsor your position groups, whether they're the number one guy, and you can figure this out. I'm sure that there's legal red tape that you have to cut through because in playing time and inducement.
It's an endowment type of thing,
right? If you can show these kids like, hey, we had a deal last year with this pizza company or this retailer, and every one of our wide receivers got exactly $100,000. That's as close as you can get to inducing without inducing. So I think those types of sponsorships should really be looked into. If these kids know, and then they go on their official visit and they hang out with their hosts, and all the hosts say, "Oh yeah, we got 100." You can put them with the third string left tackle, and he can say, "Yeah, I got $100,000. Here's my check." Like that's a good start. I think that's a good starting point.
I want to. Rose Quartz, I promise we'll get to yours, but I just saw something from New York Buck, who's been very generous in the super chats, and he said, Auburn guys don't care about wasting their money. I'm picking my words very carefully here. Auburn has dealt with more downtimes than Ohio State has, especially recently. So I think at Ohio State, for a lot of people, there's a sense that it's just going to work out and we're going to win a blank ton of games and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And with or without my money, it's not really going to change anything. Whereas in Auburn, which is part of the SEC, so as you know, it just means more. There's been more downtimes there. And I think that there's just a different view on how it needs to work there. And that's not saying, oh, just wait until Ohio State has a couple of really crummy seasons. That's not going to be good for anybody. But I mean, outside of 2011, the 6 and 7 season, the Luke Fickell interim year, I mean, you're having to go back into what some Cooper, some Earl. I mean, there's not really been a prolonged run, and even that under those two guys was still not horrible. No, they couldn't beat Michigan. No, they couldn't win the bowl game. Hell, Cooper couldn't beat Illinois, but they would win all the rest of the games.
Let me save some of you from yourselves at this point. You don't want to be Auburn, okay? I'm just telling you, you don't want to be Auburn. You don't want to be Miami. You don't want to be Texas A&M. You don't want to be Michigan State. I get it. There's more that can be done here. I get it. Losing to Michigan 2 years in a row has become completely unacceptable in the last 20 years, and the standard needs to be kept. I understand all this, but don't use schools like Auburn, for God's sake. Auburn has been an absolute train wreck outside of just a couple of flare-ups in the last 25 years.
And
has been an absolute train wreck of a program.
You think Hugh Freeze is suddenly
Right.
going to, that he's reformed?
You don't want to be Auburn. So again, I'm all about the debate and the discussion and ideas on how Ohio State can do better with NIL, how Ohio State can do better in all sorts of areas. And I get it, but for God's sake, don't give me the Auburn examples. Don't give me Miami. These are not programs you want to emulate. You don't want to have decade-long stretches of going 6 and 6. You guys won't be able to handle that. It's 11-1 is hard enough on this fan base. Some years with the way the Michigan games have been going the last couple of years.
People are like
6 and 6 is
you
like
cover Ohio State.
nuclear.
That must be so much fun. I'm like, you don't understand the amount of anguish that this fan base goes through.
Every game is the Super Bowl, and
it's difficult. And you know what? I couldn't imagine covering a different team for a couple of years. I covered the Big 12 when I was working for Fox, and walk into Baylor, and it's like, hey, we're happy we beat Stephen F. Austin. I mean, it's a different animal.
It's a blessing and a curse. It is. It goes too far at times, but also the passion of the fans is kind of what has been able to hold this whole organization, we'll call it, to account as far as keeping the standard high. So it's a double-edged sword, but it's like you don't want to be Auburn.
And when the program is doing well, they get more money for it. Like the donors kick in more money.
All right. Go ahead. Rose Quartz Cranberry Sprite. I promised you we would get to this. Why is it so hard for us to fortify our trenches, though? Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa do it, so I'm confused. Bama and Georgia have done to their trenches what Heartline has done for our wide receiver room. Why only sides at the barbecue? I don't know. I must have missed the barbecue comment.
Well, I guess there's no meat on that dish. Basically, you just having pork and beans and some macaroni salad, some potato salad.
What I will say about barbecue is, got to get back to San Antonio and go to that barbecue place.
What was it?
M something.
It was like 2M or 3M, or
Yes.
I'm getting them because there's the I'm confused. There's like a
Red Robin.
No. This
This
was out in the sticks.
It was totally
and
in
it
the
looked
sticks.
like is it open? And I was like,
It kind of looked like it was like an
almost
old shipping container or something like that.
It
And
was phenomenal.
You know
I will get the name of it, and we will plug that on a future show. I will get back there actually in a few weeks.
Wisconsin, I think Ohio State's offensive line has been better than Wisconsin and Iowa's, I would say, the last few years. Now sometimes they have really good lines. Like Wisconsin will have a really good line. I don't know if they had a really good line this year.
No, it's one of their worst lines. When I talked to their expert, he's like, it's not one of their better lines. I mean, Michigan has won the Joe Moore Award for the top offensive line twice. So, as much as it may pain any Ohio State fan to hear it, you got to give credit where credit's due. Their line, and they went out and were able to go into the portal and fill needs and everything else and make it work.
Yeah, and Ohio State did the same thing with Jonah Jackson. It's just they didn't need a center this year because they had Luke Whippler, but they go and get when you need. Obviously, they're trying to get some depth this year. Hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful to not lump defensive line and offensive line. Offensive line for really the last, a long time. The last at least 2 regimes, and most of 3 when Ohio was down, was the position group on this team where the big targets at the beginning of the process were not the targets at the end of the process more than any other position group.
The year that they only signed Evan Blankenship?
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that was a beauty.
shoot for the stars,
So,
land on the moon.
that has largely been a recruiting problem by the position coaches. Let's not forget on the defensive line that 2 years ago, they signed the best defensive end tandem in the country, JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer. And then let's not forget that last year they probably signed the best defensive line class in the country, or at least one of the top 2 or 3. They signed Caden Curry, Mari Abor, Hero Canoe, Kenyatta Jackson, top 100 players.
But we haven't seen them yet. So if I haven't seen them, they don't exist.
Right. So let's at least let that elite group from last year have its second year, which is when, again, as I said earlier, year 1 to year 2 is the biggest developmental year these guys face. So let's not lump in a year where they didn't sign as many defensive ends as they wanted to after signing 2 elite defensive line classes. And then even this year, signing a tremendous defensive tackle group. Let's not loop that in with like 10 years of meh offensive line recruiting. Like, I think these are different problems. But
I mean, and we talked about it earlier in the show. I mean, there's going to have to be some difficult conversations that are going to have to be had with guys that are, okay, you've had your transition from year 1 to year 2, and this is where you're supposed to do this. Okay, now you've gone from year 2 to year 3. Now, if you're sitting, coming out of your redshirt sophomore year, and you're not even on extra point. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, and at that point, but you also can't sit there and have conversations to the point where it's like, okay, we're just going to clear everybody out, and then you don't have.
Yeah, you still need the bodies.
I mean, you can't get this done with 10. I mean, you can't.
Well, Jim Bowman tried.
Yeah. There was a great comment, but it was like Henry California had a great comment a few minutes ago, and I'm trying to
get back.
find
Rose Sports,
it.
we'll get back to it. I think I know the one. Was it? Is it this one?
No,
another
it
one.
was.
I'm looking. He said Wilson is announcing at 3:30. Where's the last one?
Because I don't want that to get. Yes, that's the one. And we are on the same wavelength here. I've talked about this with Tom on the morning show and on our site, and it's so hard to separate fact from fiction on some of these NIL dollars.
Oh yeah.
We saw the tweet from Zach Soskin yesterday, who's very well connected in this stuff, saying, basically saying checks were going to be bouncing, or that some of these schools were putting on their Darth Vader masks and saying the deal has been altered. Pray we don't alter it further. And and
all I can think about is Robot Chicken at this point.
The money is not actually there. That's being reported is there. But on top of that, this is absolutely true. Believe me, I talked to not only reporters from other markets, but I talked to coaches from other markets, and they all complain about each other in NIL, and it's ridiculous. It's become the new, didn't want to compete or whatever, or whatever slogan people used to throw out there when they miss on a kid. And does NIL swing some recruiting decisions? Absolutely. But everyone's pointing the fingers at each other. No, you're cheating. And it's hard. It's hard to separate what's true and what's not. I don't want to be that guy, but it's just, I find it hard to believe that the school I cover is the only school that's being honorable.
I mean, Tony, what was your reaction to Ryan Day's response to your question, your very valid question?
Expected, sure. I don't want to talk about it now. That's the easiest out for a coach when you don't want to talk about, well, now's not the right time. But he understood what I was saying. And it's like he wants to talk. And I don't know if you're here yet. Mark and I were talking, when is he going to talk about it then? Is it February?
When Greg Schiano talks about the Tennessee job?
At some point, let the media work for you. Let the public work for you. Put some names out there. We'll do the rest. Social media will go and just attack. And everybody will run with this. Ryan Day said
people will investigate.
Yes. It's like if I keep going.
I guarantee you, Clay Travis at Outkick.com would love to be able to sink his teeth into some of this.
I'm sure he would love to sink his teeth into everyone but Tennessee, the SEC. So someone's got to cover Tennessee at that point. But
we can figure that out. But it's like, I'm sick of this bear problem. Well, you need to tell people about the bear problem.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And so and I guess, sure, getting ready for the playoffs is not the time to do that. But if you want to talk about it in February, like I can't, Pat Narduzzi, again, 2 years in a row. Last year was Jordan Addison. They're coming after Jordan Addison, but we got him locked down. They didn't have him locked down. And then he complains about it further. And then mentioning Drake May, and two teams have offered him $5 million. Mention, say that.
Say who they are.
Stop protecting. You're protecting everybody. And I keep going back to, this whole mafia thing. And, you can't speak out against it. And you never go against the family.
It goes back to what I just kind of said a minute ago about how I don't think I'm the only, the school I cover is the only, it's because I think coaches are saying this, know that they probably don't want their programs.
They don't want to be under that scrutiny.
No.
Yeah.
Plus, they might also want their collective to start doing this. Like Ryan Day may not want to speak out about this because, like, you know what, we might need.
I think that's what it is. I think it's really I think they're using this. I think this is kind of under the guise of, these guys are cheating, but I'm not going to mention any names, is really kind of like it's almost like a dog whistle. It's okay. We're telling you this is happening, fans. So give us money so that we can combat this. And I think that's really what I think it's a really twisted, weird way of fundraising.
Yeah, but I don't think Wilbur and Mabel up in Waldo kicking in $25 a year is going to change anything.
You're hoping you can get
a lot of Wilburs and Mabels,
2,000 of them to do it, or
that would be a good question for Ryan Day or any head coach. Ryan, should fans be giving you $20 a month, $10 a month, so that you can sign somebody? Like, what does the head coach say to that? Like, well, we need help, but like, how is a $10 million a year coach going to say yes? Please give me money.
Right.
Wow.
JJ made a good point a minute ago. We were in the Larry Johnson thing. I was asking everyone to not lump O-line and D-line recruiting into the same basket because it just hasn't been the case. But Jay said Larry Johnson's biggest problem is he doesn't play his best guys. I would agree with that. I would agree that defensive line rotation's a bit of a problem. Especially, it feels like they get like the offense will get a drive and maybe go up a touchdown, maybe go up 14. And then it's like, oh, okay, now's a great time to get the twos in there, and then 60 yards the other way. And it's like, just build the 28-point lead, and then you can play the twos the rest of the game.
Where's 44? Where's 33? I mean, where's 9? I mean,
right, exactly.
Who's in the game by the first downs being made without even looking like, okay, I see why.
Yeah.
Another one from Rose Quartz, now Eggnog. We keep bringing our award-winning mac and cheese to a brisket competition. Got the best beans in the nation at a brisket off. I got a question for you, Rose Quartz. I'm a bit of a connoisseur of all this. I have a pellet smoker, so please don't give me grief about my easy bake oven. But it's how I like to do this. Are you a binder or no binder with your brisket? My binder is mustard and molasses.
I was thinking you're talking about the strings to keep
Somebody,
them together.
Alex Lightman just texted Taraja Mitchell to Florida.
Interesting.
He
was going to stay through
the game. He was going to play with his boys, and then.
So has he indicated? Because that's a weird announcement to make.
Because there's certainly been guys that have said, "I'm going." Like Jack Tuttle came out and said, "I'm going to finish the season for Indiana," but he didn't announce until their season was over where he was going.
Right.
And Indiana, of course, had to play him because it's Indiana, and ended up getting him hurt. So
right. So that's a really weird. That makes me think he's not actually going to be out there on New Year's
Maybe
Eve.
you weren't supposed to put that out there, Kevin. It was a text, an internal text between them.
Well, if it is,
No.
I'm sorry.
Well, there we go.
Well, there you
Never
go.
read the text out loud. Now we can't even text you the stuff.
Yeah.
Well, strike that from the record.
Yes, too late.
Didn't happen. We need another Star Wars. Right?
Can I? So another thing that goes into the recruiting successes. I went through last night and looked at the.
It is
Okay,
official.
okay,
Roger
all
Mitchell's
right,
going to Florida. That's good.
Still,
We're good.
don't read the texts over the air.
Hold on. I got another text.
Put their phone away.
Tony Gerdeman is a sexy boy. Ooh.
Now that was my text. So I went through I think it was a 24/7 composite, and looking at the top 200 players in the nation and where they come from. And so Ohio State's footprint that they recruit from: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Indiana. Illinois, like this general footprint. This year, there are 13 top 200 players from that group.
Probably that many probably more than that in Atlanta.
Well, in Georgia, for instance, well, actually, it's a down year in Georgia. There are only 14, 5 top 100. There are 15 in Alabama, 12 top 100 players.
It's a massive
in
year
Alabama. Yeah, 43 in Florida, 22 of those top 100 players, only 13 in California, 36 in Texas. I was surprised only 2 in Arizona. Must be a down-ish.
Yeah.
They're interesting. Louisiana, 11. But like when you have 13 players in your Midwestern region that are top 200 and everybody else down south has 187 to choose from, the rest of the 200, it makes life difficult, especially when you're competing against the rest of the nation and those local schools.
Population trends are not good.
Pickerington can only do so much.
Right,
for the
right.
Midwest.
Central Ohio's booming,
Well,
but
I even said
everywhere
it
else in the Midwest, not so much.
as I was in the chat waiting for Ryan Day, or it was during the Ryan Day after I'd asked my question. Ohio is always going to have its top couple of kids, but in the last 15 years, that second cut of kids just is not as highly ranked, highly developed as it used to be 15 years ago. And that is why, I mean, even Jim Tressel and in his build a fence around Ohio strategy still recruited Pennsylvania, still recruited Florida, would dip into Indiana, Illinois when warranted. I mean, there are just some positions that just wasn't in the state of Ohio, but you just can't get as many guys, because I remember kind of the reason somebody was talking about, well, you got to just lock down the state of Ohio. And I mean, and there are some talented kids in Ohio. And I think that there are some kids that if Jim Tressel were still head coach and we were in a time warp back, 15, 17 years ago, that it would absolutely work. But I don't know if those are necessarily going to be the kids that you can win the Big Ten, but I don't know if you can win a natty.
5 Ohio players in the top 200 this year. Only 1 Pennsylvania kid in the top 200.
Yeah,
And
Pennsylvania is just not producing like it used to. I mean, it's just not. And so you've got these issues for the Ohio States and Penn States, Michigans of the world, where
there are 2 in Michigan,
2
in Indiana.
Georgia, got to go to Florida, got to go to Texas,
got to go to the portal.
got to go to the portal.
And that's, and Michigan has done that, as we've talked about throughout the day. So I just thought, throw that out there to get an idea of, and this is again, like, I was surprised at the only 14 in Georgia. I figured this must be kind of a down-ish year, or they have not risen those guys up the rankings just yet.
How much would it help Ohio to have spring ball? I mean, you are who you are, but you can kind of get these kids a little bit more developed. And I know that there certainly are a lot of coaches that, either they're the coaches of spring sports that want nothing to do with this because they don't want to lose their kids. And there are probably some football coaches that just don't want to do this because they know what the months are that they have to sit there and work 11 million hours, and they just don't want to have to add a couple more weeks to it in the spring.
Yeah, the college coaches want it. I don't know that the high school necessarily coaches do, especially if I'm already winning as a high school coach without spring ball. Am I going to fight for more work? Like who would do that?
At least allow club 7-on-7 in the spring. Let these,
Tavion Galloway has I mean, if you can find it on social media, he put out a petition about trying to get spring ball in Ohio. And I think there's a reason why Southern Swing started. It was twofold. One of it was because national kids would have 31 schools on their list, and 5 of them would be asked about, and we weren't getting the answers that we wanted. And the other reason was there was no spring football in Ohio. So
got to go cover something.
You got to go cover something. You got to keep throwing coal in the engine.
That's quite honestly the same philosophy college coaches are taking. They're spending a lot of their resources sending, when the evaluation window is open, a lot of these coaching staffs are heading south where they can watch a real football practice or a scrimmage or something instead of going to Ohio, where maybe there's a lifting session, or
Yeah.
you know, maybe a quarterback's out there throwing it around with his receivers a little bit. But
Or
there's
watch
not,
some shot put.
you know, so they're going to send their guys to Florida and Georgia, and they're going to go watch a practice at Buford or something, and it's going to be padded and it's going to be intense. And
we've seen some intense ones.
God, we've seen some stuff. That's for sure.
So
but-
what was the allowance for the 7-on-7 for the high schools? It has to be like team school specific, right?
Yeah, you can only do it with your team, and you can only do it in like, I think there's a window in like June into like early July that you can do it. So it's like a 30 or 40-day window. You can't go play for, you know, all Ohio elite 7-on-7 team in April and go around and do all the 7-on-7 national tournaments.
Northwest Ohio Express.
It's like you can't do yes, exactly.
And New York Buck was asking if it's not a part of the high school, how come they can't do it? It's an Ohio High School Association.
They become ineligible.
Same reason like they can't wear helmets during camps.
Yeah, something like
Well, I mean, there's so many dumb rules. The Michigan High School Association, you could, if you were given a shirt at a camp, you couldn't take it or it'd make you ineligible. You had to like pay for it or turn it back in.
It's like not being allowed to eat ice cream on a Sunday, you know, can't walk on a sidewalk with ice cream. These old timey laws that just, they're too dumb to get rid of.
I mean, we still have a lot. Okay, I'm wearing my Apple Watch.
6.5 hours into the show, huh?
That's it. That's it.
What do we think? 3 o'clock, maybe 15 minutes?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I was going to say, and then we
get out.
have to sit there and get something for Tom's morning show because he's a slacker.
Yep.
Yes, he
is.
did. Oh, wow.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
He left us an intro, but we have to actually, you know.
We have to do the work.
When you say we, you mean you two.
Yeah.
While I finish some pizza over there.
Exactly.
You can produce it. Now you two dance around.
Yeah. Do we have any? Make sure we get through all of the questions.
Yeah. So
in
we're
the
gonna
last
go
15.
about 15 more minutes here. So if you have some questions or things you want us to talk about, fire away, and we'll do the last 15, and we'll just talk about what you guys.
I'll say that while we're kind of waiting on the questions, what was, I'll ask this one to Mark. You've been doing this a long time and have watched a lot of coaching press conferences on National Signing Day. Just a weird edge to Ryan today.
He was in a coat. It was like just came out from outside chopping wood or something. Like, why is he in a winter coat? Like, what's going on?
We were talking about this before you got here. I said that's the look of a man who wants to go nuclear on the NCAA. And I asked him, I said, when are we? He's not going to be able to. Eventually he's going to tee off. We've seen it 2 or 3. It's building.
I'm going to try and light a little fuse in Atlanta.
And Tony kind of mentioned, he said, probably not before the season is over, which probably makes sense. You don't want to, it's just another distraction and a thing that, you don't want to have this vibe of, oh, look how upset he is about NIL and the NCAA. He's not even focused on the Peach Bowl because, people will say that so the February, they'll do a February availability, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
maybe. Well, they won't do an NSD one if they don't sign anyone. But we would get something.
There's a portal edition or something, maybe.
I doubt it. I mean, the next thing we might get in terms of on campus, outside of if there would be like a bowl availability if they win, I would say maybe the early enrollees.
We will get. I asked Jerry Emick about that. We are supposed to get those guys. I don't know if Jerry will or if Day would be there if there's no additional signees, because that's usually that day it's signing day when we get those guys as well, right? They just knock it all out of the park, and maybe an assistant or two, because we also get some assistants at times. So
I don't know. I mean,
Jerry. I mean, he's due for Mount Vesuvius.
Yeah.
On the NCAA, I just don't know when it's going to happen, but you can tell it's brewing.
Chubba Wubba Hub 24. So I take it anyone who was on the fence, none of them fell on our side.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
where's Jaden Bonsu at this point?
Well, yeah,
we don't know
who wasn't supposed to be on the fence today. So that
we didn't know going into the day he was going to be on the fence. We got a super chat from David Greenshield. Thoughts on the pass defense versus Georgia? Will we need to score 40?
Well, Ryan Day said you got to go into these games expecting to score 40 or 50. Will they need to? I don't know that they will need to. I think 40 would be a good number. I think you'll need to score at least 35 to
Getting at least to the low 30s.
Yeah. And so the OSU pass defense, this is something that Tanner McAllister talked about. If you just do your job, and that was the thing they weren't doing against Michigan. They were trying to do their job and more, and weren't focused on where they needed to be or where their eyes should have been. So I think they say they have learned their lesson from the Michigan game. If they have, then I like their chances to be better. I don't know that they're great, and it's a difficult matchup. It's a different matchup with Georgia. Will throw the ball to the tight ends and to the running backs as much or more than they will the receivers. And they throw it all over the place.
That's the key here. I think Ohio State is better equipped to stop that type of passing game than they are to say stop a team, maybe like a Tennessee or a USC who has a couple of like dynamic wide receivers on the outside. So I think that's okay. I'm more worried about Stetson Bennett's ability to kind of improvise.
Got to contain him.
That's where I think they could get loose a little bit. And
that's where the defense gets lost and the secondary starts looking at the quarterback rather than the receivers. And there's your 60-yarder.
Yep. And so that's kind of how I see the matchup.
There was one in here that I don't know if we're necessarily going to be able to do in this amount of time, but Wingman Ted, can you guys do a 1-to-1 comparison of Michigan and Ohio State recruits by position?
That seems like it should be a separate show that you guys could do.
That's a Michigan Monday maybe too. No, we can definitely maybe record something for that.
I will say Michigan is like 19th rated class or something like that.
There need to be beers in my future here tonight though, so don't look for it tomorrow.
I've got a bottle at home I'm dying to open.
A bottle of beer?
No. Bottle of bourbon.
Temper says, screw recruiting. Just tell me who's enrolled and then we'll know.
Well, and it's funny when you talk to people who are like, I don't pay attention to recruiting, so I don't have to deal with the stress. Yeah. And it's like, well, that's obviously we don't advise that. We think you should be stressed out and pay very much attention to recruiting, but some people choose to live their life happily and just tune in for the games. And then sometimes if the game is too much, you're like, you know what, I'm just going to go work in the yard, stuff like that. I wouldn't recommend any of that.
You can watch Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, or you can watch the show talking about it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody, I lost track of the comment, was saying that Ohio State reporters today were just too negative.
Well, there was a lot of NIL talk, and that's the thing is, if we could ask him, Ryan Day, like 4 questions, then you could get your one or two negative things out. And then also like, tell me about Cedric Hawkins.
Tell me a good thing, a bad thing, and a good thing.
So, but right now you're asking about the topic at hand. And it's like, these guys that have signed have been committed for a while. So they're a little bit old hat. Not that he's been able to talk about them, but still the big story and the big story for every signing day is the guys that you didn't get unless you got them on signing day. Signing day is always the story is what happened today. It's never, you got Jack Sawyer 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's you didn't get this guy today, or you did get this guy today.
And let's be honest, have we been able to go a day the last 2 or 3 weeks without an NIL crisis on Twitter, a Gene Smith press conference, a Gene Smith comment, a foundation comment, a cohesion rumor. Right. So that has dominated the news cycle and quite frankly has kind of dominated the angst of the fan base the last 2 weeks. So I think people were just kind of asking about that because, we've also had people in the comments, that's what, why aren't you asking more of these questions? We're mad. Please ask these questions that we want to.
You guys are soft. You guys don't ask the tough questions.
It's kind of it's sometimes hard to thread the needle of asking the questions that because not every fan is the same. Some guys want the tough question. It's always the tough. You're not asking the tough question.
Yeah,
and then
you're not being emotional about it.
Who don't want to have the negativity. So
like, you're not challenging the coach. And it's like, well, that's an emotional question. You're not supposed to be emotional about this, but. I think he answered questions for almost 45 minutes. And so there was plenty of negativity. Also, he did keep talking about recruits. So he he got across what he wanted to get off in that regard.
Yeah,
the
I felt
Sage Ohio comment here.
really
the few months ago.
Okay, we'll do that one.
Because
I was going to say I did in my question I did definitely want to ask about Avery Henry and that whole situation. So I was like I know enough other things are coming, so I went a little bit of a different route. But I also really wanted to ask about offensive linemen in the portal. So I'm like, well, I guess I should probably ask about the 4 kids that they signed.
Yeah, and then he also mentioned Josh Padilla will start out at center. Sierveld will start out at guard. The other 2 will start out at tackle. So we got an idea there. So that was good.
Yeah, I think again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Let's reiterate that for people who maybe didn't see that part of the show. But I think Ohio State's got to figure out the recruiting component of this and how aggressive they want to be. You know, whether the rule, do the rules matter? Do they not matter?
Mm-hmm.
Which ones matter? But 3 months ago, they were doing great because the one area of NIL at Ohio State is doing well. The actual players, the CJ Strouds, the Jackson Smith and Jigbas, the Paris Johnsons, the Travion Hendersons, they are doing very well on NIL with the current players. The disconnect and the issues are arising right now on how to handle recruiting. And so 3 months ago, all the NIL talk was everyone wanted to know what are players actually making that are on college campuses right now. Now the focus, of course, this month is now, okay, it's signing day. How is recruiting being impacted? So there are 2 different components to NIL. It's the recruiting component and it's the taking care of the guys that are already in your locker room component. And on the already in your locker room component, Ohio State's very competitive.
Can I also say I hate the on-3 valuation of players and recruits.
Shannon Terry's gonna get you.
Shannon Terry can get me. That's fine, and he's got plenty of algorithms and all of that stuff to figure out what players are worth. But when players see that, I wonder how many are you getting that? Like, what does this mean? Right. Like, here's the value of your baseball card. Can I get that? Well, no, but that's how much it's worth. But I can't get that, so it's not worth that.
I know everything comes back to Simpsons and South Park, but there was the South Park where they had the video with Butters, and it's like, well, you're a millionaire in theoretical dollars.
Yeah. Yes. So just turn this video into an NFT, and let's quit our jobs.
They have these NFTs coming out, these cards coming out, and I'm not trying to make fun of the one kid, but the one kid sold you can buy a card of someone for $100, and you can get them in they can tell you which schools they want to create the NFT in. So you can have like if I'm a top 100 receiver and I'm down to Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State, I can have an Alabama card, a Georgia card, and an Ohio State, like a color theme card. And you can pay $100 for these, and 85% of it goes to the athlete. And one of these kids did this and like sold 2 of them. It's just like, and it's like his NIL valuation was probably like, $50,000, but yet when he actually takes his name, image, likeness to the open marketplace, it's actually worth about $200. Like this is so just it's all over the place. There's no, the data is so inaccurate right now. It's going to take some time, I think, for everything
but people aren't going to be
settle.
patient to see
No,
how it settles. I mean, it's like you sit there and you build a house on swampland, but it's like, well, we're going to see if it settles or whatever. And you don't know if it's just going to turn into a giant sinkhole or you got to steal on your land.
We're not going to wait for it to settle. Let's put a 3rd story up. Let's expand the backyard.
It's not our last question we're going to get to, but I want to have something positive here towards the end. Market X, when Von Bell committed back in 2013, that was probably the most exciting moment I can remember. And that one was a very exciting recruitment because of the fact that pretty much everybody had sold on Ohio State minus Mark Givler and Mike Farrell.
And then about 45 minutes before his announcement, Bruce Feldman goes on Twitter and says, big pickup today for Tennessee, Von Bell. And I'm like, I always joke that I don't really you got to follow your own information. You can't just piggyback off what other people are saying. You got to really just go with what you have personally from your sources. But that's one of those where you're like, oh, because Bruce Feldman is very well connected. Now, the one thing that kind of gave me a little pause was, well, Bruce Feldman's not really a recruiting guy, right? But Bruce Feldman is extremely well connected in the college football community. And so you're like, oh, I whiffed. And then you do a little digging and you're like, I don't think so. I think Bruce may have misheard or jumped the gun. And then sure enough, Von Bell. And so that was like a whew, because I got a lot of people's hopes up on that one.
Yeah,
so that was a relief for me.
That's one that you wear for a while if
yeah,
you're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, that was also the day Ezekiel Elliott recommitted to Ohio State on signing day, and Dontre Wilson was a signing day ish or
Late,
like that.
yeah,
week.
he was a late.
Well, because they had
like
to convince Dontre Wilson that he was a running back, and Zeke Elliott that Dontre Wilson was not a running back.
Yeah, that was yeah. So that was like week of it was like late. It was like I think a few days before, but they got the commitment or
But
whatever.
it's like you closed strong
Yeah.
that day, and it's like, oh, this is fantastic.
Travis Hunter just tweeted at 100,000 subscribers. I'm assuming it's to his YouTube channel. He'll announce his commitment. So he's at 71,600
On
subscribers.
his YouTube.
So when we get to 100,000 subscribers, we will announce Tony's commitment.
I'll say we'll scoop Travis Hunter's commitment if you get us to 100,000.
100,000 to announce that he's going to Colorado.
To play with Coach Prime.
We have another super chat. Keith Stevens. I'm a UGA fan. And the only thing I hear about OSU is the elite skill talent. Is OSU's defense able to match Georgia's physicality on offense?
I mean, I think that's the question of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that and I think both lines of scrimmage, for both teams. But that defense not folding like they did against Michigan at the end, but also up until the last couple of carries, they were holding Michigan to down like.
I mean, I was going to say they had 253 yards or something in the game, and they got 160 on 2 carries, a 75 and an 85.
And I don't think those 2 carries were like instances where like everyone just got mauled on the front.
No,
I think they blew the gaps, and
guys got sucked up. I mean,
when 10 guys are in the box and there's a little crease, that's it.
It's like the 4th and 1. I mean, when it's like 4th and inches or whatever, it's like, well, one of 3 things is going to happen on 4th and inches. It's either going to go for -2 yards, 3 yards, or 80 yards.
Yeah. Well, and Georgia's physicality on offense is helped by Darnell Washington, their second tight end, who is a monster and can be like a pulling guard, can also be like a slot receiver, can do all of these different things, which makes their 12 personnel so effective. That's why they can stay in it, because they can do anything from it. Kendall Milton, they play 3 running backs. They give them all equal carries, and you never nearly know like who's going to be the bell cow that each game. You give it to the hot guy. Kendall Milton is probably the toughest runner of the group.
But McIntosh has the most carries. So.
McIntosh is
a phenomenal pass catcher.
Yeah, I compared him the first time I saw him this season when we've done 5 Georgia rewatches on the Buckeye Weekly podcast. You guys can find that. 5th one will drop tomorrow. I compared him to Curtis Samuel, the way they were using him, because the first game we saw, I think, was Oregon. He had like 6 catches for 120 yards or whatever, and only had maybe a handful of carries. But then you watch him another game, and he's got 17 carries for 140 yards. Just really solid, quick guy. But not just a speed guy either. Just they've got 3 versatile, different running backs that it's just I don't know how like the physicality of the running backs. It's not like these are 3 Rondanes or anything like that.
Right.
But the overall offense of Georgia, just watching. And the last one I'll say here is this last game we watched. I think it was Kentucky. They throw a little swing pass, I think, out to Kenny McIntosh, and the lead blocker on that is Darnell Washington. And you got this poor like nickelback, like just collapses,
swallowed by Darnell Washington.
And so like that's just a weapon that they have, and it's like 6 linemen, 3 receivers. They just the math that they can do with him is interesting.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, they got A.D. Mitchell back for the LSU game. I mean, he was supposed to, I guess, be the one, and been hurt and everything else because Lad Sanzenbacher, Lad McConkey, just he's good. I mean, but I don't see anything special there. I mean, what I see special is a lot of the other offensive positions. Obviously, the running backs, obviously the 2 tight ends, and then Stetson Bennett. I'll admit it. Early in the season, I guess I just hadn't watched enough of him. I'm like, he's all well and good, but. And the more I've watched, the more impressed I am. I mean, I still think that in the pocket, I'm probably a little bit, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm probably a little bit, or outside of the pocket, I'm a little bit more concerned about JJ McCarthy and some of the stuff that he was able to do. But I've gone through, and I haven't watched 5 games like Tom and Tony have, but I've watched 3 Georgia games, and I've managed to avoid the Kentucky one because I just don't think I'm going to learn anything from that game.
And the thing about that one that has been stressed to me from Georgia fans, that game, the temperature was in the 30s with sustained winds of upwards of 13 miles per hour. So you can't really judge anything based on having to play in Big Ten weather. Okay, so that's not fair. 16 points, whatever. That's not what we're here to talk about.
Well, I mean, Northwestern just laughs at that. I mean,
what I'm most interested in, I'll wrap this up at that.
I was going to say, I know we should take this to 7 hours now.
Right.
I mean, we're so close.
Right. To that. What I'm most interested in, I think in a vacuum, like the toughness thing, I'm not so much hung up on. I don't think they lost. They lost the Michigan game because of physical
mental
toughness. Georgia's going to make a play at some point. At some point in this game, Brock Bowers is going to do something superhuman, or Kenny McIntosh is going to rip off a 50-yard run. Something's going to happen. Is Ohio State's defense going to allow that to snowball the way it has in big games the last couple of years? That's my thing. And there's no way I can answer that right now. It's just not you don't know until you know, but to act like Georgia's going to get shut out or lack explosive plays, or it's just Brock
Crazy,
Bowers,
yeah.
Darnell Washington, one of them, they're going to do something stupid good. And it's how Ohio State responds to that when it happens is going to be my thing.
Well, I want to see how the offense, because here is generally the subsequent drive for Ohio State. All start to get down to 1st and 15, run for 2, run for no gain,
throw a 5-yard pass,
and punt. And
throw it to Kate Stover in the flat for 5 yards.
Right.
And punt. Yeah.
And so you can't do that. Ohio State can't get to the point of where it's like, oh, we're going to try and speed them up and run a hurry up and then do this. Oh, we've called a play. No, we're going to back off. We're going to do this and get the play in with 2 seconds. And I mean, just some of the game mechanics, and we've joked about this on other shows. You don't need a get back coach. You need a timeouts coach, and you need get your head out of your rear end coach to be like, okay, we're playing a football game here. We've got to speed up some of these processes, because not all of Ohio State's unforced errors are on the players. I'll just be honest. They're not.
Let's touch on this super chat from Jordan Kapler. The on-3 evaluation of Tony is 30,000 Shroot bucks, which can buy you, I guess, probably a lot of beats, perhaps, or maybe an overnight stay at the Shroot Farms.
I'm
bed and
thinking
breakfast.
it's an Office thing.
Yes,
I
it's from The Office.
I never really got into that show. If it's not a Gordon Ramsay cooking show, I'm generally not watching it.
And I guess that's Scranton is where the show takes place.
Yes.
Probably not your thing.
No.
You're more of a Philadelphia.
Yes.
Scranton is like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Understood. I feel like Scranton is the Ohio of Pennsylvania.
Well, as we're starting to wrap this up, and obviously more super chats will keep us on the air longer, plug, or people that honestly sign up for the site and say, hey, I signed up, here's my username, and we'll verify it, and then we'll check that out. But how will you look back on this National Signing Day, knowing that this is just one day? We don't know what the portal is going to look like. We don't know what February is going to look like, but there's certainly been a lot of images, a lot of comments, a lot of concerns. Whoever wants to take it first, what will be your lasting memory? Because I certainly remember things about all of them to a certain point, and then all of them run together as well.
Yeah, just mixed bag. What they signed was fantastic. As a 19-man class at this point, the quality of those 19 is as good as it usually is. But it's one of those years where it's like, if a couple of things had went the other way, this could have been a special, like a an all-time great recruiting class for Ohio, on Ohio State standards. This could have been one of their best, and it just, it didn't come together.
Yeah, and I don't know how much you can improve from now to February, because who is even left as they do the reshuffling. And so I think you look at it, and it's a low number of 19. You're talking about Jim Trussell size of recruiting classes. You can't go with 19 anymore. You should be doing 25 every year because you're going to lose players to the portal. So, and how active are they going to be in the portal? So I think you look at it as this will be the defensive ends that got away, and then 2 years from now or a year from now, like, how are those guys doing? Oh, one's already in a portal, or this guy's already, this guy's redshirted, didn't do anything. So it'll be interesting to see how those guys end up. Also, the receivers, a very good receiving class, but is that just a bunch of sugar? Is that empty calories when you look at everybody else? But you get 4 offensive linemen.
Yeah,
you need these Ohio kids to pan out, like much more than you need the Connecticut kid to pan out. Like the Ohio kids need to continue to pan out, because Ohio offensive linemen have not necessarily been guarantees for the Buckeyes over the years.
No, I think they've struggled a little bit to evaluate which Ohio offensive linemen. I think they've, as much as anything.
I'm sick of these Ohio offensive linemen going to other schools and handing us our lunch. So we're going to do this, and then they just don't seem to get the right ones.
The right ones.
There have been years where they've gone to schools. I'm just going to use it as an example, not necessarily a kid, but like Lakewood St. Ed's always has offensive line.
They got 3 juniors, none of them offered yet, all Power 5 kids. So I'm already buckling up for that when they all 3 go somewhere other than Ohio State, including possibly to Michigan, especially Ben Roebuck, who I expect to go to Michigan at this point. It's going to be fascinating to watch what the Buckeyes are able to put together to combat that, and how the fans are going to react to that. And then, of course, to watch that play out on the field the next 3 years and see who made the right decisions.
Well, and they'll be targeting the best in the nation. And then how will that go?
And they'll all be in the Southeast, and and maybe even get a commitment from one, and then we'll see.
It's like when Bugs Bunny is a pitcher and he's striking out these guys, and it's strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out. That's kind of what Ohio State does nationally on the offensive line with guys that they haven't been involved with for a long time. We'll see how Justin Fry does, but I think, if you got guys in state.
This is really his first recruiting class.
Yeah.
And there are needs now. And unless something really weird happens here, they're passing on. They've passed on Luke Hamilton, submitted to Michigan. They have not offered Ben Roebuck. I don't think they're going to. I think he's going to end up at Michigan. They're not offering the Armstrong twins. I'm not saying I would offer any of these guys or all of them or anything, but they are Power 5 guys. So they're clearly drawing a line that says we can do better somewhere else. And so, Ohio State's drawing that line.
Yeah.
We can find better players somewhere else.
Well, and they got Ian Moore.
We've played that game before, and so this is a big year for him to deliver a good offensive line class.
Who is the last Ohio offensive lineman that went to Michigan that Ohio State regretted? Because even Zeke Corral ended up going to Cincinnati. I don't even know if he signed.
It wasn't Kyle Kalis.
Kalis is always an interesting one for me.
And that was 2012, right?
Because Kyle Kalis was not maybe as good as we thought he was going to be. He still started 40 games at Michigan, and he was all Big Ten at least once, and had a cup of coffee in the NFL. So, it's not like, I think the revisionist history on Kyle Kalis is that, he was a bust, and that's not really the case. But, it's not like you didn't lose Paris Johnson or something like that. But
no, but they have lost guys to other schools. You look at what Clemson's done. The history on Jackson Carman, we can kind of look back at it and be like, well, maybe he wasn't everything expected, but he's still in the league. They lose Blake Miller, Clemson. He played this year.
And that should have been a layup. But
Nolan Rumler, I don't know that he did anything.
Yeah, he never really did. So you got to find the right ones. And so this is big for Justin Fry to prove he can not only recruit, but also evaluate
Well, hey, look, 7:02.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't given my answer yet.
Oh, what's your?
Oh well, we're out of time. Go ahead and play the
yes,
music
that's a good
off.
one.
Well, too bad.
You're-
I'm,
you're
the
right
one-
on the
guys.
show.
I'm the one with the button here to turn the show off. I mean, I'll remember this as the first NIL signing day because, you know, last year, sure, NIL was a thing. I mean, it was a third of the pie, according to Aaron Dunstan at that point. But this is the first time where it's the, you know, it is the entire, you know, it's the entire pie. So it's going to be the one that I think fans are certainly going to circle a lot of names and be like, well, this guy jilted us and this guy jilted us. And if the guy is successful, then they're going, you know, it's just going to add to the consternation. And if the guy is not, it's like, ha ha ha, good.
Dodge that bullet.
He sucked anyway. I mean, you know, so it's Day was certainly not a happy camper during the presser. Absolutely didn't want to deal with us. But then again, maybe wanted to sit there and have, you know, put us in the trust tree and tell us some things. But that's, you know, not necessarily who he's been through his tenure here.
Yeah. I will say, in terms of the good day, bad day, I ran into Brian Hartline on the way in, and he seemed to be just happy. Like he was fine on his way out.
I mean, I have no idea why. I mean, you know, I mean,
He's like, happy holidays. I'm like, you too. Like, I will. Thanks.
Wow, that's impressive.
Oh my.
I mean,
He was in a good mood. I don't know why.
Well, certainly was in a good.
His
mood.
job was done.
But, you know, even here toward the end of the chat, just, you know, some anti-Ryan Day comments and things like that. And what have you done for me lately? And the last thing that, you know, the team did was got beat by 3 scores to Michigan. And, you know, that's a tough pill to swallow. And I don't think anybody here, the term I used before is a win denier. I don't think that there are any win deniers. I will say that it was a much closer game up until about midway in the fourth quarter. But, you know, Michigan managed to keep Ohio State at an arm's length for, you know, from the point that they turned it on in the second half and Ohio State came out, you know, flatlined. People are going to remember that. But I will be interested to see what happens. Don't mean to be asking another question here, but, you know, we've got a good chat going. I'm not having internet issues. Is what happens if Ohio State beats Georgia and then loses in the championship game? And I'm not going to say if it's TCU or Michigan, because I think each of those draw their own conclusions, but because then you're still ending the season on a loss.
No, I think
you're still losing it. You're still losing in the championship game.
You said it right there. You're ending the season with a loss.
Yeah, 2020 was
It's
a fantastic
It's
season.
not going to go over well.
And people still look back on the loss to Alabama like, what a shame. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
And people
how
look back,
embarrassing.
conversely, people look back on beating Utah in the Rose Bowl like it was such an awesome. I'm like, you weren't in the playoff. You beat a program that's not on your level.
You beat a team that had a wide
Like, you
receiver
gave up
playing
100
D-back.
points, like, and people are happy with that ending to the season. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I don't know. I walked out of
But-
the stadium feeling pretty satisfied
But,
because
yeah,
I'd watched a good game and a game that just you weren't sure what version of your story was going to see the light of day.
Yeah. No, I don't think it matters. I mean, it does matter who they lose to. Losing to Michigan in the championship game would be
World War 20.
But
so you're saying better to lose to Georgia than beat Georgia and lose to Michigan?
I don't know because
yes,
but the losing to
think so.
Georgia and the SEC narrative and everything else.
I think so.
Yeah, but that narrative is fine.
No, I don't think a third straight loss to Michigan, especially in such close proximity, I think would break some people. I think it would break the spirits of a lot of this fan base.
So wait to end the
Well,
show.
no, I'm
on
going to bring it on to. We'll bring it around. Just let me drive the car around the block a time or two. I mean, but I just thought. I mean,
Driving over
I
trash
mean,
cans,
there,
taking out
I
6 mailboxes.
I certainly think that there could be one of these shows coming from Atlanta at some point of what happens, or if Ohio State gets past Georgia. I mean, it'll be very valid at that point. But there's a big ask there. But you know, we're still kind of waiting to see what Damon Wilson does. He's supposed to announce, I guess, at 3:30, but
we don't.
I'm
need to
not.
stick around for
I'm
that.
not necessarily feeling
I don't
like
think we
extending
do.
the stream for that one. So take that for what it is. I mean, we're keeping track of Jaden Bonsu as well, and don't know when that is. And let's remember, this is the beginning of a signing period. It's called National Signing Day, but he could not sign today. I mean, he could not sign in this period. He could sit there and take it to February.
Well, and players don't need to sign; they can just show up as well. But I doubt that that's going to be the case.
All right, I know what I'll end this on a fun note. Favorite recruitment that you covered, or that you had some sort of investment in?
You guys would have many more than me.
I know, but
I'll say this. I mean, we already talked about Von Bell, which is probably up there for me, just because I was having these weekly conversations every Sunday. I would call his high school coach, and it was almost a ritual by the end of the process. But going to Raekwon McMillan's announcement and having people who cover Alabama and Georgia asking me why I was there is probably my all timer. And yeah, that I had people. Again, reporters from Alabama, cover Georgia. What are you doing here? About to cover a commitment to Ohio State. What are you guys doing here? Sorry, hate to tell you, but yeah, that was probably my favorite.
Oh, you cute little Ohio State rider.
Coming all the way down to Savannah.
Yeah, money to burn.
Yeah.
Money to burn.
Yeah.
I don't. There was just one where it was a few years ago, and it was early in the process, a 5-star cornerback from, I think, Texas, and I don't remember his name, tweeted out, I wish Ohio State would offer me and get into contact with me. And so I DM'd him and was like, hey, you want to talk about it for an interview? And so he did. And like before we even got done, he's like, Brian Hartline just called me or whatever. And, like they're going to offer him or whatever. But he never ended up being an offer. Like he ended up at a lower school. He's one of these guys that 5-star because, I don't know, he's like a 6'2" corner. And then once you see him in camp, he's like, well, this guy is like a 3-star. And one of these where you're so high, and then the more people see of him, you drop down. And just the way you could use social media to say, I want an offer. And Jaden Woodby did that with Florida State and ended up a Florida State Seminole.
Yep.
Like I wish Florida State would call me.
And I think a Boston College Eagle, and then
he's back in the
portal.
I think his announcement ceremony is still going on.
Yeah. Oh, that was ridiculous.
I was so mad that night. I'm like, just put everybody out of their misery. We know what's happening. It's like when you're watching that really bad movie and you know what the plot twist is. So most M. Night Shyamalan movies would suffice there. And yeah, that one was bad. Mine is more recent, and it's JT Tuimoloau because it went into overtime. People were like, well, Terrell Pryor went into overtime. Well, Terrell Pryor also made everybody drive out to Jeanette, Pennsylvania to have a presser about having another presser. And New York Buck, I see your super chat coming through, so I'll get that in a second. But going out to Port Columbus Airport, John Glenn International, and being there with all the coaches and getting this look from like Larry Johnson, who basically is like, what are you doing here?
Right.
I'm like, the same thing you are, but not exactly. And JT coming off the plane and everything else, and all the coaches and their matching shirts. And then I was on vacation, so I was somewhere in the Caribbean when he announced, and I went back to my room to record a quick little live show or whatever. But that was one. But notice we all picked very positive ones to try and bring this around. So New York Buck, if you bring this down, we're going to have to abort the landing and circle around again. So I haven't even looked at your comment here. Urban used to have O-linemen enter the facility, buses like royalty. If I remember correctly, does they still do this? I mean, I think that it was a case of where like it would be like if they had like first class on the flight, they'd probably put the linemen in there. And I mean, because under Urban, this is an offensive line driven team. That was always his thing. I mean, you cover enough of his pressers, you know all of his lines.
Now, would you should that 2018 offensive line have been sitting first class and eating first, that sort of thing?
They were eating hot dogs. I think they ate a lot of hot dogs that year.
So that would be the non-champions meal.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think they ate a lot of hot dogs that year.
So you can pick and choose which offensive lines that you like, but I don't know that they still do anything like that. The players themselves used to call themselves the slobs, and that went away with Billy Price, maybe.
I think it carried over a little, but not much further.
They didn't like that name, and so they went away from it.
No, but I think that this line might either get the meal or they might either get the seats, because the pass pro has been good. The run blocking, not as much. I mean, so you're halfway there. I I mean, Ohio State was on the Joe Moore watch list. I think they made the first cut, and then things kind of started to go away as Ohio State's season was backloaded. And
started to watch the 3rd and shorts, and they're like, you know what? Maybe this is not the offensive line for Joe Moore. But are we set? We good?
Yep. I think we're good. Appreciate everyone sticking with us. Had a lot of people on here for a good chunk of this. So this was kind of our litmus test on this. We did things a little differently this year, and
all shows will now be 7 hours long.
let us know, like, should we do this way next year? Or the things we can do differently, do better? Let us know in the comments or reach out to us, on Twitter, or if you have our emails or
like
on the
this
website.
video right now. Like it.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
But just
Thumbs up,
kinda-
subscribe to the channel.
Good feedback, of course, makes us feel good, but also if there are things like we could incorporate into this next year, because we want to continue to improve how we do this. But I think this was a good first try at it, right?
Yeah, no, and
So-
we had we talked that it would be a long show, a big show. So I think we fulfilled
a big show.
Big show. Really big shoe. So that will do it for all of us here from Buckeye Huddle. I want to thank you guys for joining us, and we'll talk to you guys next time.